0.00000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000oww He paid no mind to those milling about. Too cautious to be anything but insular within the groups they had arrived, but too nervous and excited to keep completely still or pay attention to the level of their voices, they were fools. Some were smarter than their fellows, whether that be groups as a whole or simply certain individuals who were actually going to take this seriously. Previously, seeing such competence would have made him excited, not because he too took things seriously, but because they were the closest thing to a threat he would be encountering, and would therefore be more valuable as proof of his existence. But now there was a threat and actual danger to his life that threatened to erase his existence. A god of flesh with skin of the moon and hair of the freshest blood. He was war, he was death, he was someone whose very presence sent his mother into terrified shivering deep within his mind. One day, in order to protect his existence from fading, he was one who would lie dead at his feet. It would be the greatest proof of his existence that could ever be. But he was not ready. Not yet, perhaps not even in the next decade or two, but one day he would be. He just needed to make sure he advanced faster than the god could gain more strength. That, of course, led to a problem. How did the god he had met gain his strength? Was he born to it, as he himself had been, or was there something he had to do to get where he was despite his obvious divinity? He needed to know more of this Naruto-sama. Yes, Naruto-sama was appropriate, for it was evident he was currently greater, much greater than he was. That he had decided one night as he sat upon the roof of their hotel was deserving of respect, even if he had never before shown respect to anybody in his life. His eyes left the groups that filled the room and briefly darted to his siblings. Both were nervous, but they weren't yet panicked. Good he hadn't shown up yet. When they had first arrived, they both had scanned the room for his presence, and then took turns scanning the room again, and keeping close attention to the entryway, swapping between themselves just in case one of them missed something. Satisfied they had not overlooked his presence, not that he thought it would be possible after having met with him even once before, they both kept steadfast watch over the door. His brother's puppet clicked and clacked almost too quietly to hear, but much more loudly than the usual silence it kept while upon his brother's back, wrapped tight in long strips of fabric. Fingers long and dexterous twitched irritably as nerves and adrenaline at a threat he fully believed to be only a few steps away at any moment coursed through his body. There had been little thought given to his siblings before he was confronted with the living god, but now he paid enough attention to know that even with shaking hands, Kankuro's control would be incredibly impressive by puppetry standards. His sister on his other side, and probably not aware that she and Kankuro had both moved to flank their younger brother, as opposed to the previously preferred method of standing together some distance from him, had her fan planted firmly before her, hands resting atop it, and beating a constantly changing tattoo he was sure reflected the beating of her heart, as she kept desperate lookout for the potential opponent, who had made a Biju submit to him in absolute terror. One who also happened to be associated with an up-and-coming group of mercenaries who had recently come into possession of an entire country and a position within the Imperial Fire Court. Going against that, be it alone or with the backing of her entire country, was nothing short of political, and quite likely very literal suicide. Being more politically aware than both her brothers combined, the thought that they were outmatched both on and off the battlefield had her just a little on edge. Chapter 50 Monitors for Rank Jounin and above. He paid no mind to those milling about. Too cautious to be anything but insular within the groups they had arrived, but too nervous and excited to keep completely still or pay attention to the level of their voices, they were fools. Some were smarter than their fellows, whether that be groups as a whole or simply certain individuals who were actually going to take this seriously. Previously, seeing such competence would have made him excited, not because he too took things seriously, but because they were the closest thing to a threat he would be encountering, and would therefore be more valuable as proof of his existence. But now there was a threat and actual danger to his life that threatened to erase his existence. A god of flesh with skin of the moon and hair of the freshest blood. He was war, he was death, he was someone whose very presence sent his mother into terrified shivering deep within his mind. One day, in order to protect his existence from fading, he was one who would lie dead at his feet. It would be the greatest proof of his existence that could ever be. But he was not ready. Not yet, perhaps not even in the next decade or two, but one day he would be. He just needed to make sure he advanced faster than the god could gain more strength. That of course led to a problem. How did the god he had met gain his strength? Was he born to it as he himself had been, or was there something he had to do to get where he was despite his obvious divinity? He needed to know more of this Naruto-sama. Yes, Naruto-sama was appropriate, for it was evident he was currently greater, much greater than he was. That he had decided one night as he sat upon the roof of their hotel was deserving of respect, even if he had never before shown respect to anybody in his life. His eyes left the groups that filled the room and briefly darted to his siblings. Both were nervous, but they weren't yet panicked. Good he hadn't shown up yet. When they had first arrived, they both had scanned the room for his presence, and then took turns scanning the room again, and keeping close attention to the entryway, swapping between themselves just in case one of them missed something. Satisfied they had not overlooked his presence, not that he thought it would be possible after having met with him even once before, they both kept steadfast watch over the door. His brother's puppet clicked and clacked almost too quietly to hear, but much more loudly than the usual silence it kept while upon his brother's back, wrapped tight in long strips of fabric. Fingers long and dexterous twitched irritably as nerves and adrenaline at a threat he fully believed to be only a few steps away at any moment coursed through his body. There had been little thought given to his siblings before he was confronted with the living god, but now he paid enough attention to know that even with shaking hands, Kankuro's control would be incredibly impressive by puppetry standards. His sister on his other side, and probably not aware that she and Kankuro had both moved to flank their younger brother as opposed to the previously preferred method of standing together some distance from him, had her fan planted firmly before her, hands resting atop it, and beating a constantly changing tattoo he was sure reflected the beating of her heart, as she kept desperate lookout for the potential opponent, who had made a Biju submit to him in absolute terror. One who also happened to be associated with an up-and-coming group of mercenaries who had recently come into possession of an entire country and a position within the Imperial Fire Court. Going against that, be it alone or with the backing of her entire country, was nothing short of political, and quite likely very literal suicide. Being more politically aware than both her brothers combined, the thought that they were outmatched both on and off the battlefield had her just a little on edge. That Naruto was out of their league in every possible way, and he might be part of this very exam, an exam in which she would be part of his competition if it could be called that. She was fairly certain that the young man who could make a Biju tremble at his feet was more than a match for any genin who might be unfortunate and foolish enough to go against him. She'd pity any bastard Ion that case if it didn't have the additional benefit of keeping her out of his attention. She would very much like to remain completely invisible to the one who scares Shikaka. Thank you. Of course, the fact that Gaara, even though he was now paying more attention, was able to notice such, and was well aware of how his siblings felt, told one just how obvious it was. Moving his attention from his nervous siblings, he would know well enough if the man entered were they to suddenly move into more defensive positions, and if the others in the room had any common sense, everybody else reacting to the living god's presence. Once again his eyes traveled over the various groups that were scattered across the room, and for the most part tight groups. Many of them made an attempt to stay serious and focused in preparation for whatever tests they would soon be put through. One group, by far the largest, did not. Not appearing any older than him, or rather not looking like they were any older than his age, as he looked a bit young compared to some of his peers, they were obviously rookies. The size alone indicated they were local, as no foreign village would send such a large group of what appeared to be largely mediocre young shinobi, and the Konohagakure headbands only confirmed. Evidently they were taking advantage of the opportunity to get more experience, and measure themselves against where they needed to be to succeed in their shinobi careers. The fact that it increased the odds of Konoha having new Chunin was a bonus he couldn't fault the village for, especially not with his newfound appreciation of strategy. After all, brute force was unlikely to help him defeat a god of flesh when he was already strong enough to terrify Mother. One part of the group, however, did catch his attention. Just as energetic as their fellows, they seemed more prepared for what was going to happen. Or at the very least more aware of what they were getting themselves into. The dark-haired one was checking his equipment again and again, making sure every piece was easily accessible yet secure enough not to be lost. Next to him, the pink one kept watch over all those around them, even her fellow Konoha genin. For a moment he almost thought she was scared out of her mind, but it was obvious she was trembling in anticipation from the way her eyes were taking in her future opponents. The blonde girl, however, was the most interesting. With a pair of baggy pants littered with pockets and attritional pouches strapped to wherever she could manage to find room, she was obviously taking preparation to a whole new level. A slim backpack covered in hard plating was opened by her feet as she sorted through the scrolls she kept inside. Having a puppeteer brother, he was familiar with the uses of scrolls, though he rarely made use of them. If he had stuff to bring, his siblings were the ones who were carrying it. Like today. But that wasn't important right now. What was important was the sheer volume of scrolls in the girl's possession. An average shinobi could make do pretty well with one. An exceptionally well-prepared shinobi carried 2 or 3. 5 was considered an arsenal. This girl had at least a dozen. Either she was really bad at packing or she was packing. As the contents of one scroll was revealed to be massive stacks of explosive notes, which she divvied up to her teammates, he determined it was the latter. He could not fathom anything that would need so many, but it certainly begged the question, what were in those other scrolls? More notes? Different supplies in similar quantities? It was this curiosity that kept him watching that particular group of 3. He was glad it did. "Do you think he'll be here?" asked the pink one to the only male of the group. He could practically hear the capitalization, and that spiked further interest. The boy grunted, but his eyes darted to the entrance, as if expecting the mere mention of him to make him appear. The similarities between those two and his siblings was astounding, and his suspicions grew. The blonde one likewise briefly glanced in that direction, but she quickly turned back to her scrolls, seemingly unconcerned. "I wouldn't be too surprised if Naruto somehow managed to enter the exams, but I don't know if they would let him without a team. He knows Jounin, yeah, but I don't think he knows enough genin to get himself a team of his own." The dark one snorted. "With the way Kakashi-sensei praises him, I would be surprised if they let him do this solo." The name had confirmed the identity, but the fact that one of the Jounin-sensei praised him assured him his suspicions were correct. These 3 somehow they knew the god he had encountered. Honestly, that should be obvious. The god lived here in Konoha. How could they not be aware of a divine being walking amongst them every day? And they were right to be worried about his possible appearance. There was no way they could ever hope to stand against him. The fact that he was a genin, however, was strange. Very strange. Perhaps Konoha just wanted to be able to use him to destroy the competition. Of course, that begged the question, where was he? Was the blonde one right and he wasn't participating simply because he didn't have a team? That was absurd. If anyone should be part of these, it was he. What did it matter if they give him 2 temporary teammates stolen from another team, or 2 when he was a fucking god? These genin were nothing compared to him. Their situation was meaningless in the long run. Perhaps Konoha was just going soft. The girl looked back to the door. "Maybe," she muttered, just loud enough for him to be able to hear her. She sounded distinctly hopeful that he would be part of the exam, but at the same time almost hesitant. Not in such a way that pointed to her fearing him, but rather that she'd like him to be there, but his presence would change something she felt important. How odd. That did not, however, change the fact that she had referred to the living god as Naruto ni. Either she felt close enough to him to call him her brother, or they really were of the same blood. It took him a moment to determine what the feeling was, but the thought of being part of an exam where he would go against that being's sister made him uneasy. He had been tempted for the briefest of moments to crush her immediately before she had a chance to show she was a threat like her brother, but what if she really was such a threat? Was he anywhere near strong enough to even attempt such an attack? He didn't know how she compared to her brother, not in the slightest, and he wasn't about to risk his existence, not when he realized it might also bring down his anger upon him. He was uncertain when it came to the girl, but he knew for a fact her brother was far out of his league and that without adequate planning would not be taken down by one such as himself. He hadn't even determined the true extent of his powers, let alone come up with a viable way to overcome them. No, he'd hold off for now. There was far too much risk. Perhaps later, after he had seen her in action, he might reconsider, but for now she was off limits. Not feeling generous, but also not about to chance them unknowingly going against his wishes, he turned to his siblings, his raspy voice barely more than a whisper. "The blonde one," he said, terrifying them with the sudden breaking of his silence, "is off limits. I will not anger him by harming his sister." As she was currently the only blonde, it was easy to identify who their brother was talking about. She didn't look like much, but the very thought of who their brother said she was related to had the color draining from their faces. Just being in his presence had been bad enough, but to actively anger him? Oh no, they weren't that stupid. Swallowing nervously, the puppeteer nodded his eyes, not leaving the newly identified sister of the young man who had Shikaku terrified. The dead were only useful in one aspect of puppeteering, and he had no intention of being anything less than the puppet master. Understood. His sister, while sharing the same thoughts, was a little more thorough in her response. And the team? She asked. Her youngest brother looked thoughtful upon hearing her question, carefully pondering the decision. Admittedly, it was far more terrifying than when he was simply a raving, bloodthirsty killer. At least then it was as simple as don't piss him off and don't try to stop him if he's found another target. Now, though, he was plotting, scheming, and she hadn't the faintest clue what was going on in his head. That she had come to realize was much worse than knowing how much of a monster he was. Leave them be for now, he decided. Observe them carefully. If she proves not to be a direct threat, then you are free to attack at your own discretion. That was another thing they weren't used to. Since when had he allowed them any choice in anything? Previously it had been nothing more than following in the wake of his destruction as he led on, unheeding of them or their needs. Now, however, he was giving them the freedom to make their own actions. Neither wanted to think about what reasons he might have for that. He sat by, not exactly close but present. He was Hitaki fucking Kakashi after all, and it wouldn't do well to perform in a way that would mar his image. Trying to get closer to the rookie Jounin sensei and the Tokubetsu Jounin as they spoke with a genin, no matter how much better he was than his peers, was not conducive to the image he liked to portray. Still, he was close enough to observe them easily enough, and his hearing was sharp enough that he didn't need to worry about missing any words spoken. Not that he was spying on them or anything, and he definitely wasn't listening in on their conversation any more than what was to be expected anyway. They were after all a strange group of three speaking within the Jounin lounge during the Chunin exams in the presence of foreign representatives. There was also that little fact that only one of them was actually supposed to be here at all. No one was going to try to kick out the other two, though. Mainly because no one really cared, and only further dissuaded by the fact that one of them was Mitarashi fucking Anko, one of the few others allowed to use the fucking between her names, and she seemed quite close to the other. If it bothered I of the foreign Jounin, they made no mention of it, knowing better than to do such in someone else's village. Not only was it likely to be ignored, but they would probably be allowed to stay out of sheer spite. Never should one underestimate the pettiness of shinobi. Kakashi was not a little surprised then when the genin excused himself from the presence of the two attractive women to sit by him. Fortunately, none of this surprise showed on his face. Thank the gods for half masks. So you've let them into the exam already? You must be very proud of their progress. A little forwards perhaps, but it also cut straight to the chase, for which Kakashi was appreciative. He had never been one for small talk. They do well enough. The man shrugged. It would be a pity to deny them this opportunity. The young redhead raised an inquiring brow. So you don't think they've made proper progress then? Kakashi took a moment to think before giving a nod. They've made very little progress for themselves, though two of them are able to make use of advantages they've been gifted. Only one of my students seems to have made much progress, and it's only because she doesn't share with them anything that would allow her to operate above the work she's put into training. Even then, the progress is still minimal. They aren't able to get much from my attempts at teaching, and I'm not good at it in the first place. Were it not for their special abilities, I'd be certain they would never go anywhere. His new companion didn't seem to react any more than becoming thoughtful, but those close enough to hear them did. Not because of what the son of the White Fawn had said, though that was of substantial note, but due to the simple fact that Kakashi had spoken so much with minimal prompting. Kakashi had always been a man of few words, and those words he did speak fit his nature perfectly. A thought-out response was not what people had come to expect from him, and certainly not to a question that could have been answered so casually. If that's the case, I expect this could serve as a proper learning experience for them. This time, aware of the attention they were receiving, Kakashi kept it short and simple, answering with a shrug and a quiet maybe. The genin didn't seem bothered at all by the shorter answer, settling in comfortably enough to wait for the screens to be properly set up. The Hokage's office was already prepared to allow him to watch over the proceedings, which had the added bonus of assuring proper recording devices had already been set up, but they had to wait on the less than tech-savvy Eternal Chunin, as they were so often called. Fortunately, in the case of anything going wrong, this would mean the Hokage would see things going on as they happened, whereas they, the Jounin, or the group that was supposed to be composed exclusively of them at any rate who were watching, would always be behind, playing a constant game of catch-up to watch the success or failure of those they had trained. By the time they realized something was wrong, the Hokage could have already responded to the issue and found a resolution. The past had proven this to be quite effective at stopping possible confrontations short. With that in mind, one had to wonder if the two Chunin in the room were taking so long on purpose, or if the Hokage, knowing how bad they were, had placed them there just because it would serve to buy him time in a most natural of manners. After all, there was little that could be considered more human than incompetence. It was something quite a few people even seemed to excel at. These two served as a prime example. So much that it was actually a bit irritating. Honestly, of course, he didn't have much time to dwell on that before they were joined by the sole Tokubetsu Jounin in the room, the woman squeezing up next to the young man like an over-affectionate pet greeting their owner after a long vacation. It was quite strange, but then again it was Anko. He personally felt that pretty much summed up any necessary explanation, and he certainly wasn't the only one. He was, however, Hatake motherfucking Kakashi, so that opinion registered as little more than a raised eyebrow at her antics. Normally he'd make some sort of comment, but Naruto was involved, and he didn't want to say anything that might in some way insult him, even indirectly, or give him a reason to dislike him. He was rather fond of the boy after all. You didn't think he hid bodies for just anyone, did you? Oddly enough, the purple-haired woman was rather subdued, seemingly content to just be snuggled, for there were few other words that could be used to accurately describe her current position, not that he would utter any of them up to the young man. There was that young one, what, a year ago? 2? It didn't really matter, he supposed the important thing was that his little brother seemed to be good with the ladies. The other girl had been older, but this was an older kunoichi. He was so proud. Turning back to check the progress of the Chunin, they seemed farther behind than when he last checked. He couldn't help but notice Kurenai was back where the migrating group had started. She didn't seem all that happy to have been left behind, but she also seemed a bit hesitant to join in. Not that it stopped her in the end. With swift strides that hid her discomfort, she positioned herself next to Anko. Far away from Kakashi, separated from Naruto, but still close enough to be a part of this new group. It was rather odd, Kakashi would admit. Unless, of course, his little brother was more of a ladies' man than he had ever expected. Go, Naruto! She tried valiantly to ignore the stares. She had enough to worry about with the exam alone. She was definitely further along her training than most of her peers, but never had her mother covered anything these questions were requiring from her. Kakashi, too, was not the kind of person to teach cryptology, or any sort of physics beyond hit hard, and they GT hit hard. Come to think of it, she really couldn't see someone like Kiba being taught this by Kurenai either. Even Asuma didn't strike her as the type to cover something so specialized as to have its own division, one that never saw the light of day either, or something that was more theoretical than any practical shinobi would ever need. Who cared what the exact amount was so long as muscle memory allowed you to make the proper throw? It didn't make any damn sense, and the eyes constantly on her certainly weren't doing her any favors. The worst part was it wasn't a single set of eyes either. One set would look at her for a moment or two and then be replaced by another over and over again. She had only managed to catch their gaze a few times each, and the only constant seemed to be an anxious trepidation with a hint of suspicion, as if they somehow knew her or what she contained and were wary because of it. But that was ridiculous, for none but a few knew the secret, and she hadn't done anything that she knew of at least to warrant such a reaction from anybody. Of course there was a distance in their eyes, as if they were looking at her but seeing someone else. But who could they be seeing? She looked nothing like her mother, and the closest person to her looks that was infamous was the Yondaime Hokage, who was long dead. She had visited Kaze no Kuni, where the shinobi hailed from, judging by the Suna headbands, but back then she had been just a child trying to learn the way of the kunoichi, nothing worth any real mention. Now, if Kakashi was to be believed, the only genin of mention would be Naruto. Could they know her brother somehow? He was certainly off on missions often enough with that Tokubetsu Jounin that had taken a shine to him. Maybe he had met them during one of them? No, that didn't sound quite right. They didn't seem angry or resentful, nor did they seem to look at her in any way that would indicate them as being possible allies during the competition. Obviously her brother did not have a strong positive or negative impact on them, at least not one large enough to transfer over to her. Considering how rare it was for two shinobi to meet during a mission that did not in some way conflict, she was pretty confident any interaction between them wouldn't have been in such a situation. Of course, were that to be the case, why would they be looking at her? They could have met her brother in the days before the exam, but what might he have done to leave an impression that had them looking at her with hesitant suspicion, as if they were trying to determine how much of a threat she was? She'd like to believe they just thought she was more capable than some of the competition, and they weren't exactly wrong considering that she had training her comrades didn't, but 2 of them were older and all 3 came across as having a surplus of field experience. She could also swear the younger one with short hair the same color as her brother's had an odor of dried blood and dust that permeated the air around him with its muted metallic tang. She doubted very much that it was from an injury he had sustained, for he didn't have so much as a scratch on him. From what she could see, even his hands were without the calluses shared by his teammates. Not a physical fighter then, and certainly one skilled enough to avoid those who were. There was also far less fear, no wariness in his questioning gaze, instead a puzzled calculation that tried to figure everything out about her it possibly could. And if all else didn't point to their looks being sent because of another, there was still the way their eyes seemed drawn to her right arm, searching the skin for something that wasn't there. Has her brother not covered his arm in bandages? Were they not present both when she returned to Konoha and when they had met for a spar that went so horribly wrong? An injury was possible, but many should have been healed pretty easily in that time frame at the Konoha hospital. They also didn't strike her as the type dumb enough to believe whatever injury he carried there would be present on his sister's flesh. That meant that if it was a scar, it was a very specific and undoubtedly deliberate symbol that was easy to recognize. More than likely it was a tattoo, or he had experimented with seals, something rather dangerous, and placed one upon himself. If it was the latter case, he was either a damn prodigy, very lucky, or both, considering Konoha's only seal master had been busy trying to stabilize his spy network after the Kyuubi attack all those years ago. Mito Kyuubi, she reminded herself, really had made quite a lot of trouble for them, almost more than she felt a Jinchuriki was worth. Regardless, the fact that they kept looking despite her arm quite plainly being completely bare was a bit strange. Did they honestly expect some sort of symbol to just appear on her arm while they were looking at her? Actually, the Uchiha clan was famous for spitting miniature suns at people, and the Akimichi could turn themselves into giants rivaling the Biju in size. Perhaps mysteriously appearing symbols on her arm wasn't such a strange expectation. And she also couldn't dismiss the possibility that these 3 held something close to Kakashi's opinion on her brother, and that he immediately surpassed all expectations one could ever set before him. She wanted to resent him for it sometimes, but excluding one spar, she hadn't really interacted with him. The chance, too, that Kakashi was just using it to annoy them was also too high for her to risk forming any opinion, or making any plans based on his words. A particularly loud scrape of a pencil brought her out of her thoughts, and made her keenly aware of the remaining time, or more specifically the lack of it. With hurried strokes of her pencil, she half-assed decoding the message before writing, "If you need to calculate how hard to throw it, you shouldn't be in the field." Under the picture of a shinobi in a tree. It would have to do, as with a bellow their examiner called for the writing to stop. Hopefully what she did would be enough. It would be rather pathetic, for her plans to both aid and get closer to her brother were ended by one lousy paper test. Then again, that's exactly the kind of thing Kakashi would sign them up for. Sadistic bastard. Said sadistic bastard was suddenly, for reasons he did not know, filled with the content feeling of a job well done. But that was absolutely ridiculous. He hadn't actually worked in quite some time now. No, all he did these days were watch over the mini ninjas and call it training. It was far too cushy and often amusing to be called work. H's attention was quickly pulled from the brief, unexplainable feeling when his red-haired companion spoke. "Hey Anko, don't you have Genin to torment right about now?" She looked like she might stay where she was, practically fused to his side, but eventually the idea of scaring the piss from a room full of brats won over. With a noticeable pout, she broke away from him and jumped from the nearest window, most of the room shaking their heads at her. Everyone knew that shinobi entered through windows and left through the front door. Usually because by then there was no one in the building to stop them. 000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 They had split as soon as they had left the site of the villagers, squad after squad breaking away from what had started as an impressive army, until there remained not one single trace of the forces of Nami no Kuni. Parading down the open streets might have been good for patriotage, but it was not good when you were planning to move an army into the lands of Hai no Kuni to aid it against an army that the people of Fire didn't even know about. Of course, that's not to say they did this in total secrecy. No, that was a bad idea, one that had far too high a risk of going terribly, horribly wrong. The last thing they aimed for was starting a war in the process of preventing one. That would be completely unproductive of them, and a rather sad waste of resources on their part. That said, only a handful of people needed to be in the know for it to not be a secret. The most important of those would be without a doubt the ruler whose lands they were entering. How their lord managed to gain sanction for these actions from the daimyo of Hai no Kuni many had no idea, even fewer could understand how that had gone even farther, and allowed Orochimaru of the Sannin to be leading that army. If nothing else, it reminded everyone there not to underestimate the Lord of Wolves. How strange it was that of all these men and women ready to go to war on the orders of one man, only some of them had ever actually seen him, and even fewer his face. Then again, it was not their place to question. Even the forces of the snake, curious as they may be about the man who was working with their master, knew better than to voice any questions lest they be seen as dissenters, for if there was one thing clear, it was that the sage of snakes was completely dedicated to the man who ruled over his pack from afar like the moon shining down upon the midnight hunt. It was like moonbeams through the canopy that they had scattered off to the places they would sit in wait for what was likely going to be an entire month. They could move later, of course, but that would risk being too late to stop the invasion of Konoha from succeeding. They weren't about to try intercepting the army, that would be foolish, but if the army was to pass them by unknowingly, it would open them to an attack from the rear, something that could cripple their attempts and leave whatever shinobi smart enough to break away easy pickings for the wolves. That is to say, easy pickings for them. If their lord had things his way and they were determined to make it so, not a single shinobi foolish enough to attack Konoha would be left alive. Why did he need survivors to pass on the message when the silence of the dead spoke so loudly? Only one small group would actually be proceeding into Konoha proper, a guard that was to follow Orochimaru of the Sannin as they infiltrated the village they had left behind so many years ago. Not that they had actually been instructed to do so. No, their task was to accompany Orochimaru as they led Tsukuyomi's army into Hai no Kuni to both defend their lord's territory and place themselves in a favorable position with the daimyo of Hai no Kuni. If the snake Sannin wanted to go into Konoha, however, who were they to stop them? Naturally, it had nothing to do with the fact that it would bring more wolves into closer proximity of their lord in case something were to happen, or that they knew the Sannin wouldn't hesitate to aid Tsukuyomi. Nothing at all. Rather than watching the video feed that was just now beginning to show at the beginning, despite the actual exam being minutes away from its conclusion, Naruto excused himself soon after Anko left to perform her duties as the second examiner. Chapter 51: The Snake Draws Near. They had split as soon as they had left the site of the villagers, squad after squad, breaking away from what had started as an impressive army until there remained not one single trace of the forces of Nami no Kuni. Parading down the open streets might have been good for patriotage, but it was not good when you were planning to move an army into the lands of Hai no Kuni to aid it against an army that the people of Fire didn't even know about. Of course, that's not to say they did this in total secrecy. No, that was a bad idea, one that had far too high a risk of going terribly, horribly wrong. The last thing they aimed for was starting a war in the process of preventing one. That would be completely unproductive of them, and a rather sad waste of resources on their part. That said, only a handful of people needed to be in the know for it to not be a secret. The most important of those would be without a doubt the ruler whose lands they were entering. How their lord managed to gain sanction for these actions from the daimyo of Hai no Kuni many had no idea, even fewer could understand how that had gone even farther, and allowed Orochimaru of the Sannin to be leading that army. If nothing else, it reminded everyone there not to underestimate the Lord of Wolves. How strange it was that of all these men and women ready to go to war on the orders of one man, only some of them had ever actually seen him, and even fewer his face. Then again, it was not their place to question. Even the forces of the snake, curious as they may be about the man who was working with their master, knew better than to voice any questions lest they be seen as dissenters, for if there was one thing clear, it was that the sage of snakes was completely dedicated to the man who ruled over his pack from afar like the moon shining down upon the midnight hunt. It was like moonbeams through the canopy that they had scattered off to the places they would sit in wait for what was likely going to be an entire month. They could move later, of course, but that would risk being too late to stop the invasion of Konoha from succeeding. They weren't about to try intercepting the army, that would be foolish, but if the army was to pass them by unknowingly, it would open them to an attack from the rear, something that could cripple their attempts and leave whatever shinobi smart enough to break away easy pickings for the wolves. That is to say, easy pickings for them. If their lord had things his way and they were determined to make it so, not a single shinobi foolish enough to attack Konoha would be left alive. Why did he need survivors to pass on the message when the silence of the dead spoke so loudly? Only one small group would actually be proceeding into Konoha proper, a guard that was to follow Orochimaru of the Sannin as they infiltrated the village they had left behind so many years ago. Not that they had actually been instructed to do so. No, their task was to accompany Orochimaru as they led Tsukuyomi's army into Hai no Kuni to both defend their lord's territory and place themselves in a favorable position with the daimyo of Hai no Kuni. If the Snake Sannin wanted to go into Konoha, however, who were they to stop them? Naturally, it had nothing to do with the fact that it would bring more wolves into closer proximity of their lord in case something were to happen, or that they knew the Sannin wouldn't hesitate to aid Tsukuyomi. Nothing at all. Rather than watching the video feed that was just now beginning to show at the beginning, despite the actual exam being minutes away from its conclusion, Naruto excused himself soon after Anko left to perform her duties as the second examiner. Some may have made the assumption that because she had been the one to bring him, then without her he felt himself unwelcome amongst the various jounin. He didn't mind that at all. It kept more people from questioning it more that he wanted his actions scrutinized. Discarding rules was nothing new to him. Neither was performing obviously illegal operations, but this was quite a bit farther than he had dared go before, and even with the backing of the fire daimyo, who was surprisingly accommodating and understanding about the situation, he couldn't help but worry about what was to come. Not for himself certainly, but for his children, for it was they who were placing themselves in danger upon his command. Were he to be honest, they probably would have been placing themselves in danger anyway. If not to protect him, which really was the most likely reasons for them to endanger themselves regardless of his wishes, then because they would be trying to prove to themselves perhaps that they had a purpose. They had not enjoyed playing the parts of indefinite sleeper agents, who would likely never be called upon to do what they had been trained to. It had been quite fortunate that he had been the one to stumble upon them, and it was a good thing he didn't like to let things go to waste either. And now the very force he had returned them to had grown and was currently on the move to participate in a battle that could be reasonably expected to start a war that could easily spread across the entire world depending on how things went and how the other countries reacted to it. It should come with little surprise that he was a bit stressed about the coming month. That said, there was little more to do at the moment, but wait. He really needed something to take his mind off of everything. Not for the first time Naruto was reminded that he really needed a hobby. Konoha was just as lax in security, as she had remembered. Then again, they may have been Umbu, but she was one of the legendary Sannin. It also helped that with a simple wolf mask and a guard of similarly dressed escorts, it was really easy to just walk in the front gates without being questioned. Well, openly at least. One of the guards had stayed back to provide credentials for the group as was procedure, but for the sake of image Konoha wasn't about to detain the entire group of wolves when the daimyo of Hai no Kuni had accepted them and given their leader noble status among his court. It was known well enough by the populace of Konoha and the surrounding countries, and the likelihood of still other countries knowing was high. Too many questions would arise should they be seen stopping the group after the daimyo himself had granted them access to the village. The wolves were accommodating enough, however, to cooperate in this manner to ensure Konoha was more at ease. The fact that it slightly decreased the amount of shinobi who watched their movements throughout the village had nothing to do with their little arrangement. Nope, nothing at all. Okay, maybe a little. It was just easier for everyone this way. Not that Orochimaru found herself particularly caring how they got in so long as they had gotten in. Naruto was here, and that was the important part, because now she was here in the same village as him, separated not by countries but by mere blocks. Though there could be dozens of them between them at any given moment, she really didn't dwell on that fact. That she could traverse openly. Or as openly as a woman in a mask at any rate. Of course, she was also finding that the decreased distance was making things far more difficult for her. She was so close, damn it, but she still couldn't see him. Well, she could, but she was sensible enough to know that she wasn't exactly a welcome presence in this village, even if she was now a woman, and logically no one should believe her to be the traitorous sage from all those years ago. Unfortunately, she had always had some feminine traits to her appearance. Not a lot, but certainly enough to make people overlook her breasts long enough to identify her, and cause a ruckus, and getting caught would affect more than just herself and her plans. It would impact Naruto and his plans, and that was unacceptable to the snake summoner. Both of them really, not that either of them knew that. Sadly, only one of them would actually appreciate how similar the student was to the teacher in that aspect. Considering her loathing for him, it certainly wasn't the student. The student, however, was free to spend time with Naruto, Orochimaru's precious godson. It was probably a good thing Orochimaru didn't know about that, actually not until she had actually had a chance to meet him in person first. After that, everyone else was free to crowd around and shower him with the attention and affection he rightly deserved as her Crimson Prince. That would have to wait for now, unfortunately, as work came before pleasure, especially when Naruto shouldn't have been aware that she had made her way inside the village proper, though she would not have been surprised in the slightest if one of her escorts had sent word ahead. Hell, if that was the case, she wholeheartedly approved. Though it did reinforce the fact that she needed to take care of her personal goals as quickly as possible. She wasn't too worried that he might not like what she was doing, but at the same time it was better not to risk it. There was also that bit in which, should she meet with him, she probably wouldn't be able to pull herself away to do what she needed to, and such a shame that waste would be. She had an amazing opportunity, after all, a chance at the tool that could see her dreams become reality. The Sharingan, the ultimate tool for learning the shinobi techniques she had dedicated and extended her life to knowing. Immortality, some did not realize, was merely a means to an end for her. She didn't care for eternal life nearly as much as what she could use that life towards, and not anywhere close to how much she cared for her beloved godson. So the sooner she became an immortal possessor of the Sharingan, the sooner she could dedicate herself in her entirety to his care. If she was really fortunate, she might get a whole pair of Sharingan and be able to persuade Naruto into taking both a powerful dojutsu and whatever immortality she manages to perfect. Then they could live forever mastering techniques until the world looked up to them and saw only divinity unsurpassed. Not that the wolves needed any more convincing in Naruto's case. Words really couldn't describe how proud she was of what he had managed to accomplish. Still, she would have time aplenty to praise him and all he had done over the last few years when her work was done. For now she had an exam to crash and an Uchiha to hunt. A shiver of excitement ran down her spine. Oh, she was going to enjoy this. The first drink was enough to calm his nerves, and the second served only to provide him with something to occupy himself with, as he allowed his thoughts to wash over him like an ocean. It wasn't like him to be this nervous about anything. He had never had such a problem before. One might also note he had never really made plans like this before either. Most of his work over the past few years had been in the heat of the moment, taking advantage of opportunities he was fortunate enough to be presented with. Now, however, he had plans that were to be coming into fruition soon. Plots that he had time to ponder the consequences of. He would be the first to admit he was nervous, but he was also quite confident that his wolves would never ask such a thing. And that was the source of it all, the wolves, his wolves. He was their leader, their guide, their father, and it was his duty to sow what was best for them. It was a role he was happy to perform, a purpose he was happy to fulfill. Knowing that the nervousness was more than worth it, a small sacrifice to ensure his children were taken care of. Children. It was such an odd thought, but he found that he rather liked the notion that he was a father of so many that they all looked up to him for guidance, and would take his words to heart without hesitation. For a long time now they were, he knew, his family. And there was nothing more important to an Uzumaki than their family. It came without warning, but it didn't. There were signs both subtle and obvious, but they had all been overlooked. The brief skittering of panicked animals was to be expected in such a situation, the resulting silence unnatural were he to think back on it garnished no attention as they kept focused only at the task at hand. That had been a mistake. They knew the forest was dangerous, the crazy examiner had said as much, but even if they hadn't realized just how dangerous it would be during their visit, they should have kept more alert. Such a mistake could have easily lost them their lives. As it was, it had nearly cost them victory. The world, it would seem, had been merciful this day, but that was not to say she had not punished them in other ways. The crash of a serpent, a streak of pale flesh, haunting yellow eyes that burned into your soul, and a venomous bite that vanished in a swirl of long black hair. It was over almost as soon as it had begun. "You're mine, Sasuke-kun," the voice had whispered softly. "And if you behave, perhaps I'll grant you more gifts like this one." His strength vanished with her passing as if she had taken it with her, and he rushed to obey gravity. Consciousness had abandoned him before he finished. "Sasuke-kun!" There was pain. And then nothing. The tree was almost too convenient, likely having been used by countless others in this exact same situation, or at least situations close enough to their own over the years, but neither of them felt like arguing with fortune that seemed to be improving in their favor. This, if nothing else, might go right. and to think the exam had only just started. Room for improvement, she supposed, but also plenty of time for things to get much, much worse. The Uchiha had been a great deterrent, and while he wasn't the strongest that was her position, he was still a huge tactical advantage, especially when with him incapacitated more teams would be confident enough to take them on. Everyone knew that the Uchiha were fearsome, but it was a far fewer number that was aware that the Uzumaki were traditionally superior, something that had carried over to their team exactly so. And as strong as she was not so foolish to believe she could take on a team of more experienced genin on her own. At least not without help. Briefly, eyes darted to the flash of pink that had settled down by their down teammate, and taken it upon herself his care. Not that she blamed the girl. They both, well, the three and their sensei, really knew that the civilian-born girl was not suited to combat or survival situations such as the one they now found themselves in, and she did her best work as a supporting role. Now, however, that's not what they needed. The Uchiha Sasuke was stable enough, but that said nothing for when he would be awake again, let alone able to continue on. Even then, there was a difference between being able to continue on and being able to help the group. It was a very distinct possibility that the boy was going to be a hindrance to the group, a rather costly liability. Unfortunately, there was no hope for the other two if he was unable to make it, as the exam was team-based. Their chances hung almost completely upon their teammate waking up and being well enough not to drag the entire team down. Victory perhaps wasn't the biggest concern at the moment, actually. They could always try again when there was less of a chance of interference from, well, whoever that had been. Certainly not a genin, that was for damn sure. For now, survival was the primary objective. Promotion simply wasn't worth the risk of getting killed by a more vicious team, or because they made a mistake and were punished for it by the forest they were currently trapped in. Hell, at this point she was strongly considering hunkering down and waiting for the exam to end. Gods above knew she had more than enough provisions for that. In fact, she probably had enough provisions to feed every team within the forest for the entire duration of the exam, and then some, and that was including Chuji's infamous appetite. Then again, the giant cave created by a massive tree was perhaps not the most hidden of locations. Defensible, yes, but the idea was to keep away from combat until they were in a better position. Sitting there waiting for inevitable fights were not within their best interest at the moment. Luckily, convincing her fellow kunoichi of that shouldn't be too hard. The girl already knew she was out of her league in this situation, and it would only take a single hint about the danger her precious Uchiha was in to get her to cave in and follow her lead. Naruto might have felt bad about that if it wasn't to ensure their survival. Panting and trembling, a mixture of rage and exhaustion, no doubt her former apprentice glared loathfully at her in a manner that warmed her heart. Scratches and cuts adorned the purple-haired secondary summoner, and the snake sage had the feeling there would be plenty of bruises to go with them by evening. The woman was going to wake up sore tomorrow, that was for certain. Well, if she was allowed to wake up at all, really. It would be easy to end her now. She was still no match for the woman who had trained her well. She had been a man during the training, but it was the same person at least, and to be honest, very few were. You don't become legendary for nothing after all. She had actually, as a he, become famous for losing to one of the most fearsome shinobi of modern times, Hanzo, but the fact that she had survived a battle against him even with two allies was a testament to their skill and power. The real question was, did she really want to kill her old apprentice? It wasn't out of any sentimentality or bond that she paused long enough to contemplate this, but more because it seemed like such a waste. At the same time, however, her former apprentice had the potential to become a thorn in her side eventually, and that's not something she wanted, not when she was so close from being able to devote all her time to her Crimson Prince. The decision was taken from her hands with a face in the distance, a very distinct face. A white wolf snarled back at her. It hadn't been part of her escort, for they had all been dismissed and were no doubt reporting to her prince at this very moment, and that meant it was either here for the exams in general, or to watch over the examiner in specific. The shaking of their head indicated the latter, which meant her former apprentice was in some way, perhaps even one unknown to her, associated with Naruto. And if that was the case, she wasn't going to try interfering, not when it risked upsetting him in any way. Oh pity, looks like you've made some friends. We can't play anymore, it would seem, but it was good to see you again, Enko-chan. And with that she slipped back into the forest, leaving the wolf to ensure the Tokubetsu Jounin was okay. Idly she wondered if her old apprentice had even realized that she was now female. He didn't need to turn around to know of their presence, or feel their own nervousness, something that didn't do his own nerves any favors. Silently he drained another drink, focusing on the burn as it trailed down his throat. That would be his last for the day. He couldn't risk doing anything more than boosting his confidence enough to clear away the unease he felt. Report. It was short and clipped, an order that was to be carried out without question. Not that they would ever question him. He couldn't decide if that was actually a good thing. The army moves Lord Tsukiyomi, and will be in place to turn the tides against Suna. The one who spoke was kneeling. They all were really, and did not so much as lift his head without permission. It was the difference between those who had been given a task and those who were simply found near one of the dens. Idly he recognized it as part of their route training, Danzo's attempt to take the average shinobi's ability to transition between relaxed and combat states taken to the extreme in hopes of making living weapons. Their personalities had prevented the conditioning from being successful, so instead it had simply enhanced an ability most experienced shinobi already had. Not a bad thing by any means, but yet another reminder that his children were set apart from the rest. They were better, yes, but they had their own flaws. Danzo's failure, however, had helped smooth them down. When it came to shinobi, they didn't get much better than what Danzo had accidentally created, that which Danzo had not seen the true value of. Naruto found himself once again grateful towards the man, and briefly wondered what his reaction would be if he were to call him uncle. It would be amusing to see, if nothing else. Good. His voice reflected nothing of the turbulent trouble of his thoughts rolling between odd wonderings and incessant worrying. He would need to get a hold of himself, and soon. There was no way he could spend a month like this. He supposed he might be more at ease during the break between exams, as then he'd have more information to mull over. He could make plans and contingencies with hard information. Speculation as to the results of the first most critical parts of the exam? Not so much, unfortunately. The fact that he could practically feel his subordinates' own unease, however, did little to provide assurance that the month would pass easily. With a barely audible sigh, though one he was certain his wolves had been able to hear, he asked what happened. It was a little less accusatory than something like, "What did you do wrong?" But the idea was much the same. He knew something was up and had deduced that it wasn't favorable. His wolves, despite any nervousness, loyally answered. "It's Orochimaru-sama, Tsukiyomi-sama." It was the same one to speak, as was often the case when they were performing their duties. One was always chosen, or perhaps lost the draw. He wasn't too sure to act as the voice for the gathering of wolves. Be it 3 dozen or every wolf under his command, come to think of it, he didn't actually know those exact numbers. He needed to look through Sai's latest reports soon. At least that was somewhat productive. When they were following his orders, only one would speak. In a small group like this it wasn't much, but when he was meeting with larger gatherings in Nami, it was undeniably strange for the amassed wolves to be perfectly silent save one. In fact, if he wasn't so used to the wolves and their mannerisms, it could have been rather off-putting. It was a good thing this was only done as wolves, as if it had carried over to their daily lives they could never have blended into Konoha as sleeper agents in any capacity. The wolf continued completely oblivious to the musings of his master. They would not remain with the great pack, or in other words the army he had obtained, and instead came here within Konoha's walls. We don't know what they're planning, but they ran off soon after arriving. Naruto pondered it for a moment before giving a soft hum. I see. And how did Orochimaru Dano enter Konoha? The feeling of unease grew, and for a moment he had the mental image of naughty chibi wolf children who had been caught trying to sneak sweets before dinner. It was a rather amusing thought. We addressed them as a wolf, Tsukiyomi-sama. Naruto gave a quiet snort. Quite apt, I'd say. Tsukiyomi-sama? The wolf questioned, not following. His fellows were similarly curious but held their tongues well. It's only appropriate that they be dressed as a wolf, he explained, still not turning to look at those that had gathered in the room with him. For they have been released amongst the sheep. The calm manner in which he said such was the complete opposite of his nerves. That's just what he needed Orochimaru doing who knows what in the village when he was trying to have the wolves lay low to avoid scaring off Suna too soon. Split up, find them, and keep careful watch, he ordered. If at all possible, try herding the snake sage back here or to the den. I don't want them out and about when we have an army hiding throughout Hai no Kuni. As you command, Tsukiyomi-sama. Even without turning, he knew the kneeling wolf pressed closer to the wooden floor before turning and hurrying away, eager to fulfill his wishes to make up for having brought and loosed the snake summoner upon Konoha. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, Naruto sighed before heading for his desk. Might as well go through the reports, at least they might be able to distract him for a few hours. This is a bad idea. His voice was like churning gravel, showing his distaste with the situation. To be fair, it wasn't too different from his regular voice. Still, she resolutely ignored his comment, focusing instead on the figure slowly putting distance between himself and them. The bad idea mentioned could very well be the fact that he was going off alone, or a reminder that should the most influential clan of his destination discover his secret, they would face even more problems than they currently did. Neither of those reasons, though they were quite true, and she wholeheartedly agreed, were the cause of her current company's displeasure. "Do you have any better ideas, Zabuza?" she asked, not yet turning to face the rogue Kiri shinobi. Technically they were all rogue, he was just one of the few the world noted for it. "Yeah," he grunted. "Just about anything else. I keep telling you no good is going to come from reaching out to them. We don't exactly have much of a choice. You know this." His snort was sharp and short. It also sounded distinctly unamused. "I do, and if they don't already, they will soon enough. That's the last thing we want." They helped wave wine at us. She had yet to turn around, knowing that her hands would immediately find her hips in a most unleader-like fashion. She was supposed to represent her forces and be an example for them, and so she would refrain from making this argument, one they had many times previously, seem like any more of an argument than it absolutely had to be. Her voice, however, had no such qualms, and Zabuza could practically hear the hands resting on her hips. "They took over wave," was his counter. He had used it several times before, and he was sticking with it. The statement alone quite nicely summed up a lot of the issues this plan had. Nevertheless, he added a bit more so she wouldn't try attacking the fact that he had brought it up once more. Either they live up to their namesake, or someone saw them, and named aptly. Either way, they will tear us apart in our weakened state, and take everything for themselves. It's what they do. He shook his head, wishing she'd listen and spare them all the trouble that would follow with those she sought. They are wolves, and they will devour everything they can. Her arms, already loosely crossed over her sizable bust, tightened in agitation. Then they can devour Yagura, and when they have filled themselves on him, we will send them back to their den. He gave a sigh but didn't argue, there was no point. She didn't seem to want to believe that if they killed Yagura, then this would become their den, yet another place completely under their control. Nami no Kuni was already theirs, and they had found the support of Hai no Kuni if rumors were to be believed. Knowing that, there was little doubt their touch reached into Konoha Hai no Kuni's shinobi village. Zabuza had to wonder how much of the world they would actually manage to acquire, and how much of it he would see come to pass in his lifetime. 00000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000do The only sounds in the room were the slow shuffling of papers interrupted by the scratching of a pen and the constant buffeting of a slowly turning fan. Sunset was far enough yet that you could still call it late afternoon rather than evening, but a combination of nearby buildings and the distant walls of the village was enough to dim the light to a warmer, if slightly more dull light that poured through his window. It wasn't the den where his primary office was, but lately he had taken to doing more of his work in his apartment. The atmosphere here was far more relaxed, and while it may not be more secure, he still found himself more comfortable sitting at a desk in the spare bedroom. The apartment hadn't originally possessed a spare bedroom, but that's really what he got for having left some of the wolves here while he was about managing the start of Nami no Kuni and going on missions with Anko. They had in his absence decided that they would go ahead and move around some of the walls. The landlady had been less than pleased. Fortunately, a bit of money enough to buy a rather large house on a decent piece of land, and the new standing of Hai no Kuni's House of Wolves was enough to remedy the issue. It had the additional effect of him owning the complex so long as the rent from all other tenants went to her. Not the best deal as things were currently, but it did mean that if he ever needed more space, he could just knock down some more walls, and the lack of apartments for more tenants would lead to the landlady manager at this point really receiving less rent. Luckily for her, he had no intentions of doing any remodeling anytime soon and had been very careful to avoid mentioning any of the details of that particular deal to the other wolves. Last thing they needed was to know they could get away with it. Pulling his thoughts from his new office, he instead focused on the papers before him. Sai had been diligent in his reports, as had Mai, and he had been less than so in actually reading them. Considering some of the comments that had been left hidden within them, the two were well aware, and were just waiting for him to eventually stumble upon them. jotting down more notes about the contents of the reports, half of said notes being reminders of his subordinates' little surprises so he could make sure to respond. He was vaguely aware that his front door was being opened. From the corner of the room, the single wolf that had been standing guard in his presence, the others and the rest of the apartment, or patrolling the perimeter, moved to the door, cracking it open enough to confirm the identities of the recent entrants. Naruto himself was a bit more interested in pondering what possible reasons Sai might have had to randomly insert a 10-verse piece of poetry about how much his night patrols whined about being caught in the rain. It was pretty good surprisingly, but why he didn't just include it as a separate document, he didn't know. Finishing with the actual relevant parts of the report on that page, he set it to the side to keep. It would be a shame for all of his hard work to go to waste. With no small amount of amusement, Naruto could picture Sai sitting at his desk half asleep as he idly doodled and came up with poetry, his head never rising from a propped position atop a closed fist. Of course, the second one of the other wolves or waves, Governor Hana, entered the room, Sai would snap to a more dignified position to look as if he was actually working on something. The fact that only half of Sei's reports had anything of value in them wasn't because Sai was bad at them, Naruto suspected, but rather because his commander was trying to waste as much time as he could with the task. The non-essential parts, primarily being towards the end of the reports, supported such a conclusion. And once again his mind was wondering. Chapter 52 Godmother. The only sounds in the room were the slow shuffling of papers interrupted by the scratching of a pen and the constant buffeting of a slowly turning fan. Sunset was far enough yet that you could still call it late afternoon rather than evening, but a combination of nearby buildings and the distant walls of the village was enough to dim the light to a warmer, if slightly more dull light that poured through his window. It wasn't the den where his primary office was, but lately he had taken to doing more of his work in his apartment. The atmosphere here was far more relaxed, and while it may not be more secure, he still found himself more comfortable sitting at a desk in the spare bedroom. The apartment hadn't originally possessed a spare bedroom, but that's really what he got for having left some of the wolves here while he was about managing the start of Nami no Kuni and going on missions with Anko. They had in his absence decided that they would go ahead and move around some of the walls. The landlady had been less than pleased. Fortunately, a bit of money enough to buy a rather large house on a decent piece of land, and the new standing of Hai no Kuni's House of Wolves was enough to remedy the issue. It had the additional effect of him owning the complex so long as the rent from all other tenants went to her. Not the best deal as things were currently, but it did mean that if he ever needed more space he could just knock down some more walls, and the lack of apartments for more tenants would lead to the landlady manager at this point really receiving less rent. Luckily for her, he had no intentions of doing any remodeling anytime soon and had been very careful to avoid mentioning any of the details of that particular deal to the other wolves. Last thing they needed was to know they could get away with it. Pulling his thoughts from his new office, he instead focused on the papers before him. Sai had been diligent in his reports, as had Mai, and he had been less than so in actually reading them. Considering some of the comments that had been left hidden within them, the two were well aware, and were just waiting for him to eventually stumble upon them. Jotting down more notes about the contents of the reports, half of said notes being reminders of his subordinates' little surprises so he could make sure to respond, he was vaguely aware that his front door was being opened. From the corner of the room, the single wolf that had been standing guard in his presence, the others and the rest of the apartment, or patrolling the perimeter, moved to the door, cracking it open enough to confirm the identities of the recent entrants. Naruto himself was a bit more interested in pondering what possible reasons Sai might have had to randomly insert a 10-verse piece of poetry about how much his night patrols whined about being caught in the rain. It was pretty good surprisingly, but why he didn't just include it as a separate document, he didn't know. Finishing with the actual relevant parts of the report on that page, he set it to the side to keep. It would be a shame for all of his hard work to go to waste. With no small amount of amusement, Naruto could picture Sai sitting at his desk half asleep as he idly doodled and came up with poetry, his head never rising from a propped position atop a closed fist. Of course, the second one of the other wolves or waves, Governor Hana, entered the room, Sai would snap to a more dignified position to look as if he was actually working on something. The fact that only half of Sei's reports had anything of value in them wasn't because Sai was bad at them, Naruto suspected, but rather because his commander was trying to waste as much time as he could with the task. The non-essential parts, primarily being towards the end of the reports, supported such a conclusion. And once again his mind was wondering. Still, it was better than worrying about all the things that could go wrong with trying to stop an invasion force using the army of another foreign country that wouldn't be able to tell your intentions at first glance. The chances of them being mistaken for aggressors was far too high for his liking. They could always inform the Hokage, of course, in an effort to lower those chances, but even then there were only so many who could be informed. All it would take is one person overhearing something or witnessing preparations, and the entire village could know by the next day. Even if it didn't, enough shinobi acting in a hostile manner to shinobi from what was supposed to be an allied village would both tip Suna off and set a bad impression for any possible clients that witnessed such. Some might argue that scaring Suna off would accomplish the task well enough, but they weren't looking at the big picture. Not only would a failed attempt by Suna make it easier to make the terms of the alliance even more heavily in their favor and perhaps even give Konoha complete control over Suna, but it would remind the rest of the world that when Konoha fought, it always won without exception. There was yet to be a shinobi war in which they did not come out on top, and if Naruto had anything to say about it, that wasn't going to be changing anytime soon. An invasion wasn't a shinobi world war, but it was a situation in which Konoha was supposed to be at a disadvantage. Emerging victorious would dissuade the others from trying to start something for a good few years at least. That should prove plenty of time for him to solidify his power base to better dissuade any would-be aggressors in the future. At least any who weren't terribly desperate, or exceedingly loathfully of he and his children. Didn't sound like much, but if he could put a halt to any opportunists before they had a chance to try anything, then that was good enough for him. And he was back to thinking about the invasion. With a long sigh, he shook his head and turned his attention once more to the pile of reports. Seius would get out of the way first, both because they made up the majority of the workload with his generous additions and because those very additions allowed for frequent breaks from his work. Mai's reports would take more of his attention, and there would be few opportunities to pause throughout them without feeling he was putting off his responsibilities. The fact that there was less to go through also helped. If he could get the greater portion finished, the rest wouldn't seem nearly as daunting. Another page went into the basket of red reports ready to be destroyed as he selected the next piece. At this rate he might finish not long after dinner. If he had no distractions, of course, and judging by the sharp rap of knuckles on his door, that was not to be. Enter. He spared only a brief look at the wolf who entered before returning to his work, the sounds of his pen scratching over paper once more filling the room. When the wolf had made no attempt to speak after several minutes, he found himself looking up from Sai's latest attempt at poetry. This one actually managed to convey relevant details for the report. He was slightly impressed to gaze at the silent operative. What is it? Addressing them directly was usually enough to get them started when they didn't want to disturb him, but this one just seemed to become a bit nervous. Still, he waited patiently for his child to gather their thoughts and scrounge up whatever courage was necessary to speak. He liked to imagine that he treated his wolves for the most part as his father would have treated him. They've returned, Tsukiyomi-sama. Came the eventual response, earning from him a raised eyebrow. Who has? He had a suspicion, of course, but it was better to make certain. Orochimaru Dano, my lord. The wolf still seemed slightly troubled by the answer, though for what possible reason that maybe escaped him. Good, they found him then? I know, Tsukiyomi-sama. It wasn't nervousness, he decided, but rather some sort of shame. Orochimaru Dano located a patrolling wolf, and had them guide the way. Shame confirmed, though why they thought they had failed him he didn't know. This was after all exactly what he wanted. Is that so? He posed the question to no one in particular, and wasn't surprised when the wolf stayed silent. Due to recognizing it really wasn't a question or not wanting to answer only the operative would ever be able to say. Does their search party know? No, my lord, you are the first to be informed. Let's keep it that way, yeah? His eyes returned to his papers, determined to get through at least a few more in what time he had before his meeting with his godfather. That he knew had the potential to eat up most of his time. He couldn't actually say that would be unwelcome. He had until the end of the second exam to fill, and even he didn't have that much paperwork. Thank the gods he had Mai and her brother to lessen his workload, so. We'll wait for them to complete their task and locate our esteemed uninvited was left unsaid, but they were not unwelcome guests. I wonder what their thoughts will be when they find him here with me. It was obvious enough to the wolf that this was in some small way a punishment. Searching for Orochimaru for the next couple days, even non-stop, wasn't too bad after all their training, but the desperation of trying to locate their target as soon as possible lest they further disappoint Tsukiyomi-sama would certainly weigh on them the entire time. To find them here, however, in their lord's presence would be horrible. Not only would they have the shame of having been unable to complete their task, but it would have been done without them. For a group that had jumped at the chance of giving their lives purpose by serving Naruto, there was little worse than the feeling that you weren't actually needed. The disappointment, imagined or otherwise, that might be felt by their lord would only serve to make them feel worse. It was, in the opinion of the wolf who had relayed this news, a fitting punishment, and a lesson that would be well remembered. Not that he should be surprised it had been his lord who came up with the idea. Understood, Naruto-sama. It will be done. The wolf gave a hasty half-bow, a more elegant equivalent of their salute, more suited to those in the daimyo's palace than Naruto's office. Then again, Naruto was a daimyo now, so perhaps it was fitting. What of Orochimaru? Shall I have them given room in the den? He glanced up from his work, only long enough to shake his head. No, send them in. They obviously couldn't wait any longer to meet with me, instructed the young man. And have one of the other guards prepare tea for my guest, and this will likely be a long meeting. Of course, by your command. Another half-bow and the wolf left the room, moving with far more purpose than they had entered. Learning they were not in trouble had evidently put them more at ease. One more page made it into his finished pile by the time the door opened again, admitting the guest he had not expected until he had heard of their arrival earlier that day. He looked up, opened his mouth to greet them, paused, and fell silent. Blinking twice, one brow rose as he leaned back into his chair, work forgotten. She, for there was no denying the gender of the person at the door, seemed quite amused by this. You know, he started after a few more seconds of silence had died. Everything I know about you has led me to the belief that you were male godfather. It would seem I was sorely mistaken. Her laugh was far too melodious than that of an S-rank rogue shinobi for a penchant for human experiments had any right to be. Still, he found he quite liked it. It's a rather recent change, actually. Orochimaru skipped the chairs at the front of his desk. He wasn't sure if anyone had ever sat in them, considering his wolves either knelt or remained standing and sat directly on the desk itself, careful to avoid the papers scattered atop its surface. This body had a trait I was interested in acquiring, and it's a package deal, you see. If Naruto was at all fazed by what she said, which he wasn't, thank you, he did nothing to show it. Instead, he continued as if stealing bodies was an everyday thing. And what trait did you get from this package? Of course, accepting her deeds so easily, even if she already thought they were pretty similar, was only going to further endear him to her. Flashing him a quick smile, she proceeded to demonstrate the increased functionality on her tongue. He thought he managed to hide his surprise quite well, considering. Raising a brow, he made the entirely truthful comment, well, I'm sure I'm not the only one who won't be expecting that. She grinned at him again. A good trade for some time spent as a woman, no? She asked. His eyes swept over her for a moment before shrugging. There are certainly worse bodies you could have been stuck in. Oh? Her own brow rose in response. Is my little prince saying he's attracted to his godmother? How naughty, Naruto-kun. She teased. Had he not spent so much time with Anko, he may have blushed at that. Considering he and the Tokubetsu Jounin shared a bed pretty commonly, and she loved to tease him, however, he was quite used to it. If nothing else, I can admit you have good taste in women. He countered, not really denying it at all. Though when a man's after a woman's body, one usually doesn't expect such a result. Another disturbingly pleasant laugh escaped her lips as she reached out to ruffle his hair fondly. She took her time, removing her fingers from the strands of red, stretching it out as long as possible in a way that indicated she'd like to have been simply running her fingers through his hair instead. Whether she refrained due to her position on his desk, one that forced her to lean a bit forward to reach his head, or because this was their first meeting, he did not know. He didn't suspect it really mattered at this point, though they would be around each other for the next week easily, and very possibly even longer. That would give him plenty of time to figure out his godmother. It was a good thing, he decided then, that he had never met Orochimaru before, as a change like this would be quite hard to accept as easily as he was should a relationship of any kind have already been established. That did mean it was going to be quite odd for him to see Orochimaru as a man in the future, though, which brought him some amusement. The idea of meeting Orochimaru at all was disturbing to most, yet here he was realizing he'd only think it was strange to see the Sannin in the form the rest of the world knew him to have. How strange people must think his life was, he realized, when meeting someone like Orochimaru as a woman was considered normal to him. No, she mused, breaking him from his own thoughts. I don't suppose they do. You just have to remember that your godmother is far above average. His brow rose yet again. He had a feeling this would be a common occurrence in her presence, as he curiously inquired, Godmother? Do you intend to retain this form then? The Sannin frowned, which was really more like a pout, and her forehead crinkled slightly in thought. I haven't quite decided, Orochimaru admitted. It's beginning to grow on me, I have to admit, and I can always change my mind later. When one is questing for immortality, what are a few years spent in a form you decide you don't like later? Even if it stopped you from working, a few years wasted means nothing to eternity. An inconvenience? Orochimaru waved her hand as if banishing his suggestion. While I may seek to master all the techniques in the world with my immortality, the important thing is experience. It may not greatly benefit me, but I'd rather have the first-hand knowledge to draw from than have to make any guesses regardless of how educated they may be. In that case, I don't suppose you lose either way. I'd assume that's the point? She flashed him another smile. Exactly. So tell me what my Crimson Prince has been up to lately. As she said that, her gaze had dropped to the papers that shared the desktop with her, quickly skimming over what could be read from her current position, and making no move to get a better view. Until she made an effort to read the contents, she wasn't being nosy, just extremely perceptive of her surroundings. Well, that's what you'd claim at least. I've been a bit behind in reports from Sai and Mai, so not much more than catching up on paperwork. She frowned a bit at that. You can't go taking over a country and being declared a noble house of Hai no Kuni, and then proceed to tell me all you've done is paperwork. She huffed, crossing her arms. His brow made what was already becoming a familiar trip higher up his forehead. You already knew about that, was his counter. It earned him a scowl, and he couldn't help but to think it was utterly adorable. He'd take care to not say that aloud in her presence, however. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he stood any chance against the Sannin. You haven't done anything else? She asked, sounding a bit disappointed. Naruto shrugged. Some sparring with Yugao-senpai and Hanabi-san, I suppose. Put some effort into further cementing Hinata's loyalty so as to not lose control over the cult that's forming around her too, but not much else. Missions with Anko are pretty regular at this point. He had returned to his papers and didn't see the surprise on her face. A cult? Had he mentioned that previously? And then there was the matter of her old apprentice. Both were interesting, but what to ask about first? Oh, I didn't realize you were involved with any cults. Naruto couldn't tell Orochimaru-chan all about it. She scooted closer to him, pushing away papers that would need to be sorted later. With a sigh, Naruto took that as a sign that he would be finished for paperwork for the day. Come on, he said as he stood from the desk. Let's move to the living room for this. Orochimaru had no objections to this, especially when she was able to sit against him on the couch. Her prince even let her run her fingers through his hair properly this time. Such a sweet boy. Finding a better place to set up camp wasn't actually that hard in the end. A nearby river cut through a good third of the Forest of Death, as the woman who she had seen around her brother called it, and went by a small hill of stone. That hill most fortunately also had several caves. The cave they had chosen was found only by pure Uzumaki luck, despite her not being the one to quite literally stumble upon it. Sakura, exhausted from a stressful day of searching for somewhere safe to hole up for the rest of the exams, had tripped on a root near the river and fallen through dense foliage. Foliage that just so happened to be hiding the mouth of a cave. They didn't waste any time after that setting up their camp and making sure their teammate was safe to recover from the attack and the strange woman who had bit him during it. Who the hell did something like that anyway? It had already been done, and they were still out there somewhere, so there was really no point in dwelling on it at the moment, but seriously biting him. Occasionally she forgot just how strange those of the shinobi world were. Things like this, she figured, were the universe's way of reminding her. A quick glance to her teammates showed predictably Sakura gently tending to the unconscious Uchiha, and Naruto briefly considered the practicality of lighting a fire in the cave. The ceiling was pretty high, surprisingly, and a slight breeze indicated there was an opening somewhere else in the cave. She couldn't see likely the ceiling, so she could probably get away with it. The smell and the chances of light spilling out through the upcoming night, however, had her hesitating. She wasn't certain if the smoke would escape just to draw potential enemies to them, or if the foliage that hid the cave would completely block the flickering light of a fire. In the end, she decided it was probably best not to risk it. Taking a seat near her two teammates, if only to be further from the entrance, and at less of a risk of giving away their position, she went through her provisions. She had gone through them often enough before the first exam and again as they waited for the start of the second to know exactly what was contained within down to the last chakra pill or foot of ninja wire, but the task gave her something to occupy herself with and provided a feeling of prepared reassurance she wouldn't have otherwise been able to acquire. Depending on how long it took for Sasuke to recover, assuming they could be here for several days. She was not looking forward to it. The letter gratefully received from the silent operative who had once again snuck into the compound was quickly read. She didn't know why they insisted on sneaking into her home, as if each one of her visitors was part of some torrid love affair, and she was absolutely certain neither sweet little Mai nor Nami no Tsukiyomi, as some within the Imperial Fire Court had begun calling him, or so she had heard, had ordered such, but it didn't seem like it would stop any time soon despite her clan and their pack being allies. She wondered not for the first time if they did it just to annoy her. That she wouldn't put past them. For the trained killers they possessed an interesting childishness sometimes that never failed to remind her of puppies. Of course then they would become nearly emotionless drones for the duration of a task they had been ordered to by their lord, and would remind her so much of the infamous amongst Konoha shinobi, at least root operatives, that it was impossible to not come to the conclusion of mental conditioning. Whether it had been by Tsukiyomi or not, and regardless of how successful it had been in the eyes of those who had done it, it did explain somewhat their oddness. The conditioning in her humble opinion was likely unfinished or possessed within it some major flaw. For as much as she had come to like them and found it easy to interact with the operatives, it was painfully obvious that this was not the end product anyone had in mind. Tsukiyomi admittedly made very good use of them regardless, which made it hard to dismiss the thought that he may have had some part in it. This whole train of thought, however, was not something she had intended to follow for so long after receiving a letter she had been eagerly waiting for, and so she turned her attention back to it. It wasn't terribly important to the outside world, not even fully confidential should it have been intercepted, but it was important to her. After all, she no longer had the luxury of seeing her daughter every day. This letter wasn't too different from the others she had received mentioning that her daughter was enjoying her position as governor, and that Nami no Kuni was growing well under her care, but it did hint to a large portion of the forces stationed there, apparently not all of them wolves, being on the prowl. Tsum hadn't heard anything about this from Mai as of late, and apparently Sai had only informed her daughter that such was the will of Tsukiyomi. The direction they had gone in was probably the part most of concern. True, the bridge was there for them to cross and was the best way for traveling either east or north, but it still felt off. Konoha was to the east, and the Yamanaka had already felt the wolf's touch. What were they up to? From behind his veil he sneered down at the gathering below him. Nearly the entirety of their forces were there, training in preparation for the oncoming conflict, one in which they were to be the instigator. Fools, the lot of them. The original plan was nice and sound, but now with no support? They were going to be crushed. More than the forces at that. What few compared to other major villages, at least missions they managed to acquire, supported the entire economy here in the desert sands. Sure, they had tradespeople throughout Kaze no Kuni, but caravans were infrequent, and possessed no set schedule, making it difficult for businesses and artisans to expand, or for those who depended on foreign supplies to know when they might next get the opportunity to refresh their stock. When the majority of their forces were decaying corpses in the forests of Hai no Kuni, food for the trees not seen here in the desert, there would be a major decrease to village income, and their already precarious position would become only worse. Only victory held hope for them, but victory was no longer a potential outcome. He knew his son's strength well enough, that of the Biju Shikaku who had been sealed within the infant, but even then it would bring only damage to Konoha, not victory to Suna. He was certain that while difficult, it would not be anywhere near as challenging as the Suna Council might hope for Konoha to subdue the Biju. After all, did they not subdue all 9, keeping the most mighty in their possession over all these years? And word was the container of the 9th was back in Konoha with a team to participate in the exams. Gaara might not even make it to the end of the 3rd exam, where the council planned to make their move. Not officially, of course, they didn't have the authority for that, but they had already managed to convince his forces to follow through with an invasion attempt that was doomed to failure. And he, Kazekage, could only say so much against it. His forces would obey his order for a time, but they were getting desperate. It was that very desperation the council used to sway them. No, the best he could do was voice his opinion on the matter, and let them do as they would. It was far better in his opinion that he remained Kage here for the hard times no doubt soon to befall them rather than allow what forces Suna possessed to try overthrowing him to place a leader more inclined and certainly more foolish for it to war. Already he had plans set in place, loyal subordinates who understood the reality of their position, and how their poor situation could so easily become so much worse, ready to move on his orders. Even if Suna miraculously managed to survive this coming storm, the council would not. He'd see to that personally if need be. Beyond that, which really wasn't a huge priority in the scheme of things, he had an evacuation ready for his people. Should Konoha retaliate, which wasn't too far-fetched in such a situation, he wanted the civilians as far away as possible. They would be more safe in the capital for a time, and if it came down to it, they could escape using ships in the northern waters. Though if things got that far, the capital would probably be trying to evacuate as well, but Orochimaru had already been kind enough to arrange one of the private docks a bit further from the city with supplied ships and competent guard. What the price of this might be, Raza didn't even want to ponder yet, but he wouldn't decline the help or the offered sanctuary of Nami no Kuni if things should come to it. Personally, he'd rather not go to the land of waves, especially at Orochimaru's invitation, rather than that of the wolves who his people would be at the mercy of, but if the Snake Sage's arrangement with the wolves was anything to base his expectations on, it shouldn't be unbearable. His people would, if nothing else, have plenty of work opportunities if rumors of Nami no Kuni's growth were to be believed. In the end, it really just depended on how the invasion went. Suna would lose, of course, but the amount of success they had would determine Konoha's response. Well, that and whatever influence Orochimaru's godson might have in Konoha. Now that was a disturbing thought. Not only was he placing the escape of his people in Orochimaru's hands, but he was entrusting someone he had never met, someone Orochimaru would do anything for to reduce the consequences of Suna's actions. He was going to be having nightmares about this for weeks, he knew, filled with Orochimaru's laughter. Joy. And as far as I can tell, the boundary is here, he explained, moving her pale fingers over his bare chest to the mentioned spot. There's nothing that I can see that would indicate the two seals are intertwined, but from what I understand, that doesn't mean they can't influence each other in some way. I see. She peered over his shoulder to see, very well aware that her position was the easiest for hiding her blush. It made seeing the seal a bit odd, but she couldn't help it. She wasn't going to have one of his first interactions remembered as her blushing uncontrollably. How was she to have known that a light discussion on seals would lead to her beautiful prince removing his shirt before her? She hadn't even been given any warning. Luckily, she had always been quick at thinking on her feet, and as he began removing his shirt, likely intending to sit right back down afterwards, she had hurried to stand behind him so she would have more time to compose herself. He really didn't know just how delicious she found him, did he? Such a wonderful body it was, she would have been tempted to take it for sheer aesthetics were he not her beloved godson. And Orochimaru had always thought herself a practical woman. Well, maybe not a woman, but you get the idea. I would suspect, for a lack of anything else, that the seal reached out to this one because it may have held the same chakra that initially woke it. Yakushi-sensei's comments when I went through chakra withdrawal seemed to support that Mito's chakra was still present, and I know I didn't have any when they left. You know he's not a real doctor, right? She mumbled distractedly, trying to follow his words, examine the seal, and keep her focus off of her godson's shirtless form. It wasn't a matter of morals, she had left those behind long ago, but a matter of waiting until the moment was right. She wasn't just going to start going after him immediately, even if she wanted to, because in the end it was his needs that mattered more. Of course, she was going to keep a very close eye on him for the second he expressed such needs. He was hers, her crimson prince, and she would make sure to take very good care of him. She'd just have to wait, regardless of how hard he was making it. Naruto shrugged at her question. He was working as a mednin, that's close enough in the shinobi world, was his response. Even if he's not a doctor, he's closer to one than I'll ever be. I don't know, I probably know more about the human body than he does at this point. I could always teach you. She tried not to make it sound dirty, really she did, but by his amused chuckle she had been less than successful. You're as bad as Anko, he claimed. We were supposed to be going over the seal you helped my father create. Helped is key, Naruto-kun. There was no match to Minato when it came to sealing, and in this case his masterpiece may, or may not be interacting with a seal he didn't even develop. We haven't even gotten into how the fact that it was the Shinigami himself to complete the seal and how that may have affected it. Orochimaru paused momentarily. And I should hope that Anko-chan hasn't forgotten everything I taught her. I was her sensei after all. Naruto hummed shortly in acknowledgement. True, I suppose that makes Anko as bad as you then. I'm not that bad, am I? He could practically hear her pout, and turning to look behind him revealed that Orochimaru of the Sannin was indeed pouting behind him. It was very Anko-like really, but perhaps that was backwards too. Anko, however, never had that blush, or maybe it was just that much easier to see on his godmother's pale complexion staining her cheeks. For a feared S-rank shinobi she was pretty adorable. Orochimaru adorable, that wasn't such a strange thought too. A strange thought naturally followed by a question he decided to voice. He was quite certain now, after having spent some time with her, that she wouldn't be too upset by his words. Not that he wasn't prepared to run just in case he had misjudged. So if she's like you, then I suppose she isn't Anko adorable, is she? He could hear her choke on air behind him, completely unprepared to hear their bloodthirsty former student be associated in any way with the word adorable. It just means the two of you are Orochimaru adorable. Her gasp of surprise, however, was very much Hinata adorable. The tight grasp she kept him in for the next 2 hours was also very much like the former heiress. Perhaps there was some merit to the Naruto adorable theory? 000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 00000000000000000000000000001 did not truly appreciate the length of a day until you found yourself hiding in a cave with absolutely nothing to do. She had 3 such days in which to learn that. Giving a quiet huff, one only head by her nearby teamster, she attempted to adjust her position against the cave wall using her pack as a sort of pillow. Not a good pillow, mind you, and there were metal plates covering the rather slim pack to protect the scrolls it was specially designed to hold. Long ago, packs like these were used by envas carrying important letters and sensitive information. The Uzumaki had found a different, albeit similar, purpose for them. Why limit yourself to just papers when those papers can be covered in seals? Better yet, those papers and seals could hold not just an arsenal but countless stacks of other papers also covered in seals. The fact that those particular papers exploded in great balls of fire was only a plus. And at no point had making the outside comfortable been a concern of anyone, which was more evident than ever as she once again tried to find a position that was even semi-comfortable. She was not succeeding in the slightest. With another quiet huff, she gave up, ripping the pack from behind her and setting it to her side with more force than was actually necessary, and crossing her arms in annoyance. A few years ago she may have puffed out her cheeks too, but she had been quite fortunate to outgrow that before her return to Konoha. With nothing better to do, her eyes flickered to the only things in the cave that were even remotely interesting, and even then that was being rather generous. In her opinion, at least. Sakura, as one might expect, was kneeling next to Sasuke despite there not being anything more for them to do for him at the moment. The cold rag resting on his head wouldn't need to be changed for another 20 minutes based on Naruto's observations over the last few days, and he had yet to do anything more than furrow his brow or mumble slightly in his sleep. She would actually call it whimpering if one were to ask her to be honest, but she could at least make an attempt to be a bit nicer about her teammate. When he was injured anyway. There was also the fact that they didn't even know who had attacked them, let alone what remained wrong with their teammate. After just 6 hours of doing absolutely nothing in this god's-forsaken cave, she had come to the conclusion that it really wasn't her place to judge his current state, or any mumbles whimpers that escaped him. Now, if it was something she was familiar with, that would be completely different. Still, the simple fact that he was whimpering was concerning. Even with him out cold and unable to mask anything, he had always come across as having a rather high pain tolerance compared to the other genin of their year. He was not as good at hiding the results of failed fire jutsu as he might otherwise have believed, and she was well aware that even then he would continue with training or whatever lame mission Kakashi threw at them to keep them occupied and out of his hair without issue. So with each whimper she couldn't help but become more curious as to what he was suffering from. Not that there was much else to do in here at the moment but think. She could try talking to Sakura, she supposed, but neither of them really seemed to be in the mood for a conversation. That actually proved to be a very good thing, for if they had been in a conversation she probably would have missed the rustling of the foliage separating her team from the rest of the exam. As it was, she did hear it, and became acutely aware that they had guests. For a forest of death there was a disappointing lack of it. Sure, there were some rather surprising animals they had crossed, but they hadn't even been worth the effort of killing as they scurried away from the more dangerous predator. Chapter 53 Musical Guests. One did not truly appreciate the length of a day until you found yourself hiding in a cave with absolutely nothing to do. She had 3 such days in which to learn that. Giving a quiet huff one only head by her nearby teamster, she attempted to adjust her position against the cave wall using her pack as a sort of pillow. Not a good pillow, mind you, and there were metal plates covering the rather slim pack to protect the scrolls it was specially designed to hold. Long ago, packs like these were used by envas carrying important letters and sensitive information. The Uzumaki had found a different, albeit similar, purpose for them. Why limit yourself to just papers when those papers can be covered in seals? Better yet, those papers and seals could hold not just an arsenal but countless stacks of other papers also covered in seals. The fact that those particular papers exploded in great balls of fire was only a plus. And at no point had making the outside comfortable been a concern of anyone, which was more evident than ever as she once again tried to find a position that was even semi-comfortable. She was not succeeding in the slightest. With another quiet huff, she gave up, ripping the pack from behind her and setting it to her side with more force than was actually necessary, and crossing her arms in annoyance. A few years ago she may have puffed out her cheeks too, but she had been quite fortunate to outgrow that before her return to Konoha. With nothing better to do, her eyes flickered to the only things in the cave that were even remotely interesting, and even then that was being rather generous. In her opinion, at least. Sakura, as one might expect, was kneeling next to Sasuke despite there not being anything more for them to do for him at the moment. The cold rag resting on his head wouldn't need to be changed for another 20 minutes based on Naruto's observations over the last few days, and he had yet to do anything more than furrow his brow or mumble slightly in his sleep. She would actually call it whimpering if one were to ask her to be honest, but she could at least make an attempt to be a bit nicer about her teammate. When he was injured anyway. There was also the fact that they didn't even know who had attacked them, let alone what remained wrong with their teammate. After just 6 hours of doing absolutely nothing in this god's-forsaken cave, she had come to the conclusion that it really wasn't her place to judge his current state, or any whimpers that escaped him. Now, if it was something she was familiar with, that would be completely different. Still, the simple fact that he was whimpering was concerning. Even with him out cold and unable to mask anything, he had always come across as having a rather high pain tolerance compared to the other genin of the year. He was not as good at hiding the results of failed fire jutsu as he might otherwise have believed, and she was well aware that even then he would continue with training or whatever lame mission Kakashi threw at them to keep them occupied and out of his hair without issue. So with each whimper she couldn't help but become more curious as to what he was suffering from. Not that there was much else to do in here at the moment but think. She could try talking to Sakura, she supposed, but neither of them really seemed to be in the mood for a conversation. That actually proved to be a very good thing, for if they had been in a conversation she probably would have missed the rustling of the foliage separating her team from the rest of the exam. As it was, she did hear it, and became acutely aware that they had guests. For a forest of death there was a disappointing lack of it. Sure, there were some rather surprising animals they had crossed, but they hadn't even been worth the effort of killing as they scurried away from the more dangerous predator. Shikaka might not be the most mighty of Biju, and this wasn't his domain, but the animals were still able to recognize the threat he posed. Well, that his container posed, but to these animals there was no difference, no classification to separate Jinchuriki and Biju. There was simply predator and prey. Gaara was the predator, and the forest responded accordingly. His siblings found it rather convenient, if a bit off-putting. Knowing your little brother was a bloodthirsty killer with a giant tanuki sealed in him was one thing, watching giant spiders and insects twice as tall as a grown man scurry away at his mere approach was quite another. If nothing else, it pointed out how foolish humans were to create such beings, these Jinchuriki, and then let them walk among them. Even better was the fact that many Jinchuriki were tormented by those who created them. The animals of this forest knew better. One might also point out that they managed to survive Gaara's passing. Villagers who didn't possess the same instincts and decided it was a good idea to show in any way their displeasure at his existence could not say the same. Of course, with the very forest doing its best to stay out of his way and most of the teams not able to put up the barest PF challenges, they could have finished this exam on the first day probably within a few hours, and yet they still wandered about. It was not for lack of scrolls, that objective having been long completed in excess, but because Gaara had wanted to. He hadn't explained any more than that. His siblings hadn't dared question. And so they continued to wander almost aimlessly through the most infamous training ground of Konohagakure no Sato. Each of them had their own pair of scrolls, Gaara's being entrusted to or rather passed off to her so he wouldn't have to carry them himself. His sister, and Kankuro played with 3 additional scrolls using chakra strings. He seemed amused and Gaara didn't care so long as the older boy was behind him where he didn't have to watch him, and they didn't lose any of those scrolls. Unneeded they may be, but Gaara had been the one to obtain them, and wasn't going to stand for his work effortless as it was for him going to waste. Trustfully, Gaara did not know why he didn't just head to the tower and be done with it. Surely there was nothing for him here, right? At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder if that girl, the sister of Naruto-sama, had already completed the task and was currently at the tower. Returning then would give him a chance to observe her, and if she was anything like her brother, she probably breezed through this exam even more easily than he had so far. Then again, her brother being a god said nothing about her. She very well could still be out here for all he knew, and he couldn't quite determine what he might do should he meet her team. On one hand, it would present an opportunity to see just how skilled she was, and if it was not enough, crush her before she drew near the monstrous strength of her brother. There was some safety in that plan, eliminating her now as they were hidden in the forest. On the other, it provided a chance to get into their favor. Hers alone at first, but possibly Naruto-sama's at the same time. That provided the immediate benefit of showing Naruto-sama that he had no intention of going against him now at any rate, and might eventually lead to him learning just how Naruto-sama gained his power. Or at the very least, perhaps the chance of discovering a weakness. It was a bit more risky than just killing her, as he had a better chance of hiding his involvement in her murder, and Gaara had no idea what the relationship between the two was, so he couldn't properly predict Naruto-sama's response. But the chance to get close to Naruto-sama in a manner that would reduce the chances of that same god-given flesh erasing his existence. And Gaara had every intention of living, damn it. Ally it was then. That was fine. It was easier to stab someone in the back anyway. Or so he had heard. It had been a long time since he last used steel. In fact, he was pretty sure the last person he tried to use steel against was himself, if he remembered correctly. Maybe he would have had better luck stabbing himself in the back. Before he could think much on that or order Kankuro to stab himself in the back, a familiar smell hit his nose. It was faint, so very faint, and it was by no means fresh, no less than 3 days by his estimation, but he would know that smell anywhere. Blood. It was the same gravely growl they had come to expect, but spoken at a near whisper that they almost didn't catch. Almost. They were still far too wary of the boy to ever pay so little attention as to miss something like him speaking. That would just be asking to be crushed. Gaara, after all, was not used to being ignored, even if it wasn't on purpose. Still, the low volume he spoke in was abnormal. Fortunately, even Kankuro managed to get the hint that his brother wanted them to stay quiet. Moving near silently, something Temari had not previously noticed, and sent nervous shivers down her spine. Gaara followed the smell to nearby bushes. A quick check using tendrils of sand revealed a lack of carcasses, human or otherwise, and so Gaara could only assume the smell came from beyond it. He walked through the foliage without hesitation, abandoning all stealth, and his siblings quickly followed. There was a cave behind, despite Kankuro's initial belief that his brother was about to walk straight into the hill that was fairly well lit considering the lack of any fire. A slight breeze could be felt, the same one that carried the smell of dried blood, which meant there were some other openings for the cave from which light could spill in. The still body tended to by pink was the likely source of the smell. Of course, that pink was rather unique, and Gaara had already possessed an interest in this particular group. Pink female, raven male. There off to the side was the bright blonde of Naruto-sama's sister. Perhaps by blood, perhaps not, but either was an opportunity to curry favor he desperately needed. Knowing and having an opportunity to curry favor and being diplomatic, however, were two entirely different things. With a lazy gesture towards the downed Uchiha, which was really just an attempt to keep from making a move that would seem too hostile, he wasn't completely hopeless. He proceeded to ask a question with just about all the tact he had become capable of since meeting Naruto-sama and learning that he was not in fact the top of the food chain. Is he dead? Probably not, considering the body was right in the middle of camp being tended to instead of against the far wall, but who knew what strange customs the Leaf Neen had? The blonde's face went from surprised caution to an almost irritated scowl, almost as if she couldn't believe he had asked that of all things. To be fair, neither could his siblings. No, he's not dead. She crossed her arms over her chest from her seated position with a quiet huff. She probably should be more nervous about having been found, but really couldn't feel very threatened after a question like that. Oh. Gaara fell silent for a moment, watching an almost oblivious pink kunoichi as she continued to fuss after her charge. Kankuro, you get to carry him. What? Why me? The immediate concern naturally was that he was expected to do something rather than the action he had been asked to perform. When it came to Gaara, you learned quickly enough not to bother questioning what it was he wanted done. Who had to do it was an entirely different matter. Gaara didn't bother explaining. A single glare was enough to have his older brother huff his way over to Team 7's only male genin. A flick of the puppeteer's fingers and his favorite weapon untangled itself from his back for a most undignified purpose as a makeshift stretcher. Chakra strings packed a surprising amount of force when properly combined with a jointed frame. Sakura tried to protest when she noticed someone was trying to move her Uchiha, but a quick glare from the older Sunanin, and she backed up to let the puppet pick up her teammate. It had the added bonus of making Kankuro feel better. Gaara might be able to glare him into submission, but at least he was still above these rookie genin. With Sasuke secure, Gaara turned to exit the cave, paying no mind to the Uchiha's two teammates, as they rushed to gather their belongings and follow after their incapacitated teammate. The two kunoichi of Team 7 didn't know why their Suna competitors were aiding them, but as Temari surrendered her own pair of scrolls, they both found they didn't much care. The sooner they could get out of this damn forest and into a nice hot bath, the better. So the comfortable silence was broken by his voice as they once more spent time doing little more than enjoying each other's presence on his couch. What exactly was it you were doing? From her position tucked against his shoulder, Orochimaru raised her head to meet his gaze with a questioning brow. We both know you didn't come straight here after my wolves smuggled you in. Ah then. The fact that her response indicated she had been up to more recently was pointedly ignored, as were the multitude of papers spread across the coffee table. He had a sneaking suspicion that the wolves had reported to Mai that he had finished his paperwork, and she had shunted some of her own onto him. Which, while a bit irritating, was more than fair. It had after all been his work anyway. If the one he had delegated to had too much on her plate, it fell to him to pick up his own slack. Well, that or find someone else for administrative tasks. Mai had been like a secretary at first, but with more responsibilities given to her, perhaps it was time for a new one. He had to wonder if finding someone for the task would be any less work than just buckling down and doing it himself. Somehow he doubted it. Yes, then. There was faint but evident amusement in his voice. He still had trouble getting over the fact that the woman curled up next to him on the couch, her bare feet shoved beneath a pillow to keep them warm, was the S-rank rogue shinobi that could give Jounin nightmares. Not that they had ever really been seen as completely sane, even back when they weren't using other people's bodies. Brilliant undoubtedly, but certainly never thought of as anything less than moderately unhinged. Just delivering a present. He wouldn't have known of her faint shrug if he wasn't able to feel her move against him. Don't worry, no one died. She paused for a moment, contemplating. I didn't kill anyone directly, at least. They may have died anyway, was her final answer, despite not having been prodded for further clarification. And who was it who may have died? Oh, the Uchiha. He should be fine. I'd imagine he's strong enough to survive my Ten no Jun. Whether or not something else will kill him while his body adjusts to it, however. She shrugged again. Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Is there a reason you went after him? He didn't much care one way or the other, but he was still curious. Naruto had Mito, and he was sure she'd be able to pull the team through even if the Uchiha was dead weight. It wasn't like Mito would accept anything else. Still, he was a bit curious. Surely she had gone after him for a reason, right? Then again, this was Orochimaru. If anyone was going to do something because they could, it was her. My goal is to learn all the jutsu that have do and will exist, was her explanation. Ah, the Sharingan. He paused. And how exactly will potentially killing him provide you with his eyes? Really, it couldn't be that hard to just pluck them out, not for someone of her caliber anyway. Seals are amazing, the Sannin started, but I'm nowhere near the level of your father. I helped him with the minor parts, individual seal strands that were minuscule parts of the whole, and was there for him to bounce ideas off of while he came up with the masterpiece on your arm. She gave a longing look to his arm, knowing exactly what it was that hid beneath the white cloth and the potential it held. Even so, I was able to develop something of my own. Not the work of a true master, but with the inclusion of other elements, I was able to create a seal that would boost the fighting potential of anyone who bore it. She continued. The major drawback is that not everyone is strong enough to handle such drastic changes to their body. The first placement of the seal is the most dangerous as the body creates a supplementary chakra system within the user's body to be drawn on at times of high stress. She paused only briefly as if deciding how much he really cared to know and proceeded in her explanation. Stress, however, is hard to measure in the shinobi world, at least in terms of combat. Anger, however, was a much easier trigger and would allow the seal to provide it additional power with little to no input from the user. The increased power dulls some of the senses and increases aggressive instincts, but to a properly trained shinobi those are minor disadvantages compared to the power boost it provides. And so you decided to give it to a genin? I fail to see how that is in any way wise, Orochimaru. Because I don't intend for him to keep it. She did her best to ignore the shiver that ran through her at the sound of her name leaving his lips. There was something about the way he said it that she needed to focus. She could think about that later. It would take years of training to master it at his current level, but it still provides an immediate boost that will far outstrip most genin. It's only in the upper B ranks that opponents can take meaningful advantage of the increased aggression and decreased senses. Not quite following, admitted the young lord. If I can make him more powerful than his peers with just a bite, how much power can he obtain if he leaves the village to be trained by me? He looked down at her with a raised brow. That seems far too complicated for seducing a genin from his village. If you just needed him away from Konoha, you could just promise him future power show of some unique jutsu or grab him in his sleep. Kidnapping shouldn't be too hard for you. Another shiver tingled down her spine. Oh yes, she'd very much like to seduce a certain genin, just not the Uchiha. But it's more than just about getting him away. If I took his eyes alone, they would only last for one of my bodies. It was easy to forget that this wasn't Orochimaru's original body and that she intended to take more in the future. Actually, now that he thought about it, the seal has something to do with your ability to change bodies, doesn't it? She flashed him a bright smile. Exactly. The same extra chakra system that provides a boost to the user also allows me to store my own chakra within them and slowly acclimate their body to my presence. It's much easier to take over when the body accepts me even if they don't. And so you've marked the Uchiha to get his Sharingan. Do I even want to know how it's going to carry over to future bodies? It's not too bad. She shrugged again. When I bite them, I leave both the seal and traces of my current genetic makeup, which is used by the seal during the takeover of the host to modify the body accordingly. When I next perform the transfer, my newest body's genetic makeup is added into the mix. Or that's the simple version anyway. It took me forever to find a way to only pass on desired genetic traits. It's not a perfect method, but it is pretty goddamned good if I do say so myself. I see. How long until you take his body? I don't imagine you have to wait too long until the body is ready, or there would be too many chances of something going wrong. A week, give or take a few days if I have them in a controlled environment. If I just applied the seal to someone random, and they manage to survive, it can take up to 6 weeks. Knowing that the Uchiha will most definitely be drawing on the seal's power whenever he can, I'd give him perhaps a fortnight. So you'll be in his body by the invasion? Orochimaru shook her head. Oh no, it will be a few months until I try that. I just wanted to make sure he was marked now while I had the opportunity. Does it matter? She paused, a brief panic rising. You didn't have any plans for him, did you? She knew she had been forgetting something. This was Naruto's territory, and she had completely neglected to check before she acted. Though considering how calm he'd been about it so far, that didn't seem to be an issue. Even if it turned out he had plans for the boy and they simply hadn't been important enough to worry about having lost them, she was going to feel really bad about ruining them. No. The answer was short and to the point, silence falling between them once again. It didn't last very long. Actually, he started the conversation up again. I keep meaning to look into this, but do you know what his relation to Uchiha Mikoto is? Not that he really expected the snake Sannin to know, considering they had been out of the village for quite a few years, but talk of the Uchiha reminded him once again that he still hadn't taken the time to find out. He'd determined long ago that it really wouldn't change anything, she was his now after all, but it would still be a good thing to know if he wanted to avoid any unnecessary complications in the future. Orochimaru gave him a look. Not quite a blank look that said she didn't know, but one that didn't seem to believe he was actually asking that question. You're kidding, right? She asked. Everyone knows that Sasuke, youngest son of Fugaku, was the only one to survive that night. His blank look quite plainly stated that he wasn't putting an answer together from that. Fugaku was the Uchiha patriarch head of the clan. Mikoto was the matriarch, his wife. Oh, his mother then. A moment's silence passed. Well, shit. The Sannin blinked up at him. What, you didn't make her any promise to protect him or anything before she died, did you? He raised a single brow as the corner of his lips twitched. No, mostly because she's not dead. The shock on her face was absolutely adorable. Tell me, Orochimaru, have you heard of Akatsuki? Her following grin, on the other hand, was just about enough to make the Shinigami shit himself. And here it is, the final lineup for the last exam. The voice of the purple examiner was far too cheerful for someone who had just watched young teens beating the shit out of each other for the chance to do the exact same thing in a month just in front of an actual audience. Then again, this was Mitarashi Anko. Even the foreign shinobi had already known to expect this, and they had only seen her twice before she shoved them into a forest she quite happily proclaimed she was hoping would kill them. Of course, that same act was more than enough for one to describe Mitarashi Anko to those who had never met her. Lazy-ass Nara against Osamumi Bug Boy gets to fight. The Uchiha eyebrows here can show his youth to Mr. Fate. Sunshine here will be paired with a proper fucking fangirl, and the raccoon was fortunate enough to draw number 1, so he gets a free pass on the first round. Don't bother asking the order yet, I'll base it on how large the betting pools are. She smiled down at the exhausted genin, pleased that she had been able to throw them against each other shortly after they had managed to drag themselves out of her forest. Any questions? Raccoon raised his hand. Yes, you. The one who must steal his sister's mascara. A snicker from Kankuro was quickly silenced. Mascara is more masculine than lipstick, puppet boy, and he at least has the decency to wear it right. Gaara proceeded as if they hadn't been interrupted, only a faint smirk indicating he had managed to find humor in the exchange. Temari, seeing it, was absolutely terrified. If we don't have enough for my match, I could always fight someone else. That at least had not changed. Oh? Anko leaned slightly forward, hands on her hips. And who would you fight? Little Oelmi, perhaps? Gaara's scoff was graciously accepted as his response. Graciously for Anko at any rate. What, am I not good enough for you? There's someone else you'd rather spend your time with, huh? She crossed her arms over her chest, cocking a hip to the side. Well? Let's hear it then. Who would you rather be fighting? Naruto-sama. The name alone was enough to put Anko in an even more cheerful mood. Many of the others, however, were simply confused, especially by Naruto's shocked stare and Sasuke's deep groan. Even without Kakashi here, they still couldn't escape Naruto's brother. Gods above, he hadn't even seen his fellow Konoha genin since graduation. Oh, can't exactly argue against that one, admitted to Tokubetsu Jounin. I'd rather spend time with him than any of you brats any day. Another groan escaped the last Uchiha's lips. Kakashi was bad enough, but there were 2 of them. They might as well just create a cult for the red-headed young man at this rate. The Hai no Kuni summer was different, but not wholly unpleasant, he thought. Compared to his homeland, which would soon be experiencing a rather humid season with the ocean moisture and the hot winds that would sweep all the way from Sunagakure, it was nice and dry here, the heat which would have been stifling alone being pushed away by an almost constant breeze. Of course it was blowing it towards Mizuno Kuni, but he wasn't there right now and could worry about it later. Having experienced one of the lands that was also hit by the heat that produced summer for the land of water, however, was going to make him pretty bitter about the warm seasons from now on. Somehow he had always managed to be unlucky enough to find himself stuck in Mizuno Kuni during the summer, but had been able to draw some small measure of comfort from the fact that other countries had to deal with the heat before them, and didn't have the benefit of being surrounded by so much water. As it would turn out, that seemed to be a good thing. He'd take this hot but dry over the warm humidity of Mizuno Kuni any summer. The looming walls of Konoha Great Gates open wide to welcome all, which was kind of strange considering they were supposed to be a hidden village, made him wonder if it was as pleasant within the city as it had been throughout the countryside of Hai no Kuni. Sure, many parts of the Land of Fire were covered in dense forests, but even then there was plenty of wind to take the edge off the heat. Would it be the same inside, or would walls turn the village into an oven? An interesting thought, almost as interesting as the realization that Kirigakure no Sato was the only village that actually hid these days. It was also the only village that seemed to be having major trouble, though words of Suna's economy placed it at a close second. Perhaps when they had managed to overthrow Yagura, he could suggest being a bit more open as a village. Allies after all would have been dead useful during the beginning of the Blood Limit Rebellion, and perhaps would have dissuaded the Pridges in the first place. It was much easier to get away with things when no one could see what it was you were doing. Shaking the thought from his head, he wouldn't need to worry about that until they had managed to win, which certainly seemed a far ways off. He continued towards the massive gates. Konohagakure. May believed with good reason, according to Zabuza, that the wolves were at least present if not involved with Konoha and Hai no Kuni. Rumors he had managed to hear through the towns he had passed on the way here supported such a conclusion, which meant Konoha was the best chance of him getting into contact with the Land of Fire's newest noble house. Back in his day, one would have gone to the capital and petitioned the courts for something like this, or at the very least request an audience with the noble house they wished the support of. But in his part of the rebellion he had learned one very fundamental truth that had served him while May got what she wanted. And if she decided he should seek them out in Konoha? Well, who was he to argue? It was her rebellion and her alliance, after all. He was merely a simple soldier following his orders, just like the old days. As it should be. She was tired, she was sore, she was dirty, and by the gods she was looking forward to a long hot bath, some good food, and a very long time getting reacquainted with her beloved bed. Unfortunately, that was still some time off. While she'd like nothing more than to just rush home after all that time in the forest of death, there were apparently procedures that had to be followed. Debriefs with various chunin for record purposes, medical exams to have deeming them fit for continued duty, and ensuring they hadn't received some sort of injury that would become worse without treatment, and a small pile of paperwork that made very little sense. Apparently the chunin who had brought the papers in for her also had no idea what exactly they were for, and neither had the chunin that brought him his years prior. No one apparently knew what the purpose was, and none of them were up to digging through the law and procedure of Konoha to find an explanation. It was much easier to just have each genin from the exam go through the paperwork. She would normally agree if it hadn't been her who had to work through it. The other parts of this post-exam business had been simple enough if one overlooked her omittance of certain details from the forest, but the paperwork just seemed to drag on forever. Not that it would be a problem in the future if her recounting was matched against Sakura's and the girl had included everything. She doubted it would, considering it may place Sasuke in a bad light, and for the same reasons Sasuke wouldn't include it either. Even so, there were other discrepancies one may be able to find that would cast suspicion over her team. It's not like they really needed to know Sasuke was bitten by an infiltrator far above chunin rank and later awoke atop Kankuro's puppet covered in strange tattoos and exuding corrupted chakra like some sort of pseudo-Jinchuriki. No, she'd rather keep that bit quiet until they understood a bit more about what was going on. Still, she felt a bit bad for the puppeteer. Poor guy's puppet was absolutely destroyed by her teammate upon his awakening, and he was thus left forfeit of his greatest asset during the preliminaries. His youth without his puppet was no match for that of Lee's. He had been quite soundly defeated. The upside, however, was that the destruction of Karasu, as she had learned the puppet was named, was enough to catch Gaara's attention, and a wall of sand had been quick to incapacitate the Uchiha long enough for the chakra buildup in his strange seal to dissipate, and his rational mind to return. She understood that sort of power far too well, having trained with it for years, and knew very well how blinding it could be before you became accustomed to such a rush of pure power. At the same time, understanding it didn't mean she wanted to deal with it, especially from her teammate, and even more when they were in the middle of an exam that could cost them their lives. She was then even more grateful that the Suna team had stumbled upon them, and offered aid now if only she could figure out why. Well, fuck. That hadn't worked in any way he had been hoping it might. In fact, despite the fact that his student was marked by what could only be Orochimaru's Ten no Juin, which really may be of more benefit to the boy and his chances of making it through shinobi life than anything of harm, nothing had really happened to the group so far. The only good thing was that two of them had a chance, though admittedly a pretty small one, to become chunin in the last exam, freeing himself from them. Then of course he might have to take Sakura as an apprentice. That didn't sound fun at all. He really hoped he just wasn't seeing the full picture, and how he was truly going to benefit from what was happening around him. He was Hatake fucking Kakashi after all, and it was supposed to be good to be him. It's no trouble if they stay, is it, Naruto-kun? The voice drifted in from another room as they stood in the living room of an apartment in Konoha. Dosu had to admit he really hadn't expected to find himself in this situation. Not in the least, because a female Orochimaru was in the other room convincing this Naruto-kun, and it was disturbing enough to hear Orochimaru call someone that with actual affection to let he and his team stay with them during the month break between the second and third exams. Technically, he was the only one who needed a place to crash, as his teammates had been defeated in the preliminary exams and thus were no longer eligible for a Chunin promotion through this exam. Not that either of them had been ready for such a role really, and despite being capable of it, even he would admit to not possessing completely the necessary skill level. Mentality yes, power no. Both were quite important. Still, so long as one of them was still part of the exam, the entire team was allowed to stay in the hosting village. Something about fostering goodwill by allowing future Chunin the core of each village's shinobi forces to experience other villages. Orochimaru, it would seem, wanted them all to remain, and in that case he wasn't going to argue against it. It would be nice to have known allies nearby if nothing else. That's not to say the wolf-masked shinobi standing guard near the front door in the kitchen by the window, and directly before the door to the room Orochimaru were in, were not allies, for they were, but he felt much more inclined to place his faith in those he had fought and trained beside. Accepting the wolves as allies was one thing, feeling safe amongst them based solely upon the snake Sanin's word? That was quite another. A voice responded to his master, for it still felt odd to call Orochimaru mistress, and until she forced the issue he wasn't about to do so voluntarily, but it was soft enough to be heard as only a murmur through the walls. The sound of happiness, one he tried valiantly not to think of as a squeal, indicated that the response had at least been favorable. He shared a look with Kin, his favorite minion as he liked to think of his teammates, which confirmed she had been paying attention to the conversation as best she could. A quick glance at Zaku sprawled over their host's couch without a care before even meeting the man showed that he had obviously not been. The punk actually looked half asleep. Grueling as the forest might have been, surely he could keep up appearances for a mere hour or more. If Orochimaru liked this person, then it was best not to anger her with a bad first impression. That was to say nothing about how their host might react. They were, as previously mentioned, liked by Orochimaru. Dosu typically tried not to think of the type of people that might be able to win her favor. An hour, however, would be enough for introductions and getting settled in, at which point they could beg exhaustion and retire for the rest of the day, or for at least a few hours to recuperate some energy before dinner. The movement of the wolf at the door caught his attention, and both he and Kin snapped into a loose, ready position that was attentive enough to be polite but relaxed enough to feel natural. He didn't bother trying to convince Zaku to rise to show proper respect both to their master and her favored, but Kin was kind enough to hiss out a sharp warning of Zaku. His bleary huh? Was pointedly ignored as his teammates kept their eyes locked on the opening door, aiming as best they could for what would be right over Orochimaru's shoulders when she walked back out. Minute adjustments could escape notice, but it wouldn't do to seem as if they were not paying attention to the woman. And as some unfortunate recruits had learned, there was a fine line between paying attention to her and irritating her with their staring. She wanted you to be aware of her, of course, but that didn't mean she liked having people's eyes on her when she was going about her business. There was also that fool who had dared look her directly in the eyes when she approached. Whether it had been meant as aggressive or defiant was of little concern. His head had found itself rolling over the stone floors of Otogekure in a matter of seconds. Dosu was quite intent to avoid the same fate. Thank you. Soon enough Orochimaru exited the room, joining them, and shooting a venomous glare at Zaku. He was quick to scramble into an acceptable if sloppy stance. The bandaged-wrapped Chunin hopeful had a feeling that the only reason Zaku was still alive was because it would have been rude to kill him in their host's home. Bloodstains really were a pain in the ass to get out. His attention flickered from Zaku's fortune, regardless of how temporary it might be, to the movement of a new figure in the doorway. The first thing he noticed was the hair, a deep red that seemed to almost burn in what light was allowed to steam in through the nearly closed blinds of the living room. Second, obviously, had been the height. Slightly taller than himself it would probably be, even if he was to stop hunching over, but unless their host was really short, then they couldn't be much older than himself. In fact, the person, despite having a rather noble face, seemed to be even younger than him. Being generous, and saying they simply looked young, would only permit Dosu to believe him to be perhaps 2, maybe 3 years his senior. That was still damn young in his opinion. What the hell was he up to that he had managed to catch not just Orochimaru's interest but her favor? The last one close to that was rumored to be her right hand, who was acting as a spy here in Konoha until he was called off to help start arrangements in Wave for a new outpost. If this person was on the same sort of level as Orochimaru's right hand, then it was someone he didn't want to get on the wrong side of. Following his observations, he made quick note of pale skin that seemed almost unearthly in the light, and eyes that reflected the same light in a bright purple that he was positive saw right through his very existence. This introduced Orochimaru. Is the one who has most graciously agreed to host us for the next month. I expect you to all be on your best behavior for Naruto-kun here. I don't want to hear that you've managed to upset my Crimson Prince. Crimson Prince indeed. Dosu didn't think it would take much to convince him that Orochimaru's favored was Amaterasu embodied, or more believably her child. Either way, the appearance alone set them apart from most in a manner that almost declared divinity, and more importantly power. If Orochimaru ever seemed interested in something before, it was power, and their host's appearance just screamed it. What sort of power would have to be determined later, but it was undeniably present. Keeping his thoughts to himself, however, he was quick to respond to his master-kin not far behind. Of course, Orochimaru-sama. He gave a shallow bow, if only because he was already hunched over slightly. It will be as you command. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru sent him a pleased grin when he proceeded to offer an additional bow to their hostess Naruto, which she quickly lost looking at Zaku. Yeah, will be good, boss. The idiot Zaku was going to get himself killed for not paying proper attention and reacting accordingly. And if Orochimaru's frown wasn't bad enough, Naruto's lips pulled slightly down in displeasure at his newest guest. Dosu couldn't blame him if he was reconsidering his agreement to host them. Of course, Dosu better understood that frown and what it could mean. Orochimaru may want to kill Zaku. In fact, it was more likely than not, but she refrained because it would be rude and might displease Naruto further. Naruto, as their host, didn't have the same issue. If he didn't care about the bloodstains, he could eliminate, or have them eliminated without worry. Then again, killing one's guests was probably rude too. I'd better not regret this, Orochimaru. The way he spoke to their master nearly gave the Otonin a heart attack. The words flowed with such a casual ease, but the undefined threat of comrades doing favors they weren't fond of alone would make it seem like he believed himself to be above her. What's worse is that the way she responded, as if she just might be. Quickly slinking up to his side, she wrapped her arms around him, taking extra care to press his head between her breasts. Oh, don't worry, Naruto-kun will be good for you. And if any of them upset you, I'll be sure to make it up to you. She practically purred the last part in a manner Dosu was scared to admit was seductive. And had Orochimaru's words meant she was staying here with them? Had she already been living here with this young man? Unease settled deep into his gut, something also experienced by Kin if their exchange glance had been anything to go by, and he had to wonder once again who the hell was their host? 00000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 0.000000000000000 lazy he had been called, and those that did so weren't wrong, but let it not be said that Sarutobi-sama half-assed anything. If he was going to have to do something, then by the gods you knew he was going to do it right. Even if he'd rather be doing just about anything other than sitting in the Hokage's office learning the position he was apparently going to fill someday soon. More than once he had wondered if he could deny the position, and how he would need to go about it. Of course there had only ever been 4 Kage of Konoha, and all of them had wanted the positions. Only Yuzushiogakure had been around longer, and their Kage equivalent had actually been the royal family of the Uzumaki clan, each one taking up the position as a sovereign with their rightful crown. So not exactly a lot to go on for rejecting the offer to lead the village. Not that he didn't want to help the village, but he really didn't want the kind of responsibility and stress that came with the job. His stint in the 12 Guardian Shinobi amongst the daimyo, and his imperial fire court was plenty of politics to last him a lifetime, thank you. He would much rather spend a few years training up a team, and then retiring into a relaxed full position by comparison as the head of the Sarutobi clan. He was acting clan head already anyway, and the work for that wasn't too bad. Remove from him the responsibilities and duties of a team leader, and it would be a walk in the park. He could hardly wait. Or rather, he hadn't been able to wait. Now that future seemed to draw further and further away with every paper he had to read over and every signature that found itself scrawled in fine ink he had no business ever using. Still, if he was going to be doing this even against his will, he was going to make sure he did everything to the absolute best of his abilities. Already squads of Umbu combed the streets for traces of Orochimaru reportedly encountered by Tokubetsu Jounin Mitarashi Anko in the Forest of Death. Word that Uchiha Sasuke had made use of a strange seal during the preliminaries, one that gave off foul chakra pointed to the Ten no Jun Mitarashi, had been left with years ago when she seemed to have managed to remove. It provided some hope, though the fact remained that Orochimaru had no doubt been improving it, and the two seals, that of Anko and of Sasuke, were unlikely to be identical. Still, knowing how she removed hers might allow insight to removing Sasuke's, and that needed to be done soon. Beyond Orochimaru, who seemed to be laying low in the matter of Sasuke's curse seal, there was something else. Asuma was going to need to expend a considerable amount of effort towards the wolves. His father had been less than forthcoming with information, only promising it after the inauguration, whenever that was anyway, as he considered it too sensitive to release otherwise. Never mind the fact that he was sitting here perusing Umbu reports and signing off on the acceptance of missions the rest of the world would be kept oblivious of. Hiruzen, wise and powerful as he might have been, was getting old. Not just in age but in soul. The first non-founder Hokage, he had lived for much of the village's life and had seen far too much as they carved and held their own piece of sanctuary from what had been only decades before a land ravaged by warring clans. Asuma had no doubt that his father had been weary of his position back before his first retirement, and to this day he had never seen his father so happy as when he had been relieved of the burden of the village after many, many years of toiling under it, and when he took up the mantle once more. He had already lost that drive he had possessed when he first took up the hat of Hokage. Chapter 54 He Who Hosts. Lazy he had been called, and those that did so weren't wrong, but let it not be said that Sarutobi Asuma half-assed anything. If he was going to have to do something, then by the gods you knew he was going to do it right. Even if he'd rather be doing just about anything other than sitting in the Hokage's office learning the position he was apparently going to fill someday soon. More than once he had wondered if he could deny the position, and how he would need to go about it. Of course, there had only ever been 4 Kage of Konoha, and all of them had wanted the positions. Only Uzumaki had been around longer, and their Kage equivalent had actually been the royal family of the Uzumaki clan, each one taking up the position as a sovereign with their rightful crown. So not exactly a lot to go on for rejecting the offer to lead the village. Not that he didn't want to help the village, but he really didn't want the kind of responsibility and stress that came with the job. His stint in the 12 guardian shinobi amongst the daimyo, and his imperial fire court was plenty of politics to last him a lifetime, thank you. He would much rather spend a few years training up a team, and then retiring into a relaxing position by comparison as the head of the Sarutobi clan. He was acting clan head already anyway, and the work for that wasn't too bad. Remove from him the responsibilities and duties of a team leader, and it would be a walk in the park. He could hardly wait. Or rather, he hadn't been able to wait. Now that future seemed to draw further and further away with every paper he had to read over and every signature that found itself scrawled in fine ink he had no business ever using. Still, if he was going to be doing this even against his will, he was going to make sure he did everything to the absolute best of his abilities. Already squads of Umbu combed the streets for traces of Orochimaru reportedly encountered by Tokubetsu Jounin Mitarashi Anko in the Forest of Death. Word that Uchiha Sasuke had made use of a strange seal during the preliminaries, one that gave off foul chakra pointed to the Ten no Jun Mitarashi, had been left with years ago when she seemed to have managed to remove. It provided some hope, though the fact remained that Orochimaru had no doubt been improving it, and the two seals, that of Anko and of Sasuke, were unlikely to be identical. Still, knowing how she removed hers might allow insight to removing Sasuke's, and that needed to be done soon. Beyond Orochimaru, who seemed to be laying low in the matter of Sasuke's curse seal, there was something else. Asuma was going to need to expend a considerable amount of effort towards the wolves. His father had been less than forthcoming with information, only promising it after the inauguration, whenever that was anyway, as he considered it too sensitive to release otherwise. Never mind the fact that he was sitting here perusing Umbu reports and signing off on the acceptance of missions the rest of the world would be kept oblivious of. Hiruzen, wise and powerful as he might have been, was getting old. Not just in age but in soul. The first non-founder Hokage, he had lived for much of the village's life and had seen far too much as they carved and held their own piece of sanctuary from what had been only decades before a land ravaged by warring clans. Asuma had no doubt that his father had been weary of his position back before his first retirement, and to this day he had never seen his father so happy as when he had been relieved of the burden of the village after many, many years of toiling under it, and when he took up the mantle once more he had already lost that drive he had possessed when he first took up the hat of Hokage. He cared for the village, yes, and did his best for it, but he seemed to have trouble seeing the bigger picture now, and separating his personal feelings from what should be done. What needed to be done was just about impossible. Personally, the former member of the Guardian 12 had nothing against the wolves themselves. In fact, the way things were going, it seemed like they may be the equivalent of root for his own duration of Kage. Disliked but undoubtedly necessary, but he couldn't allow them such free reign within the village. He had never been one for politics before, but just the thought that one would have to juggle clan politics, village law, the will of Hi-no Kuni's imperial fire court, and the pack mentality of a hidden force that sat in the shadows of Konoha's great tree was giving him a major headache. It was quite simply an impossible task. The only way to even remotely succeed at it was to have them all arranged in a manner that maintained a balance between them all, allowing for proper negotiation and compromise whenever one faction wished for something. That would be hard enough, but he had another problem there that would be easily fixed. He knew quite well the fire court. He was familiar enough with the clan politics of Konoha from his time as acting head of the Sarutobi clan. Preparations for the mantle of Hokage was providing him ample experience with the village's laws. He was fairly confident he would not have too many issues keeping those three facets satisfied. But he knew next to nothing about the wolves. That would have to change. Any one of the Yamanaka clan would be far too obvious, but they were not his only option. Now he just had to wonder how he could get them to cooperate. A deep breath of the warm, moist air brought back memories. Many memories. Most of which ended with him in pain and trudging to the hospital. Those in turn usually became painful hospital visits back when Tsunade worked there. With the amount of experience she had in the area, she could immediately tell when injuries were from women who had been less than pleased being spied on in the hot springs. He usually left in more pain than he arrived, but at least she would dress the wounds and more often than he cared to admit set the bones broken by irate Kunoichi. It really was a wonder he had never been castrated. Still, even the thought that the very same luck that had thus far kept him from experiencing was likely to eventually run out, it had never kept Konoha's gallant Jiraiya away from the hot springs, or the beauties that relaxed within. Foreign or domestic, if there was a hot spring, Jiraiya had probably both been there and kicked out of it. Sometimes by management, more often than not by a mob of displeased women. Ah, good times. Despite the bad endings to otherwise happy memories, there was no hot spring like Konoha's hot spring. While it wasn't the biggest or the least likely to get him caught or horribly injured, in fact most of his hot spring-related injuries were from this very location, it was special because it was Konoha's. It was home. And home was somewhere he had not been in many years. Truth be told, it had been well over a decade since he had last stepped foot here, and almost as long that he had done his very best to cut himself off completely from the going-ons of the village. He could be reached in an emergency, of course, but even as nomadic his personality was, staying away from home was difficult for him. A few months gone here, a few there, that was fine by him, but like a great tree his roots never left regardless of how far his leaves might be carried in the wind. And speaking of being carried by the wind, there had been the strangest reports of Kushina being seen traveling the continent with her daughter in tow. Oddly enough, not a single report from any of his sources mentioned the presence of her son. He had attempted to track them down when the opportunity permitted, but he was usually called away to take care of something in his network before he could catch up, and by the time he was done he had to start all over again. He really did want to know what was going on, but his duty took priority. Konoha needed him out in the field doing what he did best, and that meant much more time away than he would have liked. Time that would have been even harder if he returned. So buckling down into his work, he had managed to focus completely on the rest of the world for years now, confident that he would be informed of any major happenings like a civil war while he was away. The fact that Konoha didn't need info on Konoha too helped. But by the gods, was it good to be back. Traveling as Jiraiya was one thing, but most of his time was spent trying to keep a low profile, another reason to avoid being seen coming and going from Konoha, so he could watch the moments of potential threats without warning them that the world was indeed aware of them. Akatsuki was one such example, and as of recently so were the wolves. Information on Hi-no Kuni as a whole was the closest to Konoha news he would collect, and he would fully admit to be completely taken off guard at word that the very group that had started to catch his eye had managed to become a noble house in the Imperial Fire Court. It was unexpected, to say the least. At the same time, though, it had allowed him to relax slightly. Allied with Hi no Kuni as they were and doing as well as they seemed to be, the chances of them holding any ill will towards the village were pretty slim. For now, at least. That wasn't to say he had simply accepted them and focused completely on the rest of the world, but they certainly weren't a priority. The fact that they had rooted out Gato from Wave completely, even if they needed to work with him first to ensure they were completely successful, and the port town was starting to flourish under their protection, were only points in their favor. Admittedly, that's probably part of what got them favor with the daimyo too. In that sense, he supposed he technically was trusting them a bit more than other potential threats because they had taken over a country. The daimyo's favor was his initial reason, but that was just the result of the initial action. He may have found time to frown at that thought if someone hadn't rudely interrupted him with their shout of pervert. Just like old times. The letter was crisp and clean, being of much higher quality than she was used to seeing. Ink that glistened even when undoubtedly dry, penned with the elegant curves of a well-practiced wrist across the heavy paper, as if giving the letter itself more weight would somehow increase the impact of its contents. Well, Shizen idly mused. They weren't wrong. Perhaps not in all cases would this be effective, but the heavy paper she now held made the writing seem far more real. She would be far less inclined to believe these written words if the letter had seemed more common, she would admit. Of course, even with the careful attention to such a detail, it was hard to believe this was actually happening. It wasn't even anything spectacular, just someone writing to inform her of their interest in her medical skills. Not in the usual manner, which would be asking her, or more specifically her master, to make a house call to treat some injured friend, a family member rather, as made abundantly clear in the letter they sought to employ her. The last time a request had reached her on similar paper, it had come from a small family of nobles whose heir had fallen gravely ill. In this case too was the requester of a noble house, but instead of one injury they wished to offer her a permanent job as part of the household. Were she to accept, she would become part of this noble house, the official medic for the head, or so the letter claimed, and that was not something to be dismissed lightly. Were her master's well-being not a concern, she may have been tempted to take up the offer, but there was one more important part holding her back. Her would-be employer was the House of Wolves of the Imperial Fire Court of Hi no Kuni. She was understandably rather hesitant to accept a place amongst them. Luckily, they seemed to anticipate that. The main offer was for her to join them fully, but they had also claimed a willingness to negotiate other arrangements for her services. One such suggestion was 8 months of training some of their most promising medical personnel to bring them up to a higher standard, which undoubtedly she'd have been asked to do anyway as part of the house, which actually didn't sound too bad. The promised pay looked good, to say nothing of the bonuses they would give her based on how well she was able to train their medics, or the fact that all her expenses would be covered by them for the duration, and it would let her get a good feel for Hi no Kuni's newest noble house before she committed to anything further. Unfortunately, she still had a master to take care of, and even if she didn't, her apprenticeship would not allow her to teach others until its conclusion. For both of those, it looked like she was going to be needing to have a talk with Tsunade. A sigh left Shizen's lips as she dropped the letter onto the table and rested her head against her hand. At long last she had an opportunity for something new and exciting, but with her luck she'd be stuck here, bored out of her mind as she had been since soon after their return to Konoha. At least when Tsunade was drinking herself into a constant stupor to avoid memories and responsibilities, Shizen had things to keep her busy. Running from debt collectors, making sure Tsunade ate something every so often, and keeping collateral damage to the minimum weren't fun, but it at least gave her a purpose. These days Tsunade just sat out in the garden sipping tea and occasionally crying. It was an improvement to her previous habits, certainly, but she still wasn't doing anything to make up for the mistakes she had made, and unlike some, she still had the opportunity to do so here in Konoha. Neglecting to do so was pathetic, and their return to Konoha had become a joke. Shizen may have felt pity for her master, and the obvious distress she felt if she actually made an effort to correct it, but for now she couldn't even bring herself to do so. Not for the first time she found herself regretting becoming apprenticed to the Sennin. The wolves, unsurprisingly, were always at the forefront of his mind. More specifically, he was always thinking about their future. An important part of that future required there to be wolves, which naturally meant they had to be bringing more into the pack. Training orphan children, much like Danzo had done, was a preferred method, allowing them to gain the proper skills and grow used to the pack mentality of his forces, but it was not an immediate answer. At the moment, Naruto simply didn't have the years it would take to train the second generation of wolves. That meant he needed to bring people into the fold, allowing his pack to grow strong enough to wait those years it would take to bring the newest wolves up to the proper standard. He could not make use of them until he was sure they could defend themselves just as well as his other operatives. The cubs were precious and were to be protected until they were ready to take upon themselves the responsibilities of the pack. Already his operatives were scouring the elemental nations for potential wolves and gathering them together to be trained. Not in Nami no Kuni, of course, there was too much focus there at the moment, but his godmother had been more than happy to offer him an old lab she didn't make much use of as of late. It was a bit dated, but his wolves would have it transformed into a proper den soon enough. Their future was being created, but they needed to stay around until it was achieved. For both that coming future and the method of maintaining their forces until they had successfully reached it, there was a critical piece missing. Or rather had been missing. Purple eyes swept across his desk to land on the crisp white paper that held the solution he had been working on. It hadn't been that hard for him, but he hadn't exactly done most of the work. Sealing in all its glorious complexity still escaped him completely. He was, however, starting to see the true scope of the potential his father's seal possessed. With but a common storage seal, one of the few he was able to find instructions for creating, became the modified seal his wolves wore. Another storage seal was placed beside it, and he willed a seal that would create seals from wet ink. His seal was happy to comply. One last step had been needed, combining the desired seal with the new applicator, and the problem of inducting new members into the pack was solved. All it would take was giving the seal to Sai or to some of the high captains, and they would be able to apply it to any of those that were to become wolves. He would still need to meet with them to provide this newest seal, but after that he wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Lightly he traced his creation, marveling at how easy the seal on his arm made things. The scary thing was he didn't even need to take those extra steps to create this. His father's legacy would have been able to change the starting seal straight to the applicator he had now. It was his own limitations rather than the seals that stopped him from doing so. By separating each part, he could more properly focus on what he wanted the seals to do, avoiding errors that might cause issues later. Now, however, he had created a unique seal to serve a singular purpose. He had absolutely no doubts that were he to use the single seal method, he would achieve the desired results. In the end, a problem that had needed to be addressed for weeks had been taken care of in just over 20 minutes. He really should have gone about this much sooner, especially considering the time he had on the trip to Hai no Kuni's capital, and it really was a shame he hadn't made proper use of his father's gift before now. Changing the seal of the wolves, changing the seal of Hinata, and removing the seal from Anko was all he had really done with it, and that was a terrible waste of such a marvelous resource. Thoughts of his uses for it, of course, reminded him of several things he still needed to use it for. The wolf issue was solved, but he needed to get Hinata a seal to disable the caged bird seal of the Hyuga as soon as he could. Nothing would have the cult of Hinata no Mikoto crumbling like their goddess not being able to do the very thing they believed her a goddess, or at least the personification of fate, for having done. Once that was done, he still needed to look into Orochimaru's Ten no Jun like the one Anko had once borne. Orochimaru had already done an amazing job on them, and he could only wonder what improvements would be possible with his own seal. The thought of all his wolves possessing a backup chakra system was certainly a pleasant one. And that brought him to his next train of thought, Anko. He would admit to having become rather fond of the woman, and his wolves had also taken a liking to the Tokubetsu Jounin. She was an obvious candidate for becoming one of them, and he was much inclined to make her the first official addition to the wolves. Considering he wanted it, it obviously couldn't be that simple. She had already shown a dislike for seals, and he wasn't certain if that was because the one who placed it on her had abandoned her and the village, or perhaps just because Orochimaru had quite likely branded her with it without consent, but either way it lowered the likelihood of her accepting his own seal, which was absolutely required for all members without exception. Beyond that was the fact that he was working with Orochimaru. Yeah, that was quite a bit bigger. She could continue as she was without the seal, but Orochimaru would affect her wolf or no. He would have to make sure she was devoted enough to him to overlook her hatred for his godmother, otherwise he was going to have to cut her off from his wolves and their work. There was too much going on for him to overlook the security risk she could pose if she wasn't 100% on their side. And that is of course why the woman he had been thinking of was being escorted into his room now, her cheerful grin ready to meet her favorite genin. In all honesty, he really did hope she'd stay with him. At Mei's insistence he had been perfectly transparent, or at least as transparent as he could afford to be, considering one of his eyes was actually a Byakugan stolen from one of the clans that called this village home to the guards at the front gate about the nature of his visit. He desired to speak with the wolves on behalf of the bloodline faction of the Kyuubi civil war. The looks he was shot by the shinobi on duty Ao would almost swear were pitying. Nevertheless, the wolves were soon made known of his desire to meet him, and he was soon finding himself in the presence of a wolf operative who escorted him through the village and introed the seedier section, the kind of place he had not visited in many years. A short red building was there to meet them, standing out, and how strangely plain it remained within this section of the village. There were no windows from which poured flashing lights of exotic colors, no open doors inviting patrons to enter. 2 heavy black doors stared out at whoever might dare approach, and as they drew near, the doors opened to a pair of wolves who proceeded to stand guard. They didn't move as he and his escort passed, and it wasn't until they were nearly to the next door, oddly the only thing he could see within the building. Privacy was evidently a very important thing to the wolves. He'd have to remember that. That the first set closed, shutting with a strangely soft click just as the next set began to open. He tried to ignore the guards standing in each corner beneath the glowing torches as he was led down the large staircase, again the only thing in here aside from the guards and the torches, into the building proper. He briefly wondered if underground bases were simply all the rage for secret, or not so secret perhaps, originations. He could certainly remember a good number of their own bases being bunkers that also dug deep, both to keep out of sight and give attackers less ways to infiltrate. Of course, it also tended to mean no way out if things went wrong. Unfortunately, things tended to go wrong when it came to the bloodline resistance. As much as he wanted as little to do with as possible with the man, Zabuza was onto something. There was no reason to have so many people in on the leading of the rebellion, and at least one of them had to be a spy. He personally believed 5, but Zabuza was more inclined to say 7. Chojuro, naive young man, that he was only said 3 because the 2 older shinobi wouldn't let him bet 1. The fact that Chojuro probably didn't want to be part of it in the first place was entirely inconsequential. Well, until Mei hears about it at least. She was strangely protective of the boy, probably because she enjoyed how often he flushed around her. He had no doubt it helped keep her spirits up. The fact that he was to be the first of an entirely new generation of swordsmen of the mist was also pretty big, but it probably lost to boosting Mei's mood regularly. That said, were anyone to actually ask him, he would always claim it was because of Chojuro's status, and perhaps said something about being one of the youth they were trying to make future for. There was no way in hell he wanted to be on Mei's bad side. Ever. She'd threatened to melt balls off before, but it never really meant much until you saw her actually do it to someone. He hadn't been able to sleep facing the door for weeks. Luckily, Zabuza hadn't fared any better. She peered curiously at the young man behind the desk, watching as he pored over stacks of papers that completely filled the desk. Stacked together, one could probably clear about half of the space he was using, but it was obvious the manner he went about it had something to do with organization, a skill Anko herself had never really possessed. Purple Eyes had only briefly glanced up at her upon her entry before returning to work, only taking the time to put away a single sheet of parchment into one of his desk drawers. Either it was something he didn't want to risk losing, or something he simply didn't want her to see. Quite possibly both. She was unperturbed by that, really. Working in the Tianite department of Konoha had her intimately familiar with matters of sensitive information, and how protected some of it could be. Knowing too that he worked closely with the wolves and was rather high up the hierarchy based on how they treated him, meant it was probably something to do with the shadowy organization. If they had trusted him with important information of a sensitive nature, she couldn't blame him for making sure it stayed away from curious eyes that didn't have the proper clearance to view it. Or whatever equivalent they had for the release of such information. She didn't suspect they were formal enough for set clearances, and they struck her as more of a need-to-know kind of operation, but she really wouldn't be able to say, considering she wasn't at all part of the group. With a final shuffling of papers that brought her from her thoughts, Naruto set about partially clearing his desk, handing folders of completed work to a wolf that had stood patiently by his side for that very purpose. The wolf gave a quick bow, folders held tightly to their chests before leaving the room. The click of the door left just the 2 of them, and 2 wolf guards within the room. For a moment the young man before her relaxed further into his chair, breathing a sigh of relief at having completed some of his work, but he soon resumed proper posture within his chair. Fingers became intertwined between his hands and found themselves supporting his chin as he took a brief pause to look her over. There was something about his eyes that seemed to see right through you, and they were obviously too old to belong to a genin who hadn't even graduated a year ago. By village standards, he still should have been doing D-rank missions with the occasional 2 or 3 day C-rank once or twice a month. The rest of his time was expected to be spent training with his team and developing the bonds that would allow them to work together better in the field. Of course, Naruto had never been standard in any way. Still, there was something about his stare that made her feel uneasy. Not normally, no, she quite liked his eyes and the maturity he possessed. It was a nice contrast to her own nature, but there was something in his gaze she couldn't put her finger on today, almost as if he was trying to judge her worth for a decision he was making. Considering she knew nothing about any decision he may or may not have to make, she didn't know how she would want to be judged. After a few seconds, which felt much longer to the Tokubetsu Jounin, his voice possessing the same feel of authority it always did, broke the temporary silence. "Thank you for coming, Anko," he began. "There was something I'd like to speak with you about." "No problem, boss." She grinned back at him. From the stiffening of the two guards and the spark of curiosity she was able to identify in his eyes, for the barest of instances they hadn't really taken it as the joke she had intended. Her attempt to lighten up the atmosphere had evidently failed spectacularly, and she remained feeling as if she had been called into someone's office for misbehavior. Maybe Sensei would have gone over better, because this was really reminding her of the many times she had been called into a teacher's office during her academy days, and again when she was summoned by her superiors as a chunin after that bastard had left her. She didn't get called in as much ever since she became a Tokubetsu Jounin, but she always dreaded when she did. Ibiki had always been a hard ass. Her words, however, did at least seem to give Naruto pause as he thought of the best way to continue. "You know, of course, that I am heavily involved with the wolves." His guards snickered quietly at the understatement. "Which is why I needed to speak with you about someone from your past." She rose a brow, not knowing exactly who he was speaking of yet. The first person she thought of, the same person who was pretty much synonymous with her past, she hoped she could dismiss completely from being a possibility. She didn't seem to be that lucky. "As I understand it, you and your former teacher did not separate on the best of terms." That earned him a snort from her. He had at least refrained from calling that bastard her master, but already she wasn't really liking where this was going. Ignoring her snort, he continued on. "The snake Sannin has recently approached the wolves about working with them in Wave, and no doubt across the continent in the future." A grave heaviness entered his eyes as he posed the actual question. "Will you be able to work with the wolves, knowing that they will in turn be working alongside the likes of Orochimaru? Would you be able to work alongside their allies, those loyal to Orochimaru, possibly including the Sannin themselves? Work with that bastard?" Her words were practically hissed. Never! That man had ruined her life, and he had the gall to ask if she would be able to work with the wolves should they ally with him. Some small part of her remembered that the wolves served as Naruto's protection both in day-to-day affairs and even on most missions they went on, but that hardly seemed important at the moment. "Ah, I see." His words were calm, understanding even, but she couldn't shake the feeling that he was somehow disappointed in her. The guards, relaxing casually against the walls, were standing at attention as soon as Naruto had spoken, their eyes fixed firmly upon her. There was something about this whole situation that seemed to escape her at the moment, just out of reach, but the reactions of the 3 others in the room with her made her feel uneasy. "Thank you for your time, Anko. Please pass on my regards to Kurenai when next to see her." It was quite plainly a dismissal, and she found a wolf by her arm to escort her out a mere second after the words had left his lips. This was not at all what she had become used to with the wolves or her favorite genin. He didn't spare her another glance as he began on what work remained on his table, but she still felt as though she had been judged and found wanting. "Kin? Yeah? Did I just see Mitarashi Anko getting escorted out of the apartment?" Being Orochimaru's former apprentice, Anko was one of the few outsiders those of Otogekyo were briefed upon during their training. Considering the fact that she carried a massive grudge against Orochimaru, however, that was to be expected. Purple hair like a pineapple and wearing only half the amount of cloth it would take to be considered dressed decently? It's likely. He knew she was part of Konoha, of course they all did really, but he still hadn't expected her to run into her quite so much. As the second examiner was odd enough, but now she was being seen in the very place Orochimaru had left them for their month stay between the second and third exam? Unless their host was playing both sides, Dosa couldn't imagine what he'd be doing having that woman over when he was both allied with Orochimaru and hosting 3 of her shinobi. Anko's hate of the snake Sannin was well known, and keeping the 2 of them in close proximity was just asking for trouble. Then again, maybe that's why she had just been escorted out. Shrugging the thought away for now, he continued on his way as he resumed his search for the kitchens. He was used to rations well enough that food wasn't much of a concern, but he'd kill for a nice cup of tea after that damn exam. Zaku was unsurprisingly crashed out on the bed he had been provided and hadn't even bothered to change his clothes or wash up first. Kin, as usual, was simply trailing behind him. She really was his favorite minion. Though that wasn't saying much considering he only had two and the other was Zaku. Even that fat Konoha Genin who had his ass handed to him by the Konoha girl with the chakra chains probably would have made a better minion than the moronic hothead he had been teamed up with. Having Kin as his other teammate almost made up for it, but not quite. Following the hallways back towards the front of the apartment, the setup here was really strange, almost as if it was a combination of apartments that had never been intended to be combined. Where he thought he had caught a glimpse of kitchen appliances, he managed to locate the desired room. A single wolf leaned against the far wall next to the kitchen window, and their head tilted only slightly to watch them as they entered. Dosu took the fact that they did nothing to deter him from entering as indication that they were at least not forbidden from entering the room. Whether or not their host wanted them here was an entirely different matter, but at least the guards hadn't been instructed to stop them. Which was good, because Dosu really wanted his tea almost as much as he wanted a nap. Both of those were only desired slightly above smacking Zaku for his earlier behavior. Maybe if they were really lucky, their host would become as fed up with the genin as his teammates were. It would be nice to see someone put the arrogant snow drag in his place, especially because Orochimaru had been polite enough not to do it in someone else's domain. If her eyes had been anything to go by, that was really the only thing that had kept her from lashing out at the boy who had shown such disrespect as to begin dozing in a chair he hadn't even been invited to take when he knew very well his master was arranging their stay in the next room. The scary part is that Dosu heavily suspected she was more upset that their host had been disrespected than the fact that he had not been at attention to show her the proper respect. He still couldn't get over the fact that their host was probably younger than them, and yet Orochimaru was so obviously concerned with keeping in his favor. With that considered, however, they had been a pretty decent host so far. It wasn't saying much seeing as they had yet to spend a full day in his home, but that was actually an improvement from what he had heard of others who had his master's favor. Dragged away for experimentation 5 minutes after arriving? No thank you, he was just fine being shown his room, which he unfortunately would be sharing with Zaku, and then being left to his own devices. Well, he said that, but it really meant he was shown to his rooms, and then completely ignored. Either way was fine with him. Digging through the cabinets, he managed to find some tea, and a teapot was already cleaned and waiting on counter to be used. Obviously it saw quite a bit of use for them not to bother storing it in one of the cabinets. Such frequent use didn't seem to indicate a connoisseur of tea so much as it did someone who regularly had many people, or perhaps just wolves, over if the generic store brand tea was anything to go by. At least the leaves were in a small plastic pouch with the seal of Hai no Kuni, which wasn't exactly known for producing tea, which meant it was likely some local family business that managed to stay around on the merit of convenience rather than in a can that reads something along the lines of made with real tea country tea leaves. He had only made that particular mistake once. Never again. Never again. Grateful for small mercies like actual tea leaves, even if they weren't the best, Dosu busied himself with preparing the pot. Kin meanwhile made herself comfortable at the small table. It didn't look like any more than 4 people could sit around it, and even then it might be a bit cramped. Rather odd, he idly noticed, considering how many people must go through this building daily. Perhaps he had formal dining room of some sort further into the home, though why that would be in the back opposed to having the personal kitchen and dining area sequestered away privately he wasn't going to even ponder. As soon as he deemed the tea ready, he claimed a couple of cups from the cabinet before pausing and turning to the guard, who hadn't moved anything more than his head since their arrival. Raising both the teapot and one eyebrow bandaged as it might be in a silent question, he received an equally silent response with the shaking of the wolf's head in the negative. Giving a shrug, he brought the cups and the teapot to the table before pouring both for himself and his favorite minion. As both he and his teammate sat drinking tea in a stranger's home, one they had been instructed to stay with by Orochimaru herself, he tried not to think about how strange this felt. It was such a simple thing they were doing, so basic, so common, that he couldn't help but feel there was something wrong with the situation. Perhaps that was a sign that it was time for a vacation. Pondering the options, he had not many. Unfortunately, considering his meager savings, he nearly missed the fact that they were joined in the kitchen by a 4th person. He was immediately glad that he had caught their arrival, as it turned out to be none other than their host himself. Both he and Kin rose to stand but were quickly waved off in a manner that was somewhere between lazy and distracted, in a way that made Dosa suspect their host might not have even registered that he had done so. He had to wonder how many times you had to stop people from rising at your approach that it became second nature to stop them before they could. Their host, he really should start calling them Naruto, at least in his head, opened one of the cabinets, and was moments later sitting at the table between he and Kin. Dosa couldn't help but notice how the guard moved immediately to stand in front of the window his own master was facing instead of beside it, where he had remained for the past several minutes. He supposed the theory was any attack aimed at their host would first hit the wolf. Dosa had the feeling the guard would actually prefer Naruto to be kept in a room without windows, but would make do until they could convince the red-haired young man to relocate to such a location. Naruto poured himself a cup of tea, one brow rising as he watched the liquid enter his cup. Stopping short, he gave it a sniff, both eyes narrowing in suspicion. Dosa momentarily feared their host suspected some sort of poison. It would be just his luck to find himself with someone Orochimaru likes that isn't a psycho, only for them to end up being horribly paranoid and prone to bouts of violence when they felt threatened. That theory was quickly dashed when Naruto proceeded to take a small sip. From the look of disgust that crossed his face, he wasn't impressed. Their host grabbed his own cup and the entire pot before moving back into the kitchen proper. Without prompting, the wolf left his position, blocking the window to confiscate the cups of both he and his favorite minion. He ignored Kin's confused look in favor of turning in his seat to observe their host and the wolf at work. The masked operative set about dumping out the tea Dosa had just made and carefully washed the teapot, followed quickly by the cups. No sooner than the teapot was finished did Naruto begin preparing tea himself. Dosa had spoken too soon earlier. Now things were getting strange. Their host, when they had been foisted upon by Orochimaru herself, was well hosting. It should speak rather poorly for the others who Orochimaru had chosen to leave subordinates with, but considering that such was normal to shinobi of Odogekure, it only ended up speaking well about Orochimaru's favored. Not only that, whatever Dosa had managed to prepare was obviously not around for guests, for even now their host withdrew leaves from a dark red tin to make his own tea. It was only the fact that the tea had been taken from them that made Dosa suspect the tea he made wasn't good enough for any of them instead of just their host. If Naruto had just needed a better cup, he had the feeling they would have been left with the tea they had poured, and Naruto would have made some more for himself. Even if he was reading it wrong, it looked like there was better tea in the household, and he and Kin just might be permitted to have some. He had been fully prepared to accept his own lackluster brew as the best he was going to get, so this was shaping up to be a rather pleasant surprise. Something equally true for both the tea and their host who was preparing it. If this was how things were around here regularly, then he would be happy to take care of anything Orochimaru needed done in Konoha so he could stay here with what was obviously the most pleasant of her allies. It wasn't long before their host had finished their task and returned to the table, their guard taking up his spot before the window once more. 3 cups were poured, first to Kin, then to him, and finally to the guard before their host poured his own cup. Despite having served the other 3 first, none of them moved to take a sip until after Naruto had. As Naruto relaxed into his own chair, Dosa took a sip from his cup and immediately noticed a difference in quality. Oh yes, this was much better. If things continued like this, he suspected he was going to enjoy his stay here. If Kin's pleasantly surprised expression was anything to go by, his favorite minion would be too. For the first time since he had become a shinobi of Odogekure under Orochimaru of the Sannin, Dosa found himself pleased by his orders. He might not be able to afford a vacation, but this would do. 00000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 Jiraiya groaned, his neck cracking and back popping as he forced his body from the unforgiving ground. It had been, in his opinion, slightly more understanding than the women he had managed to anger, but that didn't exactly mean much. He was aware that the girl for the voice that had brought upon him this misfortune was too young for its owner to be a woman, was still standing there waiting to be acknowledged after his latest beating. By the way her foot tapped the ground impatiently, he knew her arms were folded before her, and chances were she was scowling down at him like Tsunade used to so many years ago. Pulling into a crouch, he glanced at the one who had ratted him out only to be met with more orange than one should ever consider wearing. Orange skirt, orange top, and orange sandals covering a girl with the bluest eyes he had seen since Minato. The hair too was a match, and the chakra he could feel from her made it pretty obvious who she was. There was after all only one clan whose children had that much chakra. "My Naruto, is that any way to greet your godfather after all these years?" he asked, coming to his feet. Gods, was she short, or maybe he had just gotten even taller over the last decade. He'd need to find a few other genin to compare. Can't an old man even get a hug? She looked him up and down. You're Jiraiya? Well, she didn't have to go and sound all disappointed by it. He was tempted briefly to perform his introduction routine but managed to refrain. Yeah, kid, I'm Jiraiya. You can't tell me you expected me to be taller. Because really he was tall. Damn tall. Especially compared to this squirt. I didn't think you'd be so old. He gave her a blank look. I'm an S-rank shinobi who could kick a team of jounin to Iwa and back before lunch, and who was practically a father to the Yondaime Hokage. I may be old enough to have a genin grandchild, but don't doubt for a second I'm still in my prime. His own arms crossed his broad chest as he stared down at his godchild for the first time in a little over a decade. She really had grown in that time, but she was still such a tiny thing. Compared to him, at least. Luckily, he no longer needed to worry about crushing her in his hands when Kushina made him hold her. Not that such a situation was likely to occur these days. The blonde gave an irritated huff. Whatever, I suppose I haven't met you yet because you've been peeking through fences these past years? No, I've been peeking through everything. That's my job. In more ways than one, really. And I seem to recall hearing that someone was out traipsing the world these past years. She looked sheepish at having that pointed out, her cheeks reddening and her hand coming to scratch the back of her head nervously. Well, yeah, she mumbled. The sheepish look melted into something more accusing. But we were only gone a few years. I don't seem to recall seeing you before we left. It was his turn to scratch the back of his head. You've got me there, I suppose. Like I said, I was working, and though I kept trying to track you down when I had free time, I never quite managed to before work called again. Huh? You tried to meet up with us? She looked surprised, which had Jiraiya making a facial expression that was very near pouting. Of course I did. He objected the very idea that he might not have made an attempt to meet his godchild and the woman who had married a boy he thought of as a son. Ah. She looked a bit abashed at learning that, and Jiraiya released a sigh. Come on, kid. Let's go visit your family. It's high time we all got reacquainted. Even as he said that, he had reached down his large hands encircling her waist and pulled her onto one of his large shoulders. Because of this, it was impossible for him to miss how she tensed when he mentioned meeting the family. Something wrong? He asked. Chapter 55 The Gallant Jiraiya. Jiraiya groaned, his neck cracking and back popping as he forced his body from the unforgiving ground. It had been, in his opinion, slightly more understanding than the women he had managed to anger, but that didn't exactly mean much. He was aware that the girl for the voice that had brought upon him this misfortune was too young for its owner to be a woman, was still standing there waiting to be acknowledged after his latest beating. By the way her foot tapped the ground impatiently, he knew her arms were folded before her, and chances were she was scowling down at him like Tsunade used to so many years ago. Pulling into a crouch, he glanced at the one who had ratted him out only to be met with more orange than one should ever consider wearing. Orange skirt, orange top, and orange sandals covering a girl with the bluest eyes he had seen since Minato. The hair too was a match, and the chakra he could feel from her made it pretty obvious who she was. There was after all only one clan whose children had that much chakra. My Naruto, is that any way to greet your godfather after all these years? He asked, coming to his feet. Gods, was she short, or maybe he had just gotten even taller over the last decade. He'd need to find a few other genin to compare. Can't an old man even get a hug? She looked him up and down. You're Jiraiya? Well, she didn't have to go and sound all disappointed by it. He was tempted briefly to perform his introduction routine but managed to refrain. Yeah, kid, I'm Jiraiya. You can't tell me you expected me to be taller. Because really he was tall. Damn tall. Especially compared to this squirt. I didn't think you'd be so old. He gave her a blank look. I'm an S-rank shinobi who could kick a team of jounin to Iwa and back before lunch, and who was practically a father to the Yondaime Hokage. I may be old enough to have a genin grandchild, but don't doubt for a second I'm still in my prime. His own arms crossed his broad chest as he stared down at his godchild for the first time in a little over a decade. She really had grown in that time, but she was still such a tiny thing. Compared to him, at least. Luckily, he no longer needed to worry about crushing her in his hands when Kushina made him hold her. Not that such a situation was likely to occur these days. The blonde gave an irritated huff. Whatever, I suppose I haven't met you yet because you've been peeking through fences these past years? No, I've been peeking through everything. That's my job. In more ways than one, really. And I seem to recall hearing that someone was out traipsing the world these past years. She looked sheepish at having that pointed out, her cheeks reddening and her hand coming to scratch the back of her head nervously. Well, yeah? She mumbled. The sheepish look melted into something more accusing. But we were only gone a few years. I don't seem to recall seeing you before we left. It was his turn to scratch the back of his head. You've got me there, I suppose. Like I said, I was working, and though I kept trying to track you down when I had free time, I never quite managed to before work called again. Huh? You tried to meet up with us? She looked surprised, which had Jiraiya making a facial expression that was very near pouting. Of course I did. He objected the very idea that he might not have made an attempt to meet his godchild and the woman who had married a boy he thought of as a son. Ah. She looked a bit abashed at learning that, and Jiraiya released a sigh. Come on, kid. Let's go visit your family. It's high time we all got reacquainted. Even as he said that, he had reached down his large hands encircling her waist and pulled her onto one of his large shoulders. Because of this, it was impossible for him to miss how she tensed when he mentioned meeting the family. Something wrong? He asked. Kyuubi, how much have you heard from Konoha over the past 4 years? Jiraiya really didn't like the sound of that. Thank you for your patience. The voice was young, much younger than Ao had been expecting, and the speaker's face was hidden behind the visage of a snarling wolf. Female, undoubtedly the girl was probably only in her mid-teens. Despite that, she walked into the room with unwavering confidence, as if she had done this many times before. The other wolves' guards that appeared much older than she did not try to stop or hinder her in any way. In fact, they seemed to stand up straighter at her approach, moving close to the walls to provide her all the space her passing would require. Which honestly wasn't much, and there was no real reason for them to move, but the gesture did speak clearly about her authority. Young or not, she was supposed to be here, and the fact that this was a meeting about getting support for a war meant the young woman before him carried much more weight than would have been proper back in his day. It's perfectly all right. Back in my day, we would have gone to the capital to petition for an audience, but Mei was adamant I come straight to you. She sounds very direct. He could hear the smile behind the mask. Tsukiyomi-sama would appreciate that. He may stick to the shadows, but he likes to get straight to the point. Still, it's just not proper to show up unannounced, especially when we're looking for help. And that's why they have us know. She took the seat across from him at the table, placing several folders and a pad of paper down as she retrieved a pen from somewhere in her clothes. With a click of the pen, she prompted, so tell me about the situation in Kiri. And so he did. But he couldn't shake the feeling that Zabuza may have been more right about these wolves than was good for the resistance. Even though their eyes were mostly hidden, he could have sworn he felt the hunger of the wolves in the room as he told them of their plight. He just hoped that in this case Yugura was to be the flock they would devour because they couldn't afford more enemies. When a young woman in a wolf mask entered the room, folders clutched tightly to her chest, their host was quick to excuse himself and usher her into his office. Kin wasn't too surprised when the wolf that had been blocking the window moved to follow them and stationed himself against the closed office door to ensure their privacy. She shared a quick look with her team leader, both of them agreeing to leave it alone without words. It wasn't any of their business, and they were damn sure that if Orochimaru wanted them to be spying on their host, one she had made extremely clear was important to her, the snake Sannin would have damn well told them so. Seeing as she didn't, they weren't about to risk angering the wolves, their host and Orochimaru, by prying into private matters. The third member of their team chose that moment to emerge from his own rooms and took a seat at the table where their host had been only moments before. He seemed completely oblivious to the fact, and as he poured more tea into their host's half-filled cup, they shared another look, pleased that he had not been around while their host was present. Briefly, Kin pondered the merits of having Zaku attempt to gain entrance into their host. She really needed to start thinking of him by his name, or at least by some sort of title, private study. If they were really lucky, Zaka would be eliminated, and both she and Dosu could enjoy a month of relaxation under the graciousness of their host Naruto without having to worry about the buffoon doing something stupid. Then again, Zaka was bad enough that it might anger Naruto to a point where she and Dosu were also on the wrong end of his ire. Which of course would mean they were on the wrong side of Orochimaru's ire too should they live that long. That was not a good place to be. She noted that Dosu actually looked between Zaku and the distant door a few times before shaking his head to himself, no doubt having been thinking along similar lines. It was a pity that a team needed 3 members and that there were so few shinobi in Otogekure. Were there ready replacements, she knew it would be an easy matter to convince Dosu to help her dispose of the body. Then again, with the look Orochimaru had shot him before she left, Kin wasn't even going to ponder what it was she was off to go do. It was likely that the snake sage would be happy to replace him too if that was an option. Her eyes moved to the guard at Naruto's door and back to Dosu as a thought struck her. The wolves seem to vary widely in range, don't they, Dosu? HM? He turned to look at her out of the corner of his eye as he considered her question. I suppose they do. She hummed slightly, a thinking noise that was more to catch her team leader's attention than any sort of habit. You don't think that with Orochimaru's alliance we might be able to borrow one, do you? She looked pointedly at their third teammate, who, disinterested in the conversation's topic, was completely oblivious. Oh? Dosu seemed to perk up a bit at her words, casting his own speculative gaze between Zaku and the wolf standing guard. Maybe. How long did you think you might need one? Oh, if things go well, maybe 6 months or so? He grunted in acknowledgement, his eyes glinting in approving amusement at her idea. It was some coincidence that Chunin exams were held twice annually, and that he had managed to get into the last part of this one. Having a wolf during that time would be just long enough for them to graduate from genin status and instead become full-fledged shinobi, free to take contracts with whoever else they pleased. Think they'd go for it? Couldn't hurt to try, but I'd take whatever opportunity you can find to butter him up if you intend to ask. His part said. He returned to his tea. She could still see the amusement that danced in his eyes. Keep him away. Kin agreed with a pointed look to Zaku. And I may be able to arrange something. He grinned into his cup. Deal. Really? He didn't quite believe it. They're coming to us? Mai nodded in confirmation. They are. A slight frown found its way onto her face. He even admitted that Zabuza was part of the group and had adamantly argued against it. And they still want our help. He shook his head, his eyes gazing out a window he never had back at his office in the den. I don't like it. How bad is the situation? It obviously can't be looking good for them if they would disregard advice from someone like Momochi Zabuza. Her frown deepened. That's the odd thing. According to his words, they're in a pretty even deadlock at the moment with Yagura's regime. They understand that they don't have much time before that changes, because the Mizukage has more resources at his disposal and will be able to gain the upper hand once he commits more to the bloodline war. At the moment, he's using the deadlock to reduce the rebellion's actions while he and his village recovers. By the looks of things, they don't have any more than 8 months before things escalate again. So he clarified. Not bad now, but it will be. That's correct. With a sigh, Naruto turned from the window and took his seat, his thumb and middle finger coming to massage his temples. What I still don't get is why they're coming to us. His hand dropped to his desk right next to the multitude of folders Mai had brought with her. They have very little to offer us at the moment. They know, or at least Zabuza does, that we work according to our own interests. They have time to find the support of other groups, and we would be up against not just an entire village, but the rightful Kage. As long as their daimyo hasn't declared against Yagura and his regime, then I would be in a pretty awkward position as the daimyo of Nami no Kuni. I fully agree the whole situation is against us. Naruto shook his head. No, he disagreed. Not all of it. He paused for a long moment. Just the rebellion side of it. So you propose? She didn't want to assume, but she knew exactly where he was going with his thoughts. Send out an envoy to Yagura. Scope out the situation to ensure it matches with what we know, and if it does, offer him our services. If the rebellion is right and Yagura is looking for a boost to his strength before continuing this bloodline civil war of his, then he may have just found it. Of course, should I have notice sent to the fire daimyo? No, I'll let him know of my intentions personally during the 3rd exam. Genin Naruto's not going then? There was no advantage at the moment to announcing his identity, and so it would remain secret until some benefit was to be had. Still, she would have liked to see him get out for something other than work. Afraid not, I'll be with the other nobles. Send word to Hana if you've the time. As Nami no Kuni's governor, I'd like to introduce them. I'll think of something to keep her identity hidden. Anything else? That will be all for now, Mai. Very well, I'll see to it immediately, Tsukiyomi-sama. She gave a brief bow and turned to leave, pausing only at the sound of her lord's voice. Oh, and Mai? She turned to face him, a single brow raising. Yes? Thank you. If you need a break, let me know. I don't want to work you into the ground. She nearly laughed. If anyone would find themselves run into the ground, it was him. Less and less he made appearances as Genin Naruto since he became daimyo, and he had spent increasing amounts of time locked away in his study poring over endless piles of paperwork. When he had started getting more finished, she had stopped taking so much of his own workload onto herself, and as time went on she had begun to give him some of her own. She was regretting that lately. Beside his guard, few saw him these days, and whatever dream of being a shinobi he had once possessed had been practically thrown away so he could focus entirely upon his wolves. The major problem with that which she could see now was that the wolves as a whole had no defined goal, and that meant there was no end for him to work towards. So instead he just kept working. He had short-term goals, of course, but he would just find more and more. By providing him with more work, he was now under the impression that there was much more to be done in order to provide for the wolves. Admirable, yes, but not beneficial for him as a person. The worst part was that now, having come to the conclusion that his position had more work associated with it, even if she were to stop sending her work his way, he would just make more for himself to complete, lest he feel as though he wasn't fulfilling his responsibilities. As much as she enjoyed using her new-found free time to visit some Tsukuyomi no Naruto was far more important to her. And while he seemed, if not happy, at least content with the arrangement where he had the opportunity to care for his children, she wanted more for him. They were the ones who were supposed to be caring and providing for him, the one who gave them purpose again. The responsibility of his position lay heavy upon his neck, and she resolved to find some way to remove the weight of his burden so he could be Naruto once more, the young man they had all sworn to serve. She did not, however, voice such thoughts. Of course, Naruto-sama. I'll let you know if it becomes too much for me to handle. She bowed once again but spoke before leaving. You haven't seen Yugao-san in a while, have you? You should pay her a visit soon. A friendly spar would probably do you good. He smiled softly at her suggestion. Don't worry about me, Mai, I'll be fine. And you're right, that does sound lovely. I'll see if I can sneak away for a few hours sometime soon. It was better than nothing. Returning his smile, she bowed quickly once more before knocking on the door to announce her exit, her mask sliding back over her face with practiced ease even as the wooden barrier that had provided their privacy swung away. She needed to come up with some way to help her lord, hopefully one she could implement before the invasion. Maybe Tsum would have some ideas. The television was on again, some stupid game show. Anko couldn't produce half enough effort to understand cheering in the background. Her favorite jacket, because despite what people tended to think, she did own more than one. This one had an extra pocket, and a holster for a kunai on either side was slung haphazardly across the couch, and her shoeless feet worked tirelessly to put a groove in her hardwood floors. Something about her meeting with Naruto nagged at the back of her mind, calling attention to something she couldn't quite identify. Despite the fact that he should have known better to question whether she could work with Orochimaru after what the bastard had done to her, he had still asked, and she had the feeling that he was disappointed at her answer. At least he hadn't tried to beat around the bush about it. Her anger at having been asked at all lessened slightly at the fact that he hadn't attempted to hide it at all. She knew logically that she would have reacted much worse had she discovered it on her own. Still, why did he need to team up with Orochimaru at all, and what did that have to do with her? The wolves were, well, she didn't actually know what they were. Naruto's private army certainly, but that seemed to be their only purpose. Considering that Naruto seemed more concerned with their well-being than working towards any sort of goals she had been able to identify, only made it more strange that he would consider working with Orochimaru, especially when he already had her. Then again, it wasn't Naruto who was working with Orochimaru, but the wolves under the command of Tsukiyomi. He was doing what he thought was best for those under his command, and she couldn't really fault him for that. But what did the wolves working with them have to do with her? Yeah, they had a tendency to come on missions she took with Naruto, but she really wouldn't consider herself working with them. In that case, they would just have to not take any of his guards, and if that meant they could no longer go on missions together, it wouldn't mean she couldn't hang out in his apartment, or that they couldn't get together every now and again for a friendly spar. Files and folders kept carefully out of her view briefly crossed her thoughts. Already the matters of the wolves were kept confidential, but now it would be dealing with matters related to the snake Sannin as well. There was a team in his apartment when she left too. Foreigners. Were they associated with Orochimaru? And if so, did that mean there might be others in the apartment from now on who were loyal to her former teacher? She winced slightly at the memory of the wolves who escorted her out. Before he had given them the command to do so, they had tensed up and they were quick to make sure she left the premise. Spending time in the apartment was no longer an option, it seemed, but she still didn't know why that might be considered working with the wolves. Unless it wasn't. The realization struck in a sudden bolt of clarity. She cursed herself for not noticing before. It wasn't about the current arrangement they had. Naruto had wanted to know if she could work with Orochimaru because he wanted her to work with his wolves. Whether that was to be an offer of induction into the wolves, or if he was simply saying he wanted her services personally, as she still wasn't sure what his place amongst the wolves really was, though she had her suspicions she had been offered a position closer to him. And she had turned it down. Anko let out a deep groan as she surrendered at her task of wearing down the floors and instead fell bonelessly onto her couch. Well shit. No wonder he seemed disappointed. Naruto groaned as he collapsed into the grass, the sun just starting to touch Konoha's gate, and a soft breeze kind enough to cool him on its way past. I know it's been a bit since our last spar, but I was not expecting to be that out of practice, he admitted. She gave a quiet laugh at that before sitting beside him on the grass. You should have. Do you even train regularly anymore? She asked. Haven't the time, Naruto admitted. He didn't need to see her face to know that one of Yugao's eyebrows had raised in question. Haven't the time to train? You're a shinobi. Training should be your life because your life's going to goddamn well depend on the training you've done. Other things have come up, he countered. As it is, I'm rethinking being a shinobi at all. What? She leaned over him, peering down with narrowed eyes and silently prompting him to elaborate on his statement. I decided to be a shinobi years ago, but things have changed and my priorities have too. Being a shinobi might not be the best way to accomplish what I need to do. And what might that be? He was silent for a moment, contemplating before releasing a gentle sigh. I can't tell you. Ah. She nodded once in understanding. It was an open secret amongst the shinobi elite that Naruto had ties to the wolves, and this was obviously connected to them in some way. Most of the shinobi force of Konoha had their suspicions naturally, but those higher up knew without a doubt that if you needed the wolves you should go to Naruto, and if you went against Naruto you went against the wolves. No one actually knew what his relationship to them was, but it was certainly very important to Hai no Kuni's newest noble house. At least he spoke up after a moment, breaking the silence. Not yet. Perhaps when things calmed down a bit. That was interesting, and she found her curiosity piqued. Not only was it the chance of learning more, but he had also said that the wolves were currently up to something big. They had just taken over a country and become a noble house, so what could they be doing now beneath everyone's noses? When things calmed down then, she confirmed. Naruto smiled softly. Anko might not have been suitable based on her response, but she wasn't the only one he had been considering. He was the father of the wolves, and that was important, but that wasn't all he was, and he needed to remember that. His responsibilities were to more than a single group, and so he required a group that was also separate if he wanted any chance of making everything work. Of course, Yugao-senpai. Wading through a sea of grass that came well past his waist, which was rather high considering his stature, with Naruto sitting nervously on his shoulder, he couldn't help but wonder what could have distracted Kushina from taking care of something like this. She had always done her best to keep the house in good condition between missions and during the first months of her pregnancy, and when she got farther along she made sure to have Minato perform the tasks until she was satisfied with the results. Even if she hadn't wanted to return the yard to its former state upon her return, and its upkeep seems to be something she had overlooked, it only took a few minutes to drop off a mission request to have some poor genin group spend their day doing it for her. With 2 courteous raps of his knuckles on the door to announce his wondrous presence, he stooped low enough to not risk Naruto's head as he entered the home his student had purchased all those years ago to start his new life with his fiancée in. The inside was more maintained than the exterior, which was to be expected with Kushina, but it still fell short of her usual standards. She never kept things immaculate by any means, but the difference was still quite noticeable. Then again, he was a spy, details were second only to error in his duties. All right, Squirt, gather the others. I'm sure they both miss me. A dry look crossed her face momentarily as she rolled her eyes. Ka-chan might have, but I'd expect better of her. We've already established that I've never met you when old enough to remember you, so how could Naruto ni? Ba details? Even if they don't miss me, I'm sure they'd like to visit with the gallant Jiraiya. She rolled her eyes once more and sighed as she hopped off his shoulder, waving one hand over her shoulder dismissively. Yeah, whatever, old man. I'll get Ka-chan. As luck would have it, there was no need. Naruko-chan? Came her mother's call, her voice getting louder as she approached from the back of the house. Is that you? I thought I heard a man's voice. She entered the room to see someone she had honestly not expected to see. With him out of the village so much, she hadn't actually thought about him in quite some time. Hey Kushina. Grinned Jiraiya. Long time no see. Miss me? Her dry look was exactly identical to her daughter's. You haven't changed, I see. Gg, her former husband, God's rest his soul, may have seen the man as a father figure, but with his hair and less than proper behavior he had always seemed like a perverted grandfather to her. The fact that it always irritated him was only ever a bonus. Of course not, he protested, puffing out his chest. I'm as incredible as ever. Kushina crossed her arms over her chest, the barest of grins twitching at her lips. So still incredibly lacking then? Ouch. Jiraiya grasped his chest. That tongue of yours is as sharp as ever, Kushina. I'll never understand why you're so mean to me. Because someone has to counter your ego and remind you that you're nowhere near what you think of yourself as. He thought about it for a moment before shrugging. Fair enough. So where's Naruto? Much like her daughter, Kushina immediately tensed up at the mention of the third family member. How much have you heard from Konoha while you were gone? That was the second time he had been asked that very question, and he liked it even less now. Almost nothing, really. My job is to bring outside information, and if I'm too caught up with Konoha's affairs, I risk missing other important things throughout the elemental nations. I did hear about Hai no Kuni's newest noble house, though. They make their home here in Konoha, don't they? Both Uzumaki women winced. Now it was Jiraiya's turn to fold his arms over his chest. Okay, what did I miss? Come, let's go into the sitting room. Without waiting for a response, Kushina left the room, Naruto trailing behind. With no other choice, Jiraiya followed them and took a seat on one of the couches. Naruto and Kushina were seated on the other, and in another situation they might have found humor in the fact that Jiraiya and his broad build took up almost half of the couch. Kushina fell silent for a few moments, gathering her thoughts before she started. 4 years ago we were advised by a medic Nin that due to having been conceived within a Jinchuriki, Naruto ran an increased risk of developing a chakra dependence. Naruto actually holding the chakra of the Kyuubi in her own seal wouldn't have to worry about it, but because Naruto didn't have that benefit, his own seal only acting as one wall of the cage being around the Kyuubi's chakra could disrupt his own developing chakra system and make it almost impossible for him to ever be outside the presence of Naruto, or because my chakra system still has remnants of the Kyuubi's own chakra myself. She looked to him to make sure he was following and was met by a frown and a nod indicating he had heard her and was probably putting things together already. The first thing I did was send for Tsunade, and she agreed to return to Konoha to take a look, but we had been advised that if he hadn't already developed a dependency that he might at any time. The only choice we had was to limit his exposure as much as possible. It clicked. You left him behind, didn't you? He asked. That's why I never heard of a young boy traveling with you over the years. His tone wasn't accusing, he was just looking to make sure he understood the situation correctly. Too often did people assume Jiraiya was completely immature and overlook the fact that he was an extremely skilled shinobi, a master spy, and possessed seal knowledge exceeded only by one other non-Uzumaki in history, the Yondaime Hokage. Though he often was a man of Jiraiya's caliber, was not to be taken lightly in any situation. We did. Kushina nodded, but it ended with her hanging her head in shame. Tsunade was supposed to arrive the first day of the academy, and it would take up to several months for her to make the official call. With Naruto starting the academy, he would be gone all day, and we could put some distance between us before he realized we were gone. He never would have let us leave otherwise, and I don't think I would have been able to anyway. Seems sound to me. The couch creaked in protest as he shifted slightly in his seat. So what went wrong? A couple things. Her head hadn't lifted yet. First, I had reset the compound wards intending to add only Naruto and myself. I wanted to make sure he was completely safe while we were gone, only I was distracted during the process and never finished it. Jiraiya winced. Ouch, that's bound to have caused some problems. I had left a letter explaining everything on the kitchen table, but he was unable to get to it. It also meant that he didn't know where to go. I thought he may have gone to Kurenai after I realized I had failed to add him, but Naruto here mentioned that they don't seem to get along as well as I thought they did. Tsunade was here though, and so was Hiruzen, so I didn't worry too much about him not having a place to stay. And other things went wrong too. They did. She nodded again, still not raising her eyes. Tsunade was late, and as I mentioned, we needed the distance before Naruto was released from the academy. We couldn't risk him trying to come home for lunch, and discovering that we had packed up and left either, so we left before she arrived. She didn't get here until weeks afterwards, and he had already been locked out of the compound. He never knew she was supposed to examine him, and she never actually sought him out. The tears that had gathering in her eyes began spilling silently down her face. 4 years. We waited for 4 years until his chakra system would have reached maturity to ensure we didn't end up hurting him, because we never heard that it was safe to come back. He needed us, and we were gone. I didn't dare write to him either, because even if we weren't moving about, I knew I wouldn't be able to say no if he asked me to come home. I've come to realize that trying to resist returning has been my worst mistake. I thought others might step up to ensure everything was fine in my absence, but I should have come back as soon as I realized something was wrong. Jiraiya was silent for a minute after she had finished mulling everything over. Eventually he sighed and with the shake of his head pushed himself up off the couch. Again, everything you did seems pretty sound for the most part, but all it took were a few oversights for everything to go wrong. It's probably not going to be easy to get back into his life, as I'm assuming that's the reason he's not here at the moment, but as long as the three of you draw a breath, there's still a chance. You just have to keep working towards it. In the meantime, I'd like to pay him a visit. Do you know where I can find him? Old Oak Apartments near the Market District. He's in 108. His words, while not an inspiring speech, did serve to reassure her slightly that things could still be made right, and she shot him a slightly sad smile. Please, if you can, let us know how he's doing, and if it's at all possible, let him know we miss him. I won't make any promises, Kushina, but I'll see how the conversation goes. Thank you, Ero Gigi. He gave us a wry smile. They don't call me the gallant Jiraiya for nothing. 00000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000ol0000olololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololololol wearing the mask of a wolf. Any possibility that it might be a member of Umbu was rather solidly crushed when, upon being granted entrance into Naruto's, he did have the right one, didn't he? Apartment, he found himself in the presence of yet another person wearing such a mask. He really hadn't intended to meet with Hai no Kuni's newest noble house today. Actually, he never planned to meet with them. Politics really weren't his cup of tea. His luck, however, seemed to be exercising its odd sense of humor, because here he was in the presence of the wolves when all he was trying to do was meet with the son of his student. It reminded him of that one time in Na no Kuni when he should probably be paying attention. The new wolf took one look at Jiraiya and his shoulders sagged, which was almost unnoticeable with the way his arms were crossed over his chest. With an audible sigh he knocked twice on the door and proceeded to stick his head in. The growl, for there was no other way to describe the sound that came from within the room, had Jiraiya even more curious, the guard at the door looking like he wanted to crawl into some dark corner to hide, and the wolf next to him trying valiantly to stifle his laughter. And Naruto-sama, you have a guest. Well, at least he was indeed at the right place. I know I was speaking to them when you interrupted. I mean, someone else is here to see you. And? I'm busy at the moment. The wolf that had shown him obviously thought the whole thing very amusing, as the man was dying of laughter and doing his very best not to make a sound that might let any of the others know. The poor man at the door, however, seemed like he was about ready to piss himself. Either Naruto really didn't like being interrupted, or he considered his current guest to be very important. Admittedly, that too piqued Jiraiya's curiosity. He was already surrounded by wolves. Who might he be meeting with? The wolf looked back at him, almost as if deciding whether or not it was worth it to push the issue, and almost resignedly stuck his head back through the doorway. It's Jiraiya-sama, Naruto-sama. Oh? There was a pause. Show him to the sitting room, I'll be out shortly. Yes, Naruto-sama. Jiraiya could see as the nervousness melted from the wolf at his victory. Of course it was soon to return. Naruto-sama? Yes? Which sitting room? Even from outside the room Jiraiya heard the sigh. My sitting room, the one that was there before one of you decided to start knocking down walls and take over the other apartments. The next part was spoken in a considerably more quiet voice, but the Sannin still managed to hear it. I still haven't managed to find out who came up with that idea. It's fine, Naruto, the extra room has proven beneficial. A new voice joined the conversation, one Jiraiya and his familiarity with all things female could immediately tell did not belong to a man. If Naruto really was meeting with a young woman in that room, he really couldn't blame the boy for being annoyed at being interrupted. He also wouldn't be too upset if he considered his female guest to take priority over even he, the gallant Jiraiya. How could he? He would feel the exact same way. Yeah, another brief sigh was heard. I suppose you're right as always. Jiraiya could make out she sound of faint giggles. Of course I am, Naruto-sama. Now if you'll excuse me, I think I'll see your guest to the sitting room myself. The wolf that had turned to escort the sage froze in place upon hearing that, unsure if he should proceed with his orders or let his superior take over. Will you be staying? No, I have some matters to see to, and I'll probably grab lunch afterwards. Chapter 56 Words of a Sage. When he knocked on the door that morning, he had certainly not expected for it to be answered by someone wearing the mask of a wolf. Any possibility that it might be a member of Umbu was rather solidly crushed when, upon being granted entrance into Naruto's, he did have the right one, didn't he? Apartment, he found himself in the presence of yet another person wearing such a mask. He really hadn't intended to meet with Hai no Kuni's newest noble house today. Actually, he never planned to meet with them. Politics really weren't his cup of tea. His luck, however, seemed to be exercising its odd sense of humor, because here he was in the presence of the wolves when all he was trying to do was meet with the son of his student. It reminded him of that one time in Na no Kuni when no wait, he should probably be paying attention. The new wolf took one look at Jiraiya and his shoulders sagged, which was almost unnoticeable with the way his arms were crossed over his chest. With an audible sigh he knocked twice on the door and proceeded to stick his head in. The growl, for there was no other way to describe the sound that came from within the room, had Jiraiya even more curious, the guard at the door looking like he wanted to crawl into some dark corner to hide, and the wolf next to him trying valiantly to stifle his laughter. And Naruto-sama, you have a guest. Well, at least he was indeed at the right place. I know I was speaking to them when you interrupted. I mean, someone else is here to see you. And? I'm busy at the moment. The wolf that had shown him obviously thought the whole thing very amusing, as the man was dying of laughter and doing his very best not to make a sound that might let any of the others know. The poor man at the door, however, seemed like he was about ready to piss himself. Either Naruto really didn't like being interrupted, or he considered his current guest to be very important. Admittedly, that too piqued Jiraiya's curiosity. He was already surrounded by wolves. Who might he be meeting with? The wolf looked back at him, almost as if deciding whether or not it was worth it to push the issue, and almost resignedly stuck his head back through the doorway. It's Jiraiya-sama, Naruto-sama. Oh? There was a pause. Show him to the sitting room, I'll be out shortly. Yes, Naruto-sama. Jiraiya could see as the nervousness melted from the wolf at his victory. Of course it was soon to return. Naruto-sama? Yes? Which sitting room? Even from outside the room Jiraiya heard the sigh. My sitting room, the one that was there before one of you decided to start knocking down walls and take over the other apartments. The next part was spoken in a considerably more quiet voice, but the Sannin still managed to hear it. I still haven't managed to find out who came up with that idea. It's fine, Naruto, the extra room has proven beneficial. A new voice joined the conversation, one Jiraiya and his familiarity with all things female could immediately tell did not belong to a man. If Naruto really was meeting with a young woman in that room, he really couldn't blame the boy for being annoyed at being interrupted. He also wouldn't be too upset if he considered his female guest to take priority over even he, the gallant Jiraiya. How could he? He would feel the exact same way. Yeah, another brief sigh was heard. I suppose you're right as always. Jiraiya could make out she sound of faint giggles. Of course I am Naruto-sama. Now if you'll excuse me, I think I'll see your guest to the sitting room myself. The wolf that had turned to escort the sage froze in place upon hearing that, unsure if he should proceed with his orders or let his superior take over. Will you be staying? No, I have some matters to see to, and I'll probably grab lunch afterwards. With some? Oh? What was this? The young woman Naruto knew regularly met up with Inuzuka-tsum? Jiraiya was getting really curious, and he already had 3 new ideas for his books. This visit was already proving extremely fruitful. Just not for the reason he was actually here. Yet anyway. The day was still young. If she's free maybe. You don't mind? Jiraiya could have sworn he heard Naruto's brow rise at the question from where he was, though it was probably more likely that he just imagined it. Your friends are your business, Mai, and your free time is yours to spend as you like. If you do see her, however, mention that Hana might be stopping by for the public portion of the Chunin exams. I'm sure she'll appreciate the news. Does that? She was quickly interrupted. Jiraiya of the Sannin is here, Mai. Let's see to him first. It was impossible to miss the way his name was stressed, and it wasn't hard to imagine why either. He was a well-renowned master spy after all, and that was a very difficult balance to pull off. Of course, my apologies. The guard stepped out of the way of the door just in time to allow a young woman with long black hair to exit the room, which from the brief glance he was able to get must have been Naruto's personal office. Not that Jiraiya currently had any idea what Naruto needed an office for. Thank you for your patience, Jiraiya-sama. My name is Mai. She greeted him immediately with a curt bow. Naruto will be out soon. Come, let us move somewhere a bit more comfortable. Mai began walking towards the front of the apartment, looking back only to send the first wolf to prepare refreshments, and Jiraiya followed with only a single backwards glance towards the office he knew Naruto was in. He thought things were pretty odd back when he first encountered Naruto and later met up with Kushina again for the first time in years, but this certainly took the cake. Led to a green couch, Jiraiya took a seat and idly noted the brownish stains that peeked out from beneath it. You know, he commented as Mai took her own seat in a blue chair across from him. I know a couple of tricks that are pretty good at getting the blood out. His head tipped towards the most prominent section of the stain. So did you, Gao? She said there were few better at removing blood than the Anbu. She gave a slight sigh, her cheeks only dusted by the barest hints of embarrassment. Unfortunately, it's Uzumaki blood and is as stubborn and resilient as its source. We would have had the carpet replaced, but with the improvements some of the others have taken into their own hands, it would mean redoing the carpeting for most of the first floor at this point. Naruto doesn't want us spending that kind of money on his apartment just because he returned home to patch himself up instead of visiting the hospital. Yeah, I could see how quickly that might add up. Have you considered wooden floors? They require more regular upkeep than carpets, but if you get a nice dark finish, it both improves the atmosphere and does wonders for hiding any blood that ends up on it. Made the switch years ago, and it saved me tons of trouble and a small fortune on stain removal. She blinked twice, running the idea through her head. That she shook her head, a small smile on her lips. That's actually a really good idea, especially with how hard it is to remove Naruto's blood. I'll run the idea by him later. Her smile became slightly mischievous. Or the same wolf who had the idea to start knocking down walls might receive a friendly suggestion soon. Jiraiya couldn't help the grin that spread across his face. Oh, he liked this one. No wonder Naruto was irritated about being interrupted. She was a keeper if he ever met one. Considering her looks and the fact that she seemed to be around Naruto's age, going for the older woman? Attaboy Naruto. He couldn't think of a more perfect match. Well, maybe not a match, he hadn't even met the boy yet, but certainly a wonderful prospect and an option that was very much available considering what he had heard of their interaction earlier. He was totally shipping this, not that he would ever say it such a way to anyone else. You're a crafty one, aren't ya? Anything for Naruto. Alright, that sealed it. These two were getting together even if he had to play Cupid. Oh? Have you known him long? Old habits died hard, and he was far too curious to wait for information to be given to him. With a bit of luck he might learn enough to have something to speak with Naruto about once the young man made his appearance. 3? She seemed to mumble the first bit to herself. No, not quite. Her voice picked up. 2.5 years now, I'd say, going on 3. I suppose at your age that's actually a pretty significant amount of time. You've known him for what, 1/5 of your life? I suspect that's only going to be increasing over the years. Well, yes. The faint dusting of pink was back on her cheeks. I don't expect anything to separate us anytime soon. My brother and I have become quite close to him, and it wouldn't feel right to work with someone else. I understand he must be very important to you, the both of you. There was a reason he had said it that way, and now with her distracted, maybe he could get some answers to a more interesting question. What kind of work are three of you doing? Oh, we've been helping him. Even as she appeared to catch herself, another voice entered the room. Thank you for keeping our guest company, I'm sure you're eager to visit some. The dismissal in his voice was as clear as the look he shot the sage. It was pretty obvious he knew exactly what Jiraiya had tried. In response, the old shinobi just shrugged and shot him a rueful grin. Sorry about that. Old habits die hard, and you have me mighty curious, Naruto. That's a bad combination, you know. Quite. Naruto took a seat in the chair I vacated, and Jiraiya got his first look at him. He had to say he was pretty impressed. Wrapped loosely in dark fabrics that were a bit too pricey to just be sitting around at home in, and that contrasted his pale skin just as well as his blood-red hair, did he cut a rather striking figure even sitting down. It wasn't a Jiraiya-level entrance, but the effect was commendable. Maybe he could offer a few pointers too. It couldn't hurt now, could it? Naruto continued, paying no heed to the paths Jiraiya's mind saw fit to wander. I'll have to keep that in mind. One leg crossed the other as a wolf emerged with cups of tea for the two of them. Naruto took one but did not drink, instead keeping his eyes focused on his rather prominent and unexpected guest. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was more than happy to partake in the offered refreshments. It helped that he was both the strongest person in the room and that some of his training with the toads made it nearly impossible to poison him. You had no idea how beneficial that had proved to be over the years. Accepting drinks from strangers gave him a trusting, carefree reputation to the masses, and the fact that those that were poisoned didn't end him gave him even more credibility in the eyes of his enemies. So, Jiraiya-sama, what was it I could help you with today? His eyes still focused on his guest, he took a slow sip of his own tea, more to keep it from being wasted than any actual desire to drink it. Ah, so serious, Naruto-kun? Is that any way to greet your Jiraiya paused at this. He wasn't his godfather. Did they ever change that from Orochimaru? So was it something like godfather-in-law? No, that would require the Uzumaki siblings to be married if that was even a thing. God-stepfather? Couldn't be that suggested the godparents had been married and that he had been the one to marry his godmother. Last he checked, Tsunade had never said yes. A noticeable frown showed on his face as he tried to think of what his actual relationship with the boy could be described as. Unfortunately, your father's father figure and the teacher of your pops were both out. Damn secrets. How well, I guess we can just say I'm your god uncle or something. Naruto raised a brow. A sibling of one of my parents? No, that wouldn't do at all. Fine, he eventually grumbled. Great god uncle happy? You're a strange man, Jiraiya-sama. I suppose that only leads credence to the fact that Konoha's greatest power lies in its eccentricity. Jiraiya had to take a moment to both blink and remind himself that he was supposed to be speaking with a 12-year-old genin of Uzumaki blood. Minato hadn't any Aburame or Nara blood in him, did he? Because there was no way in hell Naruto's personality was from his mother's side. That one blink, however, was long enough for him to recover. And you're a very interesting young man. To some, perhaps. Naruto gave a gentle shrug. You still have not graced me with the reason for your visit, great god uncle. The sage winced slightly at the title. He wasn't old, damn it. But relaxed further into his seat before shooting Naruto a small smile. I just returned to Konoha, and while I might not be your godfather, I have always considered myself pretty close to your parents and the Uzumaki clan. Oh? Then what brings you here? That was not what he had expected to hear. Was there more that had happened he hadn't been informed about? This is what he got from focusing on the rest of the world so much. You do know, do you not, that I no longer claim my Uzumaki heritage? At Jiraiya's surprised look, he continued. I was the only Uzumaki in Konoha and started having disagreements with another clan after an accident I was involved in ended with the deaths of one of their members. In accordance with the old ways, I denounced my clan name as to not tarnish it. With the clan head not present, and no way to contact them, it was only the right thing to do, I think. This way at least my squabble remained solely my own. Jiraiya could have sworn he heard a snort from a nearby room. Obviously there was a wolf that did not share the same opinion. I had not been informed. frowned Jiraiya, but a small smile quickly replaced it. Still, I was a friend of your parents, and haven't seen you since shortly after your birth. I had intended to catch up with everyone at once until I learned that you had alternate living arrangements. So he spread his arms to show himself. Here I am. So you are. Agreed Naruto. This is a social visit then? Absolutely. The sage paused. Well, unless you do publishing, I suppose. Then it could become business. Social it is. Still, he made note to look into that as an option to help his house's financial status. Nami Publishing had a nice ring to it. So tell me, Naruto, what have you been up to these last 12 years? It was an open question, a very open question, and Jiraiya leaned back further into his chair, almost to the point of lounging to wait for a response. Lived in the compound for the first 8, spent most of my time by Kushina's knee or watching over Naruko as she played outside. 8 to 12 was mainly taken up by the academy, and scrounging up the funds to pay for food and housing. Beyond that, I've made some friends, made some enemies, and become an officially recognized shinobi. Naruto gave a light shrug. Nothing too extraordinary, as you can see. Another snort came from outside the room, and Jiraiya had to agree. He had the feeling that everything had been seriously understated. Made some enemies? That alone could involve a lot of happenings that certainly weren't ordinary. Jiraiya made a show of running his eyes over what had once been a single apartment, and made sure to place extra emphasis in the direction the wolf was present. Finishing, he shot Naruto a dry look before repeating Naruto's first word of the conversation. Quite. The ordinary, I suppose, Naruto spoke after only the briefest of pauses. Is dependent on the person. I'm sure you've seen Stranger over the course of your career, Jiraiya-sama. Well, he had him there. Of course, he was still the Toad Sage, and he was more than capable of working the conversation to his advantage. Yeah, I suppose you're right. I'll have to start sharing some of my stories with you and your sister now that I'm back in Konoha for the foreseeable future. Naruto frowned slightly at the mention of his sister, something so faint that anyone but Jiraiya might have missed it, before moving his arm to rest his cheek against his knuckles. Jiraiya waited patiently to see how the young man would respond to the words he obviously didn't care to hear. It would certainly be interesting to hear of your many travels over the years, Jiraiya-sama, and I have no doubt they would also serve as valuable lessons for any who aspire to walk the path of the shinobi. We'll have to see what schedules permit, as I currently lack a team and thus a solid schedule, and I'm fairly certain Naruko is quite busy with her own training. Interest pointing out the value of the offer before a soft decline in the form of open possibilities that were unlikely to come to pass due to not one but 2 of the 3 proposed parties. Fair enough. Honestly, Jiraiya was a bit impressed when he reminded himself of Naruto's age. Still, there was something about the way he spoke that pulled at his mind, a familiarity he was reminded of with the way Naruto's eyes had glinted as words flowed from his tongue. It took a moment to place that cold detachment, the aloof superiority with undertone of danger. Orochimaru. Minato's son reminded him of Orochimaru. Really, with how well those two actually got along, he shouldn't be surprised, but it still caught him off guard. There was another part that felt off too. The way he spoke and presented himself was like the Orochimaru he remembered, but the words were like Sarutobi-sensei. No, that wasn't right. It reminded him of the Hokage and his politicking, but that was it. The words were designed for someone in a more political position, one that reminded him of the old Sarutobi who had to deal with it on a daily basis, or himself, when he had to endure the same. A cross between himself and Orochimaru, and reminding him slightly of the Hokage, 2 rivals and their sensei. That of course brought to mind Hiruzen's own rival Danzo. A shiver went down Jiraiya's spine. Yeah, he was similar to the old Warhawk too. Hiruzen and Danzo. Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Naruto. Both halves of a repeating cycle. Would Naruto be the one to end it? It was a curious thought, one Jiraiya would have to give more time later. For now, however, he needed to focus on the present. Oh, I'm sure we can work something out. In the meantime, however, let's discuss you. After all, you'll hear enough about my years when we find time that's good for you and Naruto. I'm not sure what there is to discuss. I'd say those enemies you mentioned earlier seem pretty interesting. They wouldn't happen to be the clan you mentioned having disagreements with, would they? Ha! A specific example he had already confirmed earlier. Maybe now Jiraiya would be able to learn some more about what Naruto had been up to these recent years. Naruto frowned but answered regardless. It wasn't like Jiraiya would be incapable of finding out on his own, and he had no need to give the man a reason to start digging things up about his past. Who knew what the sage might stumble upon? That is correct. Short, simple, to the point. If he was really lucky, he would be able to keep from volunteering any information and provide only what the man asked for. Of course, he probably wasn't that lucky. And? Naruto rose his brow again as if he didn't follow. Come on, prodded Jiraiya. There must be more to it than that. Fill an old man in here. What did you want to know? Wasn't getting caught that early, thank you. Who they were, what started it, how it ended, everything. You can't just tell an old spy that you have enemies and leave it at that. You'll make me far too curious for my own good. Well, damn. He had said for my own good, but it was more accurately for your own good, for our own good, however, might work well too. Either way, Jiraiya was quite plainly pointing out that he would be looking into things if he wasn't provided information from the primary source. Chances were he would anyway, that was his nature, but driving him to it certainly didn't help Naruto, or his wolves. The Yamanaka heiress and I, as previously stated, had a disagreement. It got out of hand undoubtedly, and was mostly due to our pride. She carried the weight of her clan and their dislike for me already, and acted upon it, something most of them readily approved of, and I was simply too full of myself. When that was combined with a reminder of the same mistake that had earned me such ill rapport with her clan, everything became a rather large mess. We have since come to an understanding. Or at the very least I've come to an understanding with both Inoichi and Ino. I'm not sure how the rest of their clan feels about me, but I highly doubt I'm viewed in any sort of favorable light. That was a lot more than Jiraiya had been expecting, both for an answer and for the situation. He had expected anything from an academy rivalry to getting on the wrong side of one of Konoha's few gains. Hell, even pissing off one of the guilds like the Merchant Guild primarily ran by the Haruno clan wouldn't have been too surprising, but to have made an enemy of an entire shinobi clan? That was almost Ika plot worthy in its incredibleness. Hell, that was nearly Jiraiya level. Once again Jiraiya was reminded of just how much the boy seemed to resemble some of Konoha's greatest shinobi, even if those shinobi were not so widely acknowledged as such. Orochimaru the criminal, Jiraiya the pervert, Danzo a retired relic from an age-long past, and Hiruzen who would never be seen in the same light as his predecessors despite his immense skill and even greater knowledge. They were known, yes, but no one ever placed them on the same pedestal as the other three Hokage, or the lost founder Madara. People just didn't realize how important they truly were or the effect they could have on the world. And here Naruto was already making a name for himself by going against entire clans as a genin, and showing qualities from all four of those great names. To Jiraiya it was clear the boy could probably reach the same level as his father, if not far exceed it. Of course, every legendary figure needed a mentor, and he did pretty damn well with the last one, if he did say so himself. Perhaps it was time to guide another into the recordings of history. That, however, could wait until he had established himself with the boy. He'd give it a month or two before trying anything like that. In the meantime, he could still act in his god-uncle capacity. You know, if that was actually a thing. Wasn't exactly shinobi mentor of a legend, but it was a relaxed mentor for a young man, and that was just as important. Still against the Yamanaka? He was still having trouble wrapping his head around that. What the fuck happened? Actually, that lead right into the perfect next question. What the fuck happened? It would also suffice as that next question. Before Naruto could offer some pointless answer that clarified nothing, as he seemed most want to do, Jiraiya further clarified his previous rather broad question. I get that you two had a disagreement that served as the spark, but what brought things to that point? Didn't get caught sleeping with Inoichi's wife now, did ya? He grinned at the end of it, hoping to inject some humor into the situation, but it didn't seem to work at all. Naruto's response made it pretty obvious why. No, I was involved in the death of his sister. Oh. Well, shit. That would do it. His sister? He may have been mistaken, but hadn't she left the clan years ago? He hadn't heard anything about her since, and he had to wonder how much the Yamanaka clan had before her demise. Yeah, his sister. Naruto gave a long, tired sigh. I made her acquaintance one morning near the market district, and we had tea at a nearby shop. She was my first friend. Ouch. This didn't sound fun. He briefly weighed getting the full story against avoiding what could very easily be a painful topic. In the end, the chance that talking about it may do him some good won over, and Jiraiya pushed forward. I would assume then there was some sort of accident. He most certainly wanted to avoid making Naruto believe he thought him responsible. He needed the full story before he could make any sort of judgment. He did not, however, believe the young man had actually meant for the woman to die. At the same time, he didn't seem to fully blame himself either. Rather than say he had killed her, as someone either proud, guilty, or ashamed may have, he described it as being part of the death. He was there present for the death, or did something that eventually caused that death, but he knew it wasn't his fault and certainly hadn't meant to bring it about. I was going to visit her one evening and found a drunkard assaulting her. I tried to stop him, but she was injured in the fight and died soon after. I consider myself immensely fortunate to have been given the chance to say goodbye. Oh, so not just an accident, a combat accident in which he was actively trying to save her. Kid must have been beating himself up over it for weeks. God knows he did on his first protection mission that went south. He fortunately could say he did not know the man he was protecting very well. Naruto, on the other hand, lost his friend, and somehow managed to get an entire clan against him. Those had to have been some hard times for him, even without Kushina gone. It made it quite easy to see why he had not accepted her as soon as she returned. During times of struggle, one becomes closer to those around them, but if you didn't have anyone, you learned to rely only upon yourself. That makes it difficult enough to let anyone back in, to say nothing about those who hadn't been there for you when you needed them. Kushina was going to have quite an uphill battle, as she really wanted to become part of her son's life again. But that really wasn't a concern at the moment. Cherish those last moments, Naruto, remember them fondly, and keep her in your heart as you continue to live. Jiraiya gave a sigh, his age showing for just a brief moment. I'm not going to say something as insensitive as get over it or get used to it, but you should realize that's it's going to happen. You'll lose friends again and again and again to situations you have no control over, and in situations you thought you had complete control both. It doesn't get easier, there's no preferable way for it to happen, you just have to keep going and keep the guilt from eating you alive, because at the very least one of you still is. As soon as that grief overcomes you, as soon as you give in to the guilt and sorrow, you've died. And if you've died after them just because you weren't strong enough, then they should have been the one to go back home. Unfortunately, we don't get a choice in the matter, so you have to be strong enough to live for both of you. It's a lesson passed on generation to generation, but only truly learned the hard way. Naruto stared at him for a moment, pondering before the faintest smiles graced his lips. Not quite sad, just a touch bitter, but mostly thankful. I certainly would have benefited from hearing that back when it happened, but thank you all the same, Jiraiya. I appreciate your insight. Jiraiya returned the smile with a bit more cheerfulness, happy to have been able to impart some of his wisdom to one of the next generation. No problem, Naruto, it's what god uncles do. You ever need any sort of advice, you can always seek me out. Thank you, Jiraiya-sama. It's a most gracious offer. The old sage relaxed again into his seat, the years seemingly melting from his face. Like I said, it's what I'm here for. And speaking of being here, it's probably about time I headed out. People are only able to handle so much of the amazing Jiraiya, from what I understand. This earned him a small grin, though it was probably more to do with whatever comment Naruto had come up with and been courteous enough to keep to himself than what he had actually said. Before I go, however, I do have one more question. Naruto took a sip of his drink, which was probably cold at this point, and motioned for the Toad Summoner to continue. Now that I have the background, what was the actual disagreement between you and the Yamanaka heiress? A genuine smile crossed the young daimyo's lips as he thought about his little cult leader, and he answered the man simply. Hyuga Hinata. Oh? It was as much an expression of surprise as it was a prompt asking him to continue. On this matter, Naruto did not mind providing more information. I took Hinata under my wing shortly after she was branded with the caged bird seal and demoted to the branch family of the Hyuga clan. Ino, seeing me only as the killer of her aunt, wanted to dissuade her from spending any time around me. A noble intention, I suppose, based on the information she had available. But it was an action that displeased me greatly. In the end, I revoked my right to the Uzumaki name and declared the Yamanaka my enemies. Not the smartest idea, certainly, but it's the course of action I took and the one I've managed to live with. The wolves really had been a big help with that. Jiraiya, while able to understand the entire situation, decided to focus on what he deemed the most important. The Hyuga girl, eh? I remember her mother spirits watch over her. The woman was one of the most gifted kunoichi I've ever had the pleasure of meeting. Naruto did his best to pretend he hadn't understood what the man was hinting at, but it was kind of difficult not to understand when he was making gestures in front of his own chest to denote size. Jiraiya was not deterred by the lack of response, however. So this Hinata she stacked yet? If she's anything like her mother, she's probably already started growing, if you know what I mean. I would rather not discuss this, Jiraiya. Oh, the honorific had dropped. It looks like he was actually getting to him. Ah, come on, what better thing to discuss is there than women? The old sage shot him a lecherous grin. You know, if you don't tell me, I'll have no choice but take a look for myself. The light growl that came from the young redhead had Jiraiya pausing in surprise, but before he could comment on it, Naruto spoke. Hinata was his, damn it, and this lecher wasn't so much as going to lay his eyes on her. Her assets are incredibly hard to miss. Ha! Attaboy. Jiraiya's grin lit the room. Looking then, are we? Can't blame ya. Hold on to that one, she's only going to grow more. I'm quite certain she's not going anywhere. Not if he had any say in it, she was proving to be too valuable. Eh? Sunk your claws into her already, I see. Good on you, Naruto, will make sure you don't become the sheltered prude your father was. Never figured out why I couldn't bring him to the Ika side, but he sure did well with Kakashi. Sheltered prude? Neither in the room had spoken, and as both turned towards the entryway where they heard it originate, there was a snort of laughter, and another voice. He already shares his bed with various women, and Jiraiya-sama thinks he's going to be a prude? It was the first voice's turn to snort. The day Naruto-sama turns out to be a prude, I become celibate. It's never going to happen. Naruto cleared his throat loudly, a faint dusting of red visible on his pale cheeks. That's quite enough now, you two. The two in the other room choked on the air, their words stuck in their throat as they realized they had been just a bit too loud. Hi, Naruto-sama. The other voice was quick to join it. 80,000 apologies, it was a most inappropriate topic for us to be discussing. Two fingers came to pinch the bridge of Naruto's nose as he hung his head in irritation. Go find Mai, I'm sure she has work for the two of you. He knew for a fact she had work for the two of them guarding him, but if they were going to be talking about things like that, and within hearing distance of his guests, then they were going to need to be given some other task. It had the added benefit of knowing Mai would be displeased to see that they had gotten themselves dismissed, and dole out a suitable punishment. But Naruto-sama, we've been instructed to remain with you. Obviously they realized that he would be left here with his S-rank guest, not to mention the genin team that was around here somewhere, and that they would have to explain that to Mai, who was probably spending time with Sim, and would already be irritated at being interrupted. And I've instructed you to report to Mai. Is there anything about that which isn't clear? And no, Naruto-sama. The two were quick to leave after that, but not without a stream of hushed expletives that were barely audible. The last thing Naruto and Jiraiya heard from them was Mai's going to fucking skin us alive. With that over, Naruto collapsed as bonelessly into his seat as one could when they were already in said seat. Like children, I swear. He muttered, which Jiraiya found quite amusing. From their voices alone, those had to have been grown men, and here a 12-year-old was calling them children. Well then, grinned the Sannin. With that, I do believe it's time for me to get going as well. It was nice talking to you, Naruto. We'll have to do this again soon. Certainly. Naruto nodded, his eyes still closed before the two amethyst orbs opened to watch his guest rise from his seat. Shall I show you to the door? He inquired. Jiraiya waved him off. Nah, I can get out on my own. I'll drop by sometime next week. Are there any times that are bad for you? Naruto snorted. Not in particular, but I don't exactly have a solid schedule. 11, however, is a most ungodly hour, so I'd appreciate it if future visits were a bit later. I'm usually up quite late. Afternoons it is. The sage turned to leave before pausing and turning to look at Naruto over his shoulder. Oh, before I forget, Kushina asked that I let you know they miss you. Promised them I'd let you know if I could, and that I'd make sure you're doing alright. Seem to be doing fine to me, especially with that little Hyuga, so I'll just make sure to pass that along. Jiraiya gave a slight shrug as he continued. Not saying you have to do anything with that information, and I'm not urging you to let them back into your life, that's entirely your business, but I would like to remind you that accidents do happen, and no matter what, they do care for you. I understand if you've come to not need them in their time away, but that doesn't mean they don't need you. Just something to think about. See you around, Naruto, and don't forget to find me if you need any advice, especially about the women in your bed. Get out or hear, you old pervert. Amused, Jiraiya gave a hearty laugh and disappeared down the hall, retracing steps from his entrance. All in all, that hadn't gone badly at all. He'd even dare to say it went pretty well, considering this was their first meeting. There were still a lot of unanswered questions, but he had enough to interact with the boy now, and had already started establishing rapport. He'd stop by to visit Sensei later to see if he could shed some more light on the subject that would cut down his workload immensely, and help him get to the bottom of everything far more quickly. The old sage continued down the halls of what had once been a small apartment, careful to follow the exact path he had taken unless the wolves or his hosts believed him to be snooping about. As he neared the front door, however, he had to pause and question what he was seeing. Orochimaru? No, that wasn't possible. Latest reports had Orochimaru overseeing a project in Odogekure no Sato to, strangely enough, make it more accessible. There had been some talk about proposals to work on connecting some of the lakes and rivers to grant them access to the sea in the south, and possibly connecting it all the way to the northern seas near Kaze no Kuni, but that was neither here nor there. More important than location, the person before him was undoubtedly female. He was pretty damn sure, after years of being on the same team and the occasional visit to the hot springs, when Jiraiya was actually on the male side and not looking through a fence, that Orochimaru was male. The woman, however, possessed an almost uncanny resemblance to his former teammate. It was disturbing to say the least, not because she was unattractive, but because he found himself very much attracted to her. And that was a damned scary thought. Of course, that line of thought brought him back to the thought that Naruto might be a mix between himself and Orochimaru, which in turn led to the idea of Naruto being their son. The son of Jiraiya and a female Orochimaru. Gods above, he was actually about to be sick at the thought of getting with a woman. What was the world coming to? With a rushed greeting, he was quick to make his way past her and into the safety of the outside world. It was going to take a lot of research and probably a lot of alcohol to wash those thoughts away. It was probably a good thing that he didn't look back, for the unmistakable smirk she wore would have sent him running for the hills. 00000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000ous. Even when he didn't know who she was, he was still unnerved by her presence. Good. She had never cared much for people in general, and while his never-ending attempts to be both her rival and brother back in their genin days had been his solution for bringing the team together, Orochimaru had never really liked Jiraiya. Respected him certainly just as she did Tsunade, but she had not been fond of the man's personality despite the odd wisdom that hid behind it occasionally shining through. As a fellow legendary shinobi, she could tolerate the man but little more. Seeing him rush to leave at her mere presence when he should expect her to be a civilian was extremely satisfying. Of course, that's probably due to the resemblance her new body shared with the one he had known and grown up with. She could only imagine the thoughts that must have been running through his head when he saw her. With a giggle that would never be suspected of belonging to Orochimaru the Sannin, she continued down the hall to find her favorite and only godson. Rather than be in his office as she had expected, she found him lounging in a chair in the first sitting room, an area usually reserved for visits from Naruto's favored. Mostly because Naruto himself preferred to sit here, being the original sitting room of his apartment before it began expanding, and that meant those that spent a lot of time around him could be found here too. The wolves did their best not to intrude into it, but were very careful to always have someone stationed nearby. Actually, on that note, where were the wolves? There had been several when she left earlier, and while it was expected that some had duties to attend to elsewhere, there should have been some guards around for the safety of her Crimson Prince. A frown tugging at what had been so recently a smirk, she continued on her way, taking extra effort to locate one of the umbu-like figures who may be skulking around their master's abode. By the time she was near his chair, she was absolutely certain there was not a single guard within 3 walls in any direction. That was completely unacceptable. It seems quiet in here, Naruto-kun. She started with following her lead up immediately with the question she wanted the answer for. Was Jiraiya the only one here with you? His head rose, the hand that was rubbing tiredly at the bridge of his nose falling to rest lazily over his armrest. He met her eyes, tilted his head in a moment in thought, and finished with a slight nod. Yeah, I suppose he was. Orochimaru felt her blood begin to boil. Someone had the gall to leave her precious godson all alone with an S-rank shinobi. How dare they, how fucking dare they? Almost as if he knew of both her anger and the reason for it, he continued. There had been 2 wolves with us, but I dismissed them not long before Jiraiya left. While I didn't mind them cracking jokes between themselves, it went a bit too far when my guest was able to hear them. I sent them to Mai, so the issue should be sorted shortly. Orochimaru actually winced slightly at that. That girl could be absolutely ruthless, but Ad and Naruto unprotected because they couldn't be bothered to keep their mouths shut, and the fact that she was probably off somewhere taking a well-deserved break, and there probably wouldn't be anything left of those wolves when she was done with them. Your genin spend a lot of their free time here, Naruto continued, as if what he had already said wasn't of any real note. But this morning they went off to practice with one of the wolves. Or two of them did. The other I think wandered off on his own, but I'm not really sure. They may have returned before Jiraiya arrived, but I didn't check. I see. Chapter 57 Den of the Genin. She watched him hurry out of the house, a smirk stretching across her lips. Even when he didn't know who she was, he was still unnerved by her presence. Good. She had never cared much for people in general, and while his never-ending attempts to be both her rival and brother back in their genin days had been his solution for bringing the team together, Orochimaru had never really liked Jiraiya. Respected him certainly just as she did Tsunade, but she had not been fond of the man's personality despite the odd wisdom that hid behind it occasionally shining through. As a fellow legendary shinobi, she could tolerate the man but little more. Seeing him rush to leave at her mere presence when he should expect her to be a civilian was extremely satisfying. Of course, that's probably due to the resemblance her new body shared with the one he had known and grown up with. She could only imagine the thoughts that must have been running through his head when he saw her. With a giggle that would never be suspected of belonging to Orochimaru the Sannin, she continued down the hall to find her favorite and only godson. Rather than be in his office as she had expected, she found him lounging in a chair in the first sitting room, an area usually reserved for visits from Naruto's favored. Mostly because Naruto himself preferred to sit here, being the original sitting room of his apartment before it began expanding, and that meant those that spent a lot of time around him could be found here too. The wolves did their best not to intrude into it, but were very careful to always have someone stationed nearby. Actually, on that note, where were the wolves? There had been several when she left earlier, and while it was expected that some had duties to attend to elsewhere, there should have been some guards around for the safety of her Crimson Prince. A frown tugging at what had been so recently a smirk, she continued on her way, taking extra effort to locate one of the umbu-like figures who may be skulking around their master's abode. By the time she was near his chair, she was absolutely certain there was not a single guard within 3 walls in any direction. That was completely unacceptable. It seems quiet in here, Naruto-kun. She started with following her lead up immediately with the question she wanted the answer for. Was Jiraiya the only one here with you? His head rose, the hand that was rubbing tiredly at the bridge of his nose falling to rest lazily over his armrest. He met her eyes, tilted his head in a moment in thought, and finished with a slight nod. Yeah, I suppose he was. Orochimaru felt her blood begin to boil. Someone had the gall to leave her precious godson all alone with an S-rank shinobi. How dare they, how fucking dare they? Almost as if he knew of both her anger and the reason for it, he continued. There had been 2 wolves with us, but I dismissed them not long before Jiraiya left. While I didn't mind them cracking jokes between themselves, it went a bit too far when my guest was able to hear them. I sent them to Mai, so the issue should be sorted shortly. Orochimaru actually winced slightly at that. That girl could be absolutely ruthless, but Ad and Naruto unprotected because they couldn't be bothered to keep their mouths shut, and the fact that she was probably off somewhere taking a well-deserved break, and there probably wouldn't be anything left of those wolves when she was done with them. Your genin spend a lot of their free time here, Naruto continued, as if what he had already said wasn't of any real note. But this morning they went off to practice with one of the wolves. Or 2 of them did. The other I think wandered off on his own, but I'm not really sure. They may have returned before Jiraiya arrived, but I didn't check. I see. The possibility of her team being here elevated the concern slightly, as they could at least serve as a distraction for Naruto should he need to escape, but she still wasn't pleased. Maybe she needed to require one of the genin in the building at all times just in case. Just not Zaku. That was not the impression she wanted to leave on Naruto about her forces. If he wanted to go fuck off in the village each day, he was more than welcome. She cared far less how her village was seen by Konoha than by Naruto and his wolves. Not hinting towards her thoughts, she continued. So everything went alright then? Yeah, we spoke a bit about my past, enough that he had the general idea of what's been going on, and he gave me some advice I probably could have used a few years ago. Other than that, he's going to find a way to arrange times to sit down with Naruto and myself to impart his wisdom. She couldn't help but question. Wisdom? Sure, he had his moments, but those never really seemed planned. He just spoke his heart and let things happen. What kind of wisdom could he be hoping to share with his goddaughter and her brother? He's going to share his experiences as a shinobi and let us learn from his mistakes, I suppose. Ah, that did make sense. Leave it to Jiraiya to teach by examples of what not to do. Knowing him as she did, the old bastard would be pleased with sharing all of his failures over the years. He really did have no shame, though she supposed that was a good thing for a shinobi. Will you actually go? She inquired. He didn't seem excited about the idea, but neither did he seem to dislike the idea. If I'm free, I suppose. It would be a shame to waste such an opportunity, and gives me a reason to take a break. He gave a short, defeated sigh. Speaking of taking breaks, this one has gone on for too long. I need to get back to work. Pushing himself out of the chair, he made his way back to his office with Godmother in tow. She found a comfortable spot against the wall that she could lean against as she watched him work, which never got old. She loved seeing her little prince manage the forces under his command, and he took his usual seat behind his large desk. Before he could get to work, however, the sound of the front door slamming open followed by hurried footsteps reached their ears. One of Orochimaru's hands went to her back where she had hidden a kunai, but Naruto made no move that would indicate he had even noticed. Even so, Orochimaru's sharp eyes were able to bear witness to two thick chains falling to the ground like heavy, silent serpents. Honestly, that was pretty impressive. It took quite a lot of skill to create chakra constructs like that while not moving any more than necessary to grab the first piece of paperwork from the stack. Such preparation, however, turned out to be unnecessary when the visitor barged into the room, revealing an out-of-breath Mai, who relaxed immediately upon seeing Naruto at his desk as normal and Orochimaru leaning against the wall. Thanks, she huffed, her face red with exertion. The gods. Naruto in response rose a brow. Are you all right, Mai? She gave a short laugh, as much as her breathless state would allow. Me? I should be asking that of you. I ran over immediately when I learned you were alone with Jiraiya. He frowned slightly. You were taking a well-deserved rest, Mai. You didn't need to worry about me. Had I been in any danger, I wouldn't have sent away the guards. She recovered remarkably fast after hearing that, crossing her arms and cocking a hip to the side as she shot him a dirty look. You're sitting here with an S-ranked shinobi you've never interacted with before and a sore lack of guards backup or support of any kind, and you think I'm going to be able to just not worry about it? His brow rose once more, the rest of his face still like stone. I'd expect you to be able to trust my judgment, Mai. The stone softened considerably. Still, I thank you for your concern and apologize for worrying you. As you can see, I'm fine and alone no longer. Go take that break. You could use some time to relax. She gave a short laugh again. After that? Yeah, I could use some relaxation, just not sure I'll be able to. I'm sure some time with Sim will fix that, and I'm pretty certain you were already with her. She's probably wondering where you got off to. Ah. Her eyes widened slightly at remembering, but before anything more could be said, another voice was heard. Mai. Is everything okay, Mai? The words grew louder as their speaker got closer to Naruto's study, but the identity was already pretty obvious to the occupants. By the time Sim hesitantly stuck her head through the door, Naruto was smirking slightly at a blushing Mai, and Orochimaru was watching in amusement. Forget something, did we, Mai? As sorry, Naruto. She turned to the older woman, and the only person she would feel right calling her friend. Sorry, Sim, I should have said something before I ran off. It's fine. Still not knowing exactly how welcome SC was to the other occupants of the room, she was slow in her entrance, providing ample time to receive some indication that she was not welcome. When none was forthcoming, she relaxed slightly but stayed near the doorway just in case. Is everything all right? A small reassuring smile graced Mai's lips. Yeah, it turns out everything's fine. When I was informed by those wolves that Naruto was here alone with a powerful shinobi when they were supposed to be guarding him, I panicked slightly. Considering that Sim knew her as Tsukiyomi's voice, someone trusted above just about everyone else, her panicking over Genin Naruto spoke volumes about how important he wolves felt he was. But why? Beyond that question, she had to wonder why Mai was so panicked then and was relaxed now despite the presence of Naruto's guest in the corner. When her inquiring gaze focused upon the form of Orochimaru in her new body, Mai was quick to correct her. Ah, not her. Jiraiya-sama had stopped by for a visit earlier. Jiraiya? Of the Sannin? Once again she had to wonder just how important this young man was in their world without anyone the wiser. Mai had mentioned a few times that he was associated with the wolves, but there was obviously far more to it than that. Well, Tsum managed. I'm glad everything's okay. Mai shot her a grateful smile. Naruto, on the other hand, gave her a thoughtful frown before asking, I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting before. My name's Naruto, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Ah. She was momentarily caught by surprise at his decision to turn this into an official meeting. It was certainly an interesting start to one. Tsum Inuzuka Tsum. Likewise. He gave a thin grin. I'm sure. Now I do believe you were spending some time with the lovely Mai here. I'd hate to keep you two from enjoying each other's company any more than necessary. Please feel free to steal her away, I'm sure she'd appreciate the break. While Tsum was all for that, something about him was slightly unnerving, though that might just be because this meeting seemed so odd, but Mai looked hesitant to leave despite having been assured that he was perfectly safe. She really had to wonder if not what the relationship between he and the wolves were, what the relationship between the young man behind the desk and Mai was. She had her doubts that what she was about to do was a good idea, but if it helped Mai, she'd do it. She was becoming rather fond of the girl, after all. Mai and I were just having a friendly discussion. You wouldn't mind if we continued in your sighting room, would you? The smile on Mai's face was already making it worth it regardless of the outcome. Oh no, not at all. Make yourselves comfortable. His next few words were spoken with a casualness that belied their true weight. My den is your den, Tsum. A shiver ran down her spine for reasons she couldn't quite identify. Was it the reference to the home of wolves? The way he spoke so easily of her allies, as if it was too normal to bother giving any special care. Maybe it was the way he addressed her without honorific, implying they were far closer than she would have ever believed them to be. And while she was unnerved by this combination, the woman in the corner seemed to watch on in dark amusement. When a questioning glance went from her observer to her potential host for the afternoon, he responded by raising a brow and shaking his head slightly. He wasn't going to introduce her, she wasn't any of her business. And that's when it clicked. He was the one who was going to allow her to make use of his home. He was someone whom Mai was concerned over the safety of. He was the one who determined what she would and wouldn't know from behind his desk as she stood there like some chunin about to be sent on an errand. Here he was in control. He was in charge. And she had no idea what to make of it. She had known that Naruto was associated with the wolves and might always emphasize just how important to them he was, as if trying to remind her that any thoughts to move against him were a poor choice, but she had perhaps not emphasized enough. Had she not known she was speaking with a genin, she may have been tempted to believe this was Tsukiyomi. As it was, he couldn't be, but he certainly had the backing of the man. Mai was the moon god's favored messenger, bringing his words to those who followed him and reporting everything back to him, and that had made her believe that she was second in command. The hierarchy, as Mai had explained it, had certainly pointed to that being the case. Now, however, Tsum was having her doubts. What she couldn't bring herself to doubt would be the fact that Naruto outranked Mai. There was absolutely no question there. And that honestly was a bit frightening. Who was Naruto really? While these thoughts did indeed rush through her head, she was still swift to reply to this disturbingly connected young man before her. That's very generous of you, Naruto-san. Just because she had worked out that he outranked Mai didn't mean she was going to be obvious about it. If she was told to address him differently later by Mai, then so be it, but until then she'd pretend he was just a genin with strange friends. Come on, Mai, we're probably distracting him from his work. Mai seemed reluctant but followed regardless as Tsum excused herself from his office and moved to the sitting room. As soon as the door clicked behind them, Orochimaru smirked at her beloved godson. She's a loyal one, isn't she? She gave a faint chuckle. I approve, you certainly chose good subordinates. Naruto smiled lightly in response. I would never have gotten as far as I have without her, and couldn't be more grateful for that loyalty. I don't know what I or the rest of the wolves would do should she leave us. Understanding it as she believed it should be, should she leave me, Orochimaru gave a nod in agreement. She was curious still about the odd relationship between the girl and the Inuzuka clan head, and how that fit into the relationship between her and her godson, but that could wait. With Naruto needing to focus on his work and two people she knew would aid him present in the house, Orochimaru decided now would be a good time to check in on her genin team. It would be good to remind them that she was still around and expected them to be on their best behavior, and would give her a chance to make sure they understood that one of them, meaning either Kin or Dosu, was to be close to Naruto at all times to ensure his protection. Then you'll just have to make sure she never leaves. Orochimaru was rather partial to her curseals for ensuring such, but her godson seemed better at inspiring actual loyalty rather than fear and the occasional fanatic. He could use whatever methods he found to suit his needs best. And speaking of subordinates, she continued, I should probably find my genin. One of the wolves may know where they went off to. I would suggest asking one before you start searching. Naruto's attention was already back to the paperwork before him, marking off reports and jotting down notes on a separate piece of paper for anything he felt important enough to revisit later. He paused in this only briefly to catch her eyes with his own amethyst orbs. Will you be returning with them later tonight? Most certainly earlier, depending on how fast I can find them, she answered. I don't even have a month left until the end of these exams, and I'm going to need to return to Sound afterwards, so I'm going to be spending as much time with you as I possibly can. He smiled lightly at that. I'll let the wolves know to prepare enough for you and your team then. Have fun finding your genin, and please, he met her eyes again. Do try to stay out of trouble, yeah? She pouted at that, very much like Anko and Mikoto. You know you can trust me, Naruto-kun. I'm a good girl. He gave a snort of amusement as he finished signing another paper. I highly doubt that, stated Naruto before waving one of his hands in a lazy, dismissive gesture. But you need to go find your little genin, and I need to focus on my work. I'll see you later, godmother. She smiled at being referred to as his godmother, and made no mention of the fact that he too was a genin. I'll be back soon, Naruto-kun. The response this time was a grunt as he focused more fully on the papers before him, and she had to try rather hard not to giggle at how serious he seemed as he worked on managing his forces and newly acquired country. She really wouldn't ever tire of seeing him be so focused on work that most would never have the responsibility of performing or the power that came along with it. As she left, though, she could have sworn he had mumbled something about trains and Yuki no Kuni. Something was wrong, very wrong. Unease mixed with restlessness, he couldn't explain, and some voice in the back of his head was always angrily judging everything he did and saw. Patience, he once believed to be more vast than the ocean, had been failing him lately as he snapped at his teammates for the most inconsequential of things. And this need to move to do something to get as far away as possible would not leave him, despite the fact that there was nowhere else in the world he would feel more comfortable being than the compound of his clan in this village hidden in the leaves. It held many bad memories certainly, but far more good memories for him to be able to separate from the place he had spent his entire life. What had gotten into him? As he pondered the feelings that haunted him, he idly rubbed the side of his neck. The Ten-no-jun seemed more agitated as of late. He's doing fine. Kushina barely held back a startled scream at the sudden voice. Ino did not. One hand over her rapidly beating heart, Kushina turned to glare at the old pervert on the windowsill. God damn it, Arrow Gigi, I told you to stop doing that during the Third Shinobi War. Not that he hadn't been doing it since she, and more importantly Minato, had been a genin. He always seemed to get a kick out of it, but she had hoped he would have moved on to something else by now. The man in the window shrugged. So? Doesn't mean I was actually going to stop. I quite enjoyed the reactions. At that he shot a wink at the room's other occupant, earning a glare from Ino as well. Kushina sighed and shook her head before asking, "What do you want, Jiraiya?" Ino's surprise at learning the identity of the person she had been glaring at was rather obvious. Like I said, he swung his legs inside, moving from a crouched position to sitting on the windowsill. He's doing fine. He's Naruto. Yep. The Sannin nodded. Just spoke with him, seems to be getting along all right. Had a cute little thing in his office when I arrived, nearly brought a tear to my eyes. We had a brief chat that went well enough, in my opinion at least, and I brought up that you and Naruto were missing him. Hope briefly blossomed in Kushina's eyes. How did he respond to that? Jiraiya in answer shrugged. I just asked him to think about it, didn't wait for a response. Next time I meet with him I'll try to breach the subject with him. Next time? Well, Jiraiya shrugged again. He didn't seem too opposed to the idea. He turned his attention away from Kushina and over to Ino, who, while no longer glaring at him, certainly didn't look all too pleased as she stood staring at him, her arms crossed before her chest. "And who might this be?" he inquired. "Yamanaka Ino," answered the genin, still obviously not pleased about his sudden intrusion. Knowing now who he was, however, stopped her from letting him know just how little she appreciated it. She also couldn't help the slight curiosity in her eyes. They were speaking of Naruto after all, and that was a subject that always caught her attention. "Oh ho? Really?" He gazed at her with far more interest than he had previous. "I heard from Naruto that the two of you had a disagreement of sorts." When she tensed up, he continued, lazily waving his hand as if trying to physically dismiss any fears he could have brought up. "Said he had managed to come to an understanding with you and your father, but was certain that the rest of the clan wasn't too fond of him." Ino winced at that. Talk about an understatement. "Well, I had just stopped by to mention I had spoken with him to you, Kushina. There's probably a reason I found you here, but I don't think I'm up for the story at the moment. I'll visit you in Naruto for the full rundown sometime after I've managed to remove the thoughts of a female Orochimaru birthing my child out of my head." With that he was gone, two very confused Kunoichi left behind. After a moment of silence, Ino turned to look at the head of the Uzumaki clan. Did he just say?" Kushina cut her off. "It's probably best not to think about it." Ino had to agree. With a deep sigh he abandoned his pen in favor of a glass, pouring himself a drink, as one hand came up to massage his temples. Wearily he looked at the stack of papers on his desk. To think most of that wasn't even paperwork but rather notes he had made to ensure he didn't forget anything important about his plans. Because paperwork wasn't the problem. The amount of projects he had going on wasn't a problem. The fact that all his projects were coming to a head around the same time, however, was a very big problem. With the upcoming finals of the Chunin exam, he had to make sure both he and Hana were present with the daimyo of Hai no Kuni to represent Nai no Kuni and the alliance between the two countries. He needed to protect both and all other visiting dignitaries during Sunagekire's planned invasion, which was brilliant because he was fairly certain one of those visiting dignitaries was to be the daimyo of Kaze no Kuni, which meant he had to protect him from both the invasion and his fellow lords while ensuring Sabaka no Gaara didn't manage to fully access his Biju's power while within Konoha. That wasn't going to be easy, both because he needed to protect the nobles and because he was trying to keep his identity a secret. Jumping down into the arena to subdue the raging Jinchuriki would draw unwanted attention to himself that he would very much like to avoid. If worse came to worse, both his sister and Jiraiya were present within the village. Between the two of them, they should be able to defeat a single Jinchuriki. Kushina too was here, and with proper application of her chains could either halt them in their tracks or herd them out of the village where there would be minimal damage. And to think that was just the Chunin exam, he still had Hinata's little cult to manage, and he could imagine no better time for their rebellion against the main family, particularly the elders. How there could be more than 4 elders of the main family he really would never understand, considering only a single child of the main line was supposed to avoid the seal. Then again, he supposed it didn't have to make sense any more than Hinata's cult did. The Hyuga were simply strange. With the Hyuga issue, they also needed to be able to extract safely one Hyuga Hanabi to ensure she was not harmed during the rebellion so she could be of use to him later. Even if just to solidify the new headship of the Hyuga clan, it would be worth the extra headache. Not that he had figured that out yet either. Was Hinata to be head? It would make sense, but she probably wasn't ready for that quite yet. Maybe a figurehead who could take care of the general things but would defer to the command of their goddess, who of course was heeding the word of both Mai and himself. The last problem he could think of at the moment would have to be the fact that his own forces were to be joining the fight in hopes of crushing Sunagekire's invasion attempt as soon as possible. The only worry there was that Konoha might mistake them for additional aggressors, and the fact that the daimyo of Hai no Kuni might be a bit cross at him for not being informed. With a bit of luck he might be able to direct that ire at Hiruzen instead. After all, had Genin Uzumaki not brought it to his attention? Surely it was the duty of the Hokage to report such critical information to his daimyo. At least that was how he was going to be spinning it if the daimyo was actually upset. Otherwise he wouldn't be bringing it up. What Naruto really needed aside from this drink and a nice little vacation was to split everything up a little. Luckily he hadn't gotten involved with Kirigakure's issues quite yet. That would have been an absolute nightmare to balance. Maybe if he relocated Hanabi early, but how? Her absence would probably be noticed very quickly by everyone in the Hyuga compound, being the heiress, so moving her even a day before the invasion would lead to Hyuga clan members being sent out to find her. His thoughts paused momentarily. But who was it that would be sent out? Branch members, no doubt. Could Hinata or one of the branch elders arrange that she was instead not found? He frowned at that. No, that wasn't going to work. Part of the reason she was being hidden was because she could be in danger of those same branch members, and with the heiress missing it would have the Hyuga main elders and Hayashi up in arms. That wasn't good for either the rebellion or for Konoha's reputation with all the visiting guests. They also couldn't risk Suna believing that the uproar was because their invasion had been found out, which would make all their work be for naught and remove an opportunity he had been considering as of late. No, his best option then would probably be to have her disappear that morning before the invasion started, but too soon for the Hyuga to be up in arms. Having her play sick or arranging that all academy students would be going together as a group could work. The second one had a better chance of succeeding because no one would know she wasn't with her classmates until afterwards. And by then? Well, the Hyuga elders would have much bigger problems than a missing heiress. Mainly their own missing lives. He scribbled down a note to get in touch with Irika Hiruzen and quite possibly Danzo about the idea. Having Danzo be the one to present it as his own desire for the newest generation to see real combat live would take suspicion off of himself. Not that Danzo would be fooled at all, and it would probably give Hiruzen only a moment's pause to connect it all. Still, it was better than handing over the fact that he was up to something to the aged Hokage on a silver platter. Well, if nothing else, that was one thing quite possibly figured out, and to be honest, most of the others were as taken care of as they could be at the time. The biggest remaining issue was, of course, Gaara. He had no doubt that he could do it himself. Just revealing the seal that adorned his arm had both Biju and Jinchuriki trembling in fear, but the problem was doing it when he needed to stay with the other nobles and keep his abilities as secret as possible. But he didn't actually have to render Gaara helpless after the invasion started, did he? Just like the situation with Hanabi, what if he were to take care of it beforehand? The only real issue there was tipping off the rest of the Suna shinobi. Well, that, and he had no idea how the poor boy might act separated from his mother. Gaara was obviously a Jinchuriki who had not been fortunate. Was there a way to remove the threat without stripping the boy of Shikaku? His seal, the one that had them both prostrate before him, was an obvious answer if he could figure out the exact function he needed the seal to perform in order not to hurt the boy any more than his village already had. There was a seal, or rather a pair of seal, that had done something similar, though, wasn't there? Idly one hand came to scratch lightly over his heart where his half of the seal, the gate, stained his pale skin. Mito had been unable to the best of his knowledge to pull chakra form Naruko's half of the seal, but was able to be present on his half and manipulate chakra on his end. With that in mind, could he seal away the Ichibi within a different seal and simply allow it to continue connecting to Gaara's existing one? No, that was a bad idea. It was already evident that his fellow redhead had a seal nowhere near up to snuff. A new seal, however, should be more than possible. Of course, he still had to find someone to hold the Ichibi, or did he? Gaara suffered because his seal was not proper, causing both his and the Ichibi's chakra to be out of balance both individually and together. Or at the very least, that was often the reason behind those like Gaara ending up well like Gaara. But he, Naruto, could make a proper seal. He didn't have to worry about that. He'd have to see Gaara as soon as possible to get this taken care of before he thought better of this idea of his. After all, a Biju was a terrible thing to waste. 0000000000000000000000000 Chapter 58 Blankets of Sand 00000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 world. Tiles held firm with every step, chakra pumping through his body in one of the most basic, most essential shinobi techniques in the world, one that didn't even have a proper name. The use of chakra to enhance physical abilities was so necessary in their line of work that most shinobi didn't even realize when they were doing it. It was this time-honored technique that had him leaping from roof to roof as if taking a midnight stroll down a garden path. His purpose, however, was far from being so simple as a casual walk, a final push of his legs and he was soaring through the air once more to land lightly upon an inhabited roof. He wasn't as of yet spared a single glance. Furs wrapped around him ruffled by the night's breeze, he like the roof's initial inhabitants spent a moment peering up at the glowing moon. He did not find it anywhere near as captivating. Gaara. His voice broke the silence of the night, and drew the attention of the other moon gazer. Agitated at first, Gaara spun to see who it was that would dare approach him. A single look had him knelt on the ground praying to whatever other deities there may be that this flesh-bound god was not here to erase his existence. Naruto-sama. Ah, good. You remember me. As if Gaara would be capable of forgetting the new star of his nightmares. Never before had someone terrified the holder of Shikaku as much as the young man who stood before him. Never before had he desired so much to kill a single person. Not that he was so foolish as to ever speak such to the being before him. He may be new to the ways of the shinobi as compared to the path of the Jinchuriki he had walked for so long, but he was not stupid. The last thing he wanted to do was let the one person who terrified man and Biju alike, the being who possessed the ability to erase his existence, that he one day planned to kill him. Had someone in Suna said something similar to him, he knew for a fact he would have crushed them where they stood, the entire desert turning its ferocity upon the one who would try to one day erase him. He had no doubt Naruto would do the same in this situation. Yes, Naruto-sama. The third task is coming up soon, are you ready? If Gaara was confused by the nature of the question, and he most certainly was, he did not show it. I am Naruto-sama. Good. Naruto nodded almost absently, his entire posture so casual it had Gaara's skin crawling. Something was wrong here, and these pleasantries seemed to belie the nature of this meeting. Almost as if sensing this, Naruto's entire tone changed. From spring breeze to a deceptive calm before a gale that would tear Gaara to shreds. And the invasion afterwards, are you ready for that? And suddenly Gaara realized that he didn't know. He hadn't spared a single thought to the planned invasion since meeting Naruto, and it was only now that he realized how large an oversight it had been. This was Naruto-sama's territory, and being part of an invading force was going to bring his wrath down upon all those that dared to try. Gaara would not allow himself to be part of that, would never permit them to drag them down with him. Besides, had his father not told all his children that there was to be no invasion with sound pulling out of the agreement? No doubt they had also learned that this territory was not Konoha's but belonging to Naruto-sama alone. Gaara spared a quick nervous glance at the moon that had Shikaku growing restless within his veins, but knew that even his mother for Shikaku would always be the one who raised and protected him, despite what anyone else would try to claim. Did not want to anger the god before him. The real question, however, was, could she help herself? Chapter 58. Blankets of sand. Only the moon peered down upon the swiftly moving shadow, a single pale eye beholding all the world. Tiles held firm with every step, chakra pumping through his body in one of the most basic, most essential shinobi techniques in the world, one that didn't even have a proper name. The use of chakra to enhance physical abilities was so necessary in their line of work that most shinobi didn't even realize when they were doing it. It was this time-honored technique that had him leaping from roof to roof as if taking a midnight stroll down a garden path. His purpose, however, was far from being so simple as a casual walk, a final push of his legs, and he was soaring through the air once more to land lightly upon an inhabited roof. He wasn't as of yet spared a single glance. Furs wrapped around him ruffled by the night's breeze, he like the roof's initial inhabitants spent a moment peering up at the glowing moon. He did not find it anywhere near as captivating. Gaara. His voice broke the silence of the night, and drew the attention of the other moon gazer. Agitated at first, Gaara spun to see who it was that would dare approach him. A single look had him knelt on the ground praying to whatever other deities there may be that this flesh-bound god was not here to erase his existence. Naruto-sama. Ah, good. You remember me. As if Gaara would be capable of forgetting the new star of his nightmares. Never before had someone terrified the holder of Shikaku as much as the young man who stood before him. Never before had he desired so much to kill a single person. Not that he was so foolish as to ever speak such to the being before him. He may be new to the ways of the shinobi as compared to the path of the Jinchuriki he had walked for so long, but he was not stupid. The last thing he wanted to do was let the one person who terrified man and Biju alike, the being who possessed the ability to erase his existence, that he one day planned to kill him. Had someone in Suna said something similar to him, he knew for a fact he would have crushed them where they stood, the entire desert turning its ferocity upon the one who would try to one day erase him. He had no doubt Naruto would do the same in this situation. Yes, Naruto-sama. The third task is coming up soon, are you ready? If Gaara was confused by the nature of the question, and he most certainly was, he did not show it. I am Naruto-sama. Good. Naruto nodded almost absently, his entire posture so casual it had Gaara's skin crawling. Something was wrong here, and these pleasantries seemed to belie the nature of this meeting. Almost as if sensing this, Naruto's entire tone changed. From spring breeze to a deceptive calm before a gale that would tear Gaara to shreds. And the invasion afterwards, are you ready for that? And suddenly Gaara realized that he didn't know. He hadn't spared a single thought to the planned invasion since meeting Naruto, and it was only now that he realized how large an oversight it had been. This was Naruto-sama's territory, and being part of an invading force was going to bring his wrath down upon all those that dared to try. Gaara would not allow himself to be part of that, would never permit them to drag them down with him. Besides, had his father not told all his children that there was to be no invasion with sound pulling out of the agreement? No doubt they had also learned that this territory was not Konoha's but belonging to Naruto-sama alone. Gaara spared a quick nervous glance at the moon that had Shikaka growing restless within his veins, but knew that even his mother for Shikaka would always be the one who raised and protected him despite what anyone else would try to claim, did not want to anger the god before him. The real question, however, was, could she help herself? It was not in the nature of the desert to remain still and harmless. It was one of the many things Shikaka had taught him over the years, and like that desert, Shikaka too desired to shift like sand in the wind and rage like a sandstorm over the horizon. And with the moon so close to full, this was only going to get worse as the last exam drew nearer. I know, Naruto-sama. I am not ready. Oh? Something in those purple eyes seemed to gleam in the moonlight, and Gaara had to make sure his head was turned down and to the side to avoid gazing into them. For who knew what secrets this being may be able to draw from him with but a simple gaze when those eyes seem to see right through you? Mother grows restless with the moon, she needs blood, we need blood, and I cannot deny it long. I won't be able to control myself, not after fighting in the exam. A sharp smirk found its way onto Naruto's lips. This was good, very good, and it worked perfectly for his purposes. He had been expecting to have to resort to threats, bribes, perhaps even attempt to employ reasoning, which didn't seem so odd until one remembered he was dealing with a murderous Jinchuriki who had spent his entire life defending himself from attacks and crushing all those in his way with brute force. He was not used to being persuaded or swayed, especially with logic. It would have to be gain some boon, or in the case of a threat, his own life. But this was more than he could have asked for. And if I could ensure your mother was someplace else, someplace safe during the invasion? Safety really wasn't a concern, but if the boy really did care for the Biju as he once had Mito, it certainly wouldn't hurt to mention it. Gaara's pale green eyes snapped to meet his own purple gaze, unable to help himself. Surprise, caution, hesitation, suspicion, hope, all boiling in those black-rimmed eyes and telling Naruto everything he needed to know. Gaara would do this in a heartbeat to keep both he and his mother safe. Of course, Naruto also recognized that the perceived threat wasn't those participating in the invasion, neither Suna nor Konoha, but rather himself. He found that amusing. You can do that? His question possessed almost a childlike innocence, tinted only with the slightest bits of doubt, and it was that doubt that Naruto targeted most fiercely. Do you think I cannot? Do you believe me to be incapable of such? He paused only briefly. Are you calling into question the integrity of my word? Gaara had never believed it possible to backpedal faster than Kankuro, but somehow he managed. No. Of course not, Naruto-sama. I simply didn't realize that was an option. From his kneeling position, he fell prostrate onto the ground, sinking as far into it as physically possible without the use of chakra. So focused was he on ensuring he had not drawn the young man's ire, he didn't even contemplate the fact that he had been told that his mother could be moved from him. Or more specifically, that Naruto could steal her away. I see that does not inspire faith, Gaara. Perhaps she's better left where she is. I'm sure you're responsible enough to keep the two of you out of trouble. Even with Gaara's face to the ground, Naruto could see the panic settle in. Please, Naruto-sama, keep her safe. I would do anything for her. Naruto's grin just grew larger. Perfect. Not only was Gaara admitting an easily exploited weakness, he was practically handing over that weakness into Naruto's waiting hand. The Jinchuriki of Suna was as good as his already. Even better, the son of the Kazekage was his. That could prove very helpful in the future. Naruto pretended to contemplate his options, slowly circling the bearer of the raccoon. He had already come to a decision long before this meeting started, and Gaara seemed oblivious of the fact that he had been the one to bring it up originally. Too panicked, he did not piece together the fact that this had all been planned out as closely as it possibly could before the conversation had even taken place. Naruto was quite fortunate that, as strong as he was, Gaara had never acted as a shinobi until recently. Otherwise this might not have gone quite so easily. The fear too was rather handy. With a sigh and slight shake of his head, Naruto relented. Very well, Gaara, I suppose I can do you a favor this time, and keep her out of trouble. I'll expect you to make sure I don't regret doing this for you. Of course not, Naruto-sama. He was actually relieved to hear this, poor boy. He had already known Gaara's home life must have been fucked up, but to make him a shinobi but leave him so naive. What did they expect him to do in a situation where violence actually wasn't the answer? Perhaps they simply didn't believe he would ever find himself in that position. How fortunate. I'll hold you to that. Remove your shirt, I will begin ensuring her safety. Even as he spoke, he was already removing his own furs, leaving the seals on his chest exposed. Some of those seals connected to the sealscape Mito resided and officially contained within the main seal that was present on his sister's skin, but the rest of it had crawled over his chest from the seal on his right arm. It was the second seal. He proceeded to unravel the bandages from, revealing it to the world. Within moments it was already glowing faintly in eager anticipation. Hesitating slightly at the sight of the seal that so terrified his mother, Gaara nonetheless obeyed, and removed his top. His gourd of sand set softly behind him. As soon as he was done, Naruto was circling once more, eyes glued to pale flesh. After a moment he spoke. This is probably the most disgusting thing I have ever seen. Even with his admittedly limited knowledge of seals, mostly gained from observing his own seal manipulated others, he could tell that the seal on the Ichibi's vessel was absolutely horrible. Starting over his sternum, chains of seals stretched over chest and abdomen to wrap behind and connect to another seal that took up the boy's entire back. The first seal obviously held the biju itself, but the back was evidently some genius's work to modify an already underpowered seal to do gods know what else. No wonder the boy turned out the way he did with this kind of seal. He almost pitted the biju. All right, change of plans? He finally declared. At Gaara's confused look, he elaborated. I was going to move her into a new seal, but I don't want to do anything that involves this mess, so I'm going to work with what you already have. There's no way I'll ever allow such a horrendous piece of work to ever be tied to me. We'll have to fix this. With a quick cut to his palms, he placed his bleeding hands flat against the seal on Gaara's back, letting his seal know exactly what he wanted done. Blood flowed like ink from beneath the connected flesh to wrap around his left arm, while the existing ink of Gaara's seal seemed to melt away, flowing to join with the blood. Bound with liquid life and using a connection already established, it was child's play for the masterpiece of the yondaime to move the Ichibi from one container to the other, but before the first seal was touched, the glow ended. Idly opening and closing his left hand as he examined the seal that spread from palm to left shoulder, Naruto tried valiantly not to sway where he stood. While well within the capabilities of his seal, it would seem transferring a biju between two seals was just barely within his own, as his chakra reserves were nearly gone, and the roof was looking a mite too comfortable at the moment. Still, the realization that he had just stored Suna's biju within his arm brought a victorious grin to his lips and made the exhaustion more than worth it. He spared a quick glance to Gaara, noting that his fellow redhead also seemed exhausted by the process. Good, the last thing he needed was to show weakness before someone so afraid of him. Gods above, he would have taken the opportunity in the former Jinchuriki's place. Is it done? Questioned the Sunanin, examining a torso almost entirely bereft of the seals that had so long marked it. Your part at least. Confirmed Naruto. I'll have to make sure she settles in properly for her to be able to speak to you regularly, though. Gaara's head snapped over to the former Uzumaki prince, suddenly realizing that he couldn't hear his mother's near constant whispers nor her cries for blood that should be howling through his skull with the moon so bright above him. And mother, she's gone. Naruto couldn't quite decide if Gaara sounded more astounded or horrified by his mother's disappearance. For now, she'll be back as soon as I have a chance to sort things out within the seal itself. He pointed lazily towards the seal that covered his left arm, where Gaara's mother was now held. How do you do that? Naruto just shrugged. Not sure about the technicals really. I fall asleep, wake up somewhere strange, and go from there. Gaara, of course, focused on the important part. So you have to go to sleep to bring mother back? Well, yeah, in a way. It was more complicated than that, and his mother would be staying in his arm indefinitely, but the idea was close enough. Gaara gave a firm nod of understanding before stumbling over to him and attempting to drag him towards the edge of the roof. Too tired to start arguing, Naruto just raised a brow. Our hotel room is closer, we can stop there. The fact that he wanted to hear his mother as soon as possible was left unsaid but understood well enough. After suddenly having your head empty of company after a lifetime of hearing voices, Naruto couldn't exactly blame him. He too had found it strange not to hear Mito in his mind after her departure, and he had only had her for a few years. The fact that he was entirely exhausted had absolutely nothing to do with his willingness to crash in the Sune rooms. Temari opened bleary eyes to take in the room before her, the light of the moon creeping in the blinds to drive away just enough of the darkness to grant her sight without disrupting her sleep, but something else was. She knew there were 2 beds in this room, one claimed by her, and the other by Gaara. Kankuro had been given more like ordered by Suna's Jinchuriki to take the couch in the main room of something far more like an apartment than a hotel. Not that she was complaining. Moving her eyes to Gaara's bed, she noticed the first thing that was off. Gaara was actually in it. Not sleeping, thank the gods, but just sitting there. And while that wasn't entirely uncommon, as why else would he claim the bed if he had no intention at all to use it in any form? The fact that he sat there legs crossed and simply watched her certainly was. Pale green eyes seemed entirely focused on her while she had been sleeping, something she was certain had not happened before despite having shared rooms like this before when on missions. That explained why she woke, she thought, but it didn't tell her why it was happening. Of course, then she noticed another thing was off. Her bed might be on the left side pressed against the wall, but it certainly wasn't that narrow. She eyed the foot of space remaining of the bed, critically aware that while it couldn't possibly be the wall, there was no doubting that her back was pressed against something solid. And it was breathing. She blinked once, twice, thrice, and tried to process that without fully tearing herself away from sleep's comforting embrace. Embrace. With one more blink, she turned her eyes down to her abdomen where an arm she was pretty sure wasn't hers rested. And with the blankets bunched over her calves as they always seemed to be for her, she could quite clearly see the strange markings that covered moonlight pale flesh. Marking that seemed to glow faintly in a steady rhythm it took a moment to identify as a heartbeat she could feel steadily thumping against her back. Even having discovered all of this, it took a moment for her sleep-addled brain to tie it all together. Someone was in bed with her, holding her. And Gaara not only knew but seemed completely okay with it. For as everyone knew, if Gaara had a problem with something, it didn't exist for much longer. Now the biggest question, aside from why exactly there was someone in her bed holding her, was who was in her bed holding her? Pressed too tightly to them, she couldn't turn much, and she was fairly confident in her assumption that if she squirmed too much she may wake them, which she would much rather avoid until she knew who she was dealing with. So she took in everything she had available to start with, and decided to work from there. First, obviously, was the arm with those strange markings that seemed oddly familiar. The glow too she seemed to recall, but something was off. Was it too faint? She tried to imagine the entire arm alight with power, and soon found herself standing on one of Konoha's little-used roads. Her brother Kankuro stared with a mix between fascination, confusion, and abject horror, as her second brother collapsed prostrate onto the dusty ground as if cowering before some great predator. And there he was standing proud in the harsh glare of the afternoon sun, his pale torso exposed for the world to see, as it like the moon seemed to reflect a fraction of the sun's light. Seals stretched from a recently uncovered right arm, inky black tattoos that glowed despite the sun as if challenging it for the right to bathe the world in light. Red hair like flame fell around the angled face of a noble, and eyes of the purest amethyst were just as hard, cutting into your soul to judge your worth and find you wanting. She stood before him on this dusty street, and likewise he stood before her. Naruto. The man who called the wolves upon a whim, and had her Jinchuriki brother on his very best behavior to avoid his ire. And that very same man was currently in her room, in her bed, with his arm wrapped around her. Turning her head as much as she could, she only needed to see the red of his hair to confirm his identity. As she settled back into her previous position, aware that Gaara had been watching curiously as she examined her situation, she decided it was much too early in the morning to deal with something like this, especially as Gaara seemed to have a hand in it. She would just have to deal with it later, preferably well after the sun had begun its ascent to the heavens. With practices that came from doing the same thing almost every night, she casually kicked the blanket from over her feet to rest more properly over herself and consequently her surprised sleeping partner. Wrapped up in both a blanket and his arm, she burrowed as best as she could into the strong warmth behind her. Feeling strangely safe and comfortable, Temari quickly fell back into the realm of dreams, unaware of the two amethyst eyes that followed soon after. He had felt the calling earlier, a whisper so close to sleep he had momentarily confused it in his exhaustion, but now he could hear the difference, and as soon as Gaara's sister Temari, was that her name? Had settled down again, for he was not about to sleep on the floor or the couch, and he wasn't going to share with Gaara. He let the calling wash over him and pull him into the seal. There was still some work to be done. A splash announced his arrival, the black boots he favored for their durability landing solidly within the water of his own section of the seal. Knowing what he didn't the first few times he visited this place, the world around him bent and shifted until he was standing upon familiar black marble. In the distance he could see the gate that had come crashing down upon it, and beyond it lay piles of rubble, the remains of the world he had built for Mito all those years ago. Oddly enough, nothing on his side of the seal seemed to have taken any damage from that fallen gate, while even things far out of its reach were reduced to nothing on her side. Or rather on his sister's side. Idly he wondered if Naruto had met with Mito yet, and if she had been able to manipulate anything on her end as he had his. Then again, it was her side that he had manipulated in the past now that he thought about it. Was this something exclusive to the warden, or was it a simple matter of Naruto not contending with the changes he wished to make? Perhaps it was something to inquire about should he actually find himself in the presence of her when speaking with Jiraiya. Shaking his head at the destruction, he turned and walked until he was exactly halfway down his own walkway. With a mere thought, white marble rose and formed a pathway to the right, straight into the wall of the flooded basement which was his seal. Or maybe it was his mind simply connecting the seal to him in a way he could understand. He dismissed the thought. He had things to take care of at the moment. With a wave of his hand, more for theatrics than any real need, the wall shimmered into an arch of white marble that matched the walkway he had created. Of course, saying it was just an arch didn't really do it justice. The space created was at least 20 feet wide at the base and curved upwards on each side in an ovular shape before curving to the sides again in a second smaller oval-like shape and coming to meet in a raised point directly above both. Waist-high, a band of blue covered the remaining wall on either end of the entryway, and within the blue gold filaments spread like ivy. If he had the opportunity to completely create the seal, well, he was going to do it right. As Mito had pointed out years ago, the Biju may be prisoners here, but they were also beings that deserved respect for their might if nothing else. Finished with the entryway into the seal proper, he was greeted by his first look into the Ichibi's domain. He really should have expected the sand. For the first time in more years than they cared to count, they were dry. But not just dry, they were warm. It was such an odd feeling after so long, but not one that could be considered unpleasant. In fact, the dry, warm sand was enough to relax them completely. Even the moon, still casting its light down upon them despite never having been visible in this strange world, did nothing to stir the normal bloodlust, nor the desire to shift and rage through this new desert. Surely it must need a storm, or at the very least a light breeze, to shift the ocean of sand ever so slowly like waves caught in time. But despite this and despite their nature, they felt no need to disrupt the peace of this place. It was as troubling as it was calming, for while they enjoyed the thought of simply enjoying what was, they could not figure out what it was they were supposed to be doing here. And if there was nothing for it here, why had it been dragged away from the waters it had rested on for years? Still, if there was nothing for them to do at the moment, no purpose for them to fulfill, there was no need for their full might. Without so much as a thought, sand poured away from them, spreading away from the Ichibi over the existing desert and fading into nothingness, as if it had always been present in this desert sea. Shikaka took a moment to observe their hands, soft and delicate as opposed to the sandy claws they had been trapped as for so long, and once again marveled at their fortune to end up in such a place. With only a pleased look at barefoot feet, toes scrunching into sand that had to have felt the harsh light of a sun not an hour before, despite the fact that it had already hidden itself well behind distant mountains, they allowed themselves to collapse backwards to more fully enjoy the lingering heat and the dry, coarse sand they had been denied for so long. The grains that had been present upon their initial ceiling had been appreciated, but the feeling of wearing a shirt or a blanket were different. A shirt was necessary, the minimum, but a blanket was comforting and, more importantly, safe. They felt safe here with sea as far as they could see, even if they were no longer covered in it. From surrounded by sand that would only ever press against them as cold and damp as their surroundings after years of sitting atop water they never could determine the depth of, to surrounded by a sea of warmth that let them breathe in the cooling night air. It was absolutely glorious. And then the world shifted. From nothing it became carving itself out of the air and into the shape of a great marble archway, a band of blue and gold circling either side, but there was no wall to support this entrance, no floor to rise from or roof to support. Despite that, they could quite clearly see through it, and there was no desert. Dark water churned in a building that seemed to slowly decay before their eyes, cracks of sunlight filtering down from somewhere high above even when it was quite clearly night here in their new world. White marble perfectly matching the archway created a path from the sand back to a similar walkway of black marble that led to was that a cage. An ancient gate of crude iron stretched massively from floor to ceiling in that strange room, and the most curious of thoughts hit them. Were they gazing into a room or out from one? What was this place where a world of night could witness the light of the sun deep within the ground? Where mountains rose off in the distance but did not hit a ceiling that was so clearly shown? Even with the warm sand soft beneath them, the feeling of comfort seemed to slip like tan grains between their fingers. Cautiously they rose from the sand, peering still into this strange place before them, and with a start realized that standing upon that walkway was a figure silent and still as the night air. They blinked their eyes a few times and turned briefly to the desert one more time. There was no sound. No wind, no insects, no small mammals, reptiles, or insects. There was nothing but the light of a missing moon and a sea of sand that reached for distant mountains. No wonder they had felt so restless. Turning quickly back to the figure, they were relieved it had yet to move. They just stood there watching, waiting, observing their world as they had theirs. And without warning they started forward. Heavy boots scuffed against the marble with every step, their gaits strong and confident as they grew ever nearer the archway. Hesitantly they took their own steps closer to the white marble that gleamed brilliant in the faint moonlight. This form, they realized, was as liberating as it was vulnerable, and they had a sudden longing to be cocooned within the sand once more. Most worryingly, the sand around them did not heed their desires. They were masters of the desert once, but this desert was not theirs, and they had no power here. When the two figures met, separated by mere steps and a line where sand met stone, they took a moment to observe each other. The figure before them was shorter than they would have expected, obviously having not been as far away as it had seemed, but their skin seemed to reflect the light of the moon almost as well as the marble their feet rested upon. Hair like blood or sunset, two things they loved, hung loose around their head, and they had seen enough lords to see the features that separated those of noble blood from commoners. In that moment it made as much sense as it didn't that they gazed upon the lord of this desert, but why then had they observed this place as if they had never seen it before? Had they not? A part of a kingdom perhaps they had never ventured to until now, a place they had no need to be until they had trespassed. The person was shirtless too, which made it even more odd that they would be lord here, and their skin was marked with tattoos along both arms and across their chests, something that didn't seem to fit with their idea of lords. They knew, of course, that image wasn't everything, but there was enough doubt in this case to help raise their own confidence. Before the might of the southern desert, what was one man lord, or most likely not? Still, they weren't going to underestimate anyone or any part of this world they found themselves in. At the same time, they weren't going to provide the opportunity for this other to take control of the situation from the start. They wished, however, they had at least a moment to see what form they had taken for themselves, for it was unsettling to not know how they looked to the person before them. Would they inspire trust or doubt? Amusement or fear? Disgust or delight? The lack of knowledge put them at a distinct disadvantage, but they wouldn't let that stop them. Who approaches the Ichibi within the desert? The figure smiled lightly, right arm starting to glow faintly as the moon, which had previously been missing despite the presence of its light, grew into existence behind the archway. The tales have mentioned that you were quite full of yourself, but even you should know that this desert doesn't belong to you. His grin took on a more smirk-like quality. I am the warden of the Kyuubi and the host of the Ichibi. Here I am king, sultan, and daimyo, and you would do well to remember it. And suddenly they recognized exactly who stood before them. Almost reflexively they dropped to their knees in the sand as if praying to be spared the wrath of God. For even free of the madness that had so long plagued them, the Ichibi still knew exactly how dangerous this man was. Forgive me, Naruto-sama. A deep amused chuckle ran through the air somewhere between comforting and terrifying, and the desert responded with a slight breeze of distant rain and fragrant flowers. Any doubt as to whose desert this was vanished in an instant. And the Ichibi suddenly felt far too small.
Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you. Check out my Patreon for more mature fanfiction. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel.